We are live. Well, we got in here tonight. See Landon. Welcome, welcome. Check this volume here. All right. So what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday. Now, if y'all can see, we got the 451 in the background. Of course, can't see nothing through my fat ass. Sorry for showing you my ass. There she is. What's happening, Dougster? Bear Rose, Busted Radio, welcome, welcome. Thank you guys for being here. I think I got Mr. Nightbot in check there, Dougster. I was screwing with him a little bit this week, playing with settings and stuff. What do we got going on here? That's better. Yeah, I wanted to try and get that beast in frame a little bit. Last time you guys saw it, I got the radiator mounted on the stand, frame built for it. Still ain't got the top cross member, that frame done. Mount the gauges on it. It's kind of half-assed yet. It works. It's full of coolant. You got a stinking freeze plug leaking. Go figure. Thermostat didn't want to open, but I don't think I let it run quite long enough. Past that, it's looking good. Yep, Junkyard D. Friday night in the garage as usual. Chit-chatting, bullshitting, and having a good time. Maybe even having a few cold beers. Hey, Lee, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, F Night Bot. I wanted to embrace the cool features that thing does do some pretty cool stuff, but I sure was not impressed with it alienating my audience. Cold beer and good friends. Hell yeah, brother. So who wants to Nightbot? Nightbot has a dinner plate with large bag of dicks. Right? Cool. Did you get mine yet? I think it was Monday or Tuesday I sent you some. So who wants to hear this animal run? Probably a stupid question, but I'll ask it anyway. Right on, right on. You're very welcome, my friend. Just got an email there at the PO. Just got to go get them. Cool, cool. Run! There's a song about that. Run! Yeah, we'll light it off for a minute. How much gas I got left in that can? There's still some. Ignition. Check. Better run all day and all night. Yeah. I can sleep to the sound of this thing. Poured long enough. Yep, nothing like it. Big blocks are badass. That's just a baby big block. Just a little 451 cubic inches worth of big block Mopar. Hey, Twisted Mopar, how you doing, buddy? Appreciate you being here. Yeah, that is a fact. I am beyond pleased. Arrow says, Snap's better than the FE, but I have to say I like the FE sound better. Yeah, well, this one was built for a completely different purpose. Hey, Eric, how's it going, brother? It's got a lot more compression. It's got a lot more cam. It's got a lot more cylinder head. It's got a lot more everything, it's different purpose. Yeah, it's very snappy. Yeah, they're out there. They're expensive. Yeah, this one is actually built on a 440 block, so it's an RB. It's got the factory stroke. It's 55 out. Same bore and stroke as what you do in with the 400 version of it. It's just rod angle's a little bit different. Yeah, I'm biased too. I love me a good Mopar. Yep. Yep. B block. That was really the original configuration of the 451 was a 400 with a 440 crank in it. I actually built one of the very first way back. I want to say like 1997, 96, something like that. Before strokers were popular, I built and played with it was in a 68 satellite for a guy who built a 451 stroker. Nice. I was just informed today the owner of the Rat Rod wants to sell it. So if anybody's interested in that car, it is up for sale. Kind of hate to see him sell it, but it's his car. I just built it for him. So yeah, here pretty quick. I'm gonna do a little bit more tuning on this thing, get a little more runtime on it. I'm actually happy I haven't seen any oil leaks. I got that stupid freeze plug peeing on the floor, but that won't be any big deal to fix. We'll start getting it fitted to go in that truck. Time is running out. Yeah, he took it out the other day, him and his girlfriend, and boy, they were grinning ear to ear. I kind of think he's on the fence a little bit, but he just bought a new piece of property and he's building a house and shit. It's probably best. But he did take it out the other day, and man, I could hear it for miles. He climbed all over it. Hey, Tim. Hopefully that stupid night bot will leave you alone tonight. Right? Yeah, I'd sure like to see it go to no name. I do agree. There are not very many cars I've owned and sold in the past that I don't regret getting rid of. Yeah. Everybody's just talking. Let's see. NSB says, I think Aaron needs to bring to no name and line up against the Lenko Dart. There you go. That would be really cool, Eric. Shit, that reminds me. I need to reach out to my friend about that, like we were talking about last week. There, now there's a big note on my toolbox. Maybe I won't forget this time. What's happening, Blake? Welcome. I miss my Cordoba 76 triple blue Cordoba loaded minus the tops or sunroof. Frosty AC. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. A little bit of luxury car there. I toss my not for sale price out there and they say, okay. Yeah, I had that happen years ago. A 52 pan hit I had. Built that bike from a basket. I did not want to sell it and I threw a stupid ass price out there. And by God, if he didn't show up with a briefcase full of money. So I sold the bike about 25 years ago, and I still regret it today. Howdy, howdy, Justin. Trying to fix my computer. Yes, computers can be a pain in the ass. I'll say it. Hope be going soon if the rain will stop. Yeah, they keep saying it's going to rain here, but it ain't done it yet. Bought a Pop 400 and swapped in a bone stock 440. Torque Flight 727, some torque thrust, and called it a day. Yep, that make for a nice car. Indeed. Right on, brother. See you soon. I had a crazy nice Cordoba in high school. Loved that car. Yeah. They were cool. I did like them. Great shaggin' wagon. Yep. Man, it's rained here every single day since Tuesday. Not supposed to stop until next Wednesday. I would get sick of that. Now that sucks. Canceled races. I hate when that happens. You know what's really cool, Busted Radio, is when you got a car like a Cordoba and you just go embarrass somebody that really thinks they got a fast car with it. That kind of stuff's fun. You got smoked by what? Love it. I actually had years ago, I had an 82 New Yorker that I put a built 360 in. I used to embarrass Fox Body Mustangs with it on the street. It was fun. I love that sort of thing. Right. Cousin Mike, how's it going? Yep. Better put the beer in here. It's getting warm. Hey, Destroyer, you get your car right yet? My Cordoba had 60K on it when I bought it. Still a super presentable car, 60K and a barked engine. Yeah, 60,000 is not a lot. Story 1320 says, yes, Tim, almost perfect. Yeah, some asshole was supposed to drive down there and help him work on it, but said asshole got busy. We won't name any names. It's been a long frickin' week, and it seems like it's just flown by. And it's funny, these longer days, it seems like I'm out here in the garage all stinking day, and I look around at the end of the day, and it seems like I got a bunch done, but what the hell did I really accomplish? So much to do and so little time. How's everybody else's no-name projects coming? Yes, Dougster, the mirrors are in good condition. I will actually probably end up taking them big mirrors off of it and putting the smaller ones that you found on the 100s on it. Because for all intents and purposes, I'm turning that truck into a D100. It is not going to be a hauler anymore. Race truck, street brawler. But yeah, they are in good shape. Yeah, I heard that. Friggin' money's getting hard to come by. I look at the finances, spending more money and getting less every day that goes by. Yeah, lifters is kind of a bad word around here. I need to crack this beast open and change them lifters that are in it. I do not trust them. They're those damn Chinese ones. I got too much money in that engine to have a fucking lifter take it out. So I'm going to drop the money, about $550, and get a set of Morels and put in it and not look back. Yeah, yeah, Dougster. They're a little more streamlined. Yeah, somebody in one of the comments on the first start video asked me about the specs on this. And I put most of it out there. I cannot stress enough. I put a lot of freaking money into these dang heads. Too much. Do not buy this Chinese crap. I had a buddy talk me into them. Oh, they're great. They're great. Well, I guess it turns out he used them all the time on small block Chevys. Well, I spent more money making them heads right than what I would have spent to just buy the damn Victors. It began life as a 440, Tim, and it is now 451 cubic inches. What that is a factory stroke, 3.75 inch stroke, and it's 55 over. So the bore is 4.375. Right at about 11.6 to 1 compression. Just shy of 600 lift. I just had it running a minute ago, Brian. We can start it up again. None of the internals are 440 source, Dougster. It does have a 440 source water pump housing on it. The internals, the crankshaft is actually a beautiful original factory forged crank, standard journals. They didn't have to turn it; they just polished it, and it polished up beautifully. Eagle rods, SRP forged pistons. ARP studs. Everything in this thing is studded with ARP studs. It's a trick flow manifold on it. Like I said, the only real thing I regret about this build is buying those damn Speedmaster heads. Like I said, basically I stripped them, threw everything away. New valves, new springs, new retainers. I mean, they come out of the box claiming they're good for a high lift roller cam, and they got frickin' 7-degree locks on them. Come on. Stupid. Heard a lot of horror stories, but long story short, I started putting the thing together. And damn push rods wouldn't even fit. The push rod bores were in the wrong place. And I had enough of screwing around with them. I sent them to David Hughes, and I had him run them through his Victor CNC program. So the casting is now in line with a fully CNC ported Victor head. They flow about 360 CFM on the intakes. I forget what the hell, I have to look at the chart. I've got all the paperwork. I want to say the exhausts are damn near 300. They're flowing up there too, 290 or 280, something like that. I'll pull it up here in a minute. Manley valves, all comp springs, retainers, locks. The cam is a comp cam's roller cam, and it's got those damn Speedmaster lifters. And actually, once I got the cooling system on this thing, got it warmed up, those stupid lifters start getting noisy. So I just don't trust them. I've read a whole lot of horror stories on it. I got them for like $280 when I bought them. If anybody wants them, I'll sell them. But they can sit in a fucking coffee can till the cows come home. I'm going to get me a set of Morels. Yeah, $550 is what it is. I got well over 10 grand in this engine. Not going to sacrifice it for $250. Yeah, I have built engines with 440 source parts, but see, I built this engine 7 years ago. It's been sitting on the stand for 7 years. It's one of those things where, long story short, just life happened. I have since built engines for customers with 440 source parts. I have nothing against 440 source, nothing at all. This one just happens to not have much in the way of 440 source stuff in it. Year of hard miles on a set of Speedmasters, small block Chevy heads, no problems. Yeah, but how about their roller lifters? Twist and Mopar Garage is 440 source is what my next stroker will be. Yeah, absolutely. Just Mopar Joe, he's built a few now with 440 source stuff, and they've turned out really well. Brother Bear, how's it going, brother?
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Just Friday night bullshit session.
Clay Smith lifters? I was just talking to a guy the other day about those.
Yeah, Clay Smith is good stuff, no doubt.
Hubby's Garage, his son works for Clay Smith.
Nice. Well, I think the guys that missed it want to hear this thing run, so I'll fire it up one more time.
Give her the juice.
Oh, yeah. My ignition switch is a wire. Yep, there it is.
She lives.
She lives. Uh-oh. Brian's knocking on the door, and I'm dicking around with an engine.
Everything sounds rowdy.
Yes, it is.
Got a question for you, Tony.
Yes, sir.
Big block Chevy and 385 Ford, 429, 460.
Yeah.
Exhaust for headers. How much of a difference is it in spacing between the Ford and the Chevy?
Off the top of my head, I'm really not sure. I don't think it's that far off. What are you trying to accomplish?
Well, they don't make fender well headers for basically a Tri-5 Ford, but they make lots of them for a Chevy. So I'm thinking of buying a set of fender wells for the big block Chevy, and then just cutting the flange off, and welding a Ford on it.
I do. They're up in the rafters up there behind me, but I do have a set of big block Chevy heads, a couple sets actually sitting up there. The next few days, I can climb up there and get a set down and take some measurements for you. And I'm sure you've got a set of 385 heads in front of you, so you can compare numbers. I think they're pretty damn close. The big deal is the port configuration is the same. So even if you did have to do a little bending and twisting of the tubes, I don't think it'd take much.
I don't think the Chevy's 2-inch, is it?
As far as port size?
Yeah.
Some of them are bigger. Some of them are bigger than that, depending on how radical an engine you got.
Yeah.
You talking about the primary tubes?
Yeah, the primary tube.
Yeah, I've seen primary. I've seen 2 3/8 and 2.5 inch primaries on frickin' big blocks. we're talking radical shit, but yeah,
Yeah.
they're out there.
See, I
How
was going to
much-
do the same thing with a set of small block Chevy fender well headers and cut them off and do the small block Mopar.
Mopar.
Yeah,
Flange on
yeah.
them.
The port distance is damn near the same. NSB asks, how much do I think that truck is going to weigh? Probably roughly 4,000 pounds. Back in the day when it was all stock with an iron-headed stock 400 727 in it, it weighed 4,600 pounds with a full tank of gas. And that was bone stock. So, this engine's a bunch lighter. There's a bunch of differences. All the 3/4 ton shit's going away. It's going to become a half ton. I think it's going to get down around 4,000 pounds. Maybe a little less. We'll see.
Well, thanks, NSB. You guys like my new studio?
Oh, hell yes.
Looks good, man.
It looks real
Doing
good.
a little bit of work.
Brian, you still need to send me your address so I can send you that mug that you won.
Oh, shit. I keep forgetting. I need to get on the phone with you.
Yeah. I run a set of big block header tubes with big block Mopar flange on J's. Devil, the studio's looking good, man. Yes, it is. Big block Chevy tubes.
Because
Yeah,
I found
I
a set
think-
of used fender well headers for a big block Chevy Tri-5. So
Did you?
figured
Oh,
nothing
you
else.
did find, or you're trying to?
Oh, I've got a lead on one on a set.
Oh, good.
They're a little crusty, but so's the rest of the car. It'll match.
If it ain't full of holes, who cares? Well, of course, these headers that are on this engine are new. They're new hookers, but back in 1995, 96, I bought a brand new set of Hedman headers, put on that truck, and those headers are still very viable sitting in the back of it. They were on that truck in service, daily driven up until 2016 when it went down. Just because they're old don't mean they're junk. They don't look as pretty as the new hooker headers do. Only reason I even bought these hookers is they got bigger primaries.
New hookers always look better than old hookers.
Oh, shit. Hey, get your ass in frame. Say hi. My kid just showed up.
What's going on, man?
With Father's Day presents. And this will be my second coffee of the day. I think I'll be up all freaking night. Mom here, or is she still at the store?
I think she's still.
Well, you can hang out with us, or you can hang out in the house, or play with the dogs, or stick hers in a freezer so it don't melt. I'm sure she won't drink it tonight.
Yeah, no, I want to be surprised.
Right on. Thank you.
No problem.
He don't come around much. It's always nice when he shows up.
So that's your boy?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, he's 18. Yeah, he's a good kid.
You guys want to see something cool?
What's that?
So, do you want to see something cool?
Always want to see something cool. Squirrel of Wood Chip says, I once spent weeks of my life making new Headman headers that actually match up to my exhaust ports. The videos are out there. That sucks.
727 transmissions are not fireproof.
Ooh.
What in the actual hell happened to that? That took a lot of heat.
It was outside. I think it was outside of a building that caught fire.
Damn it, man.
I've got the. My buddy Roy gave it to me when we bought this truck from him. It's a 440. It's 77 440. But yeah, I just took it out of the truck, out of the back of the truck today. I think Sunday I'm going to start trying to get it all separated apart. Oh my God, I'm shooting some videos on it.
Yeah, that's cool. Man, that much heat. I sure hope that block ain't cracked.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I have talked to my machinist, and he said it would take a lot more heat to hurt the block than it took to melt that transmission.
Oh, absolutely.
I think I kind of figured the amount of heat it would take to hurt the block, that transmission just wouldn't be there anymore. You know?
You ought to send a
There's
picture of
still
that.
parts of it you
Quote.
can see that are where transmission.
See a car guy like that? Not so much. He likes cool cars, but he don't build them. He don't like to work on them like I do. I am immune
I had my
to
son out helping
caffeine.
me today. It was pretty nice.
I don't drink caffeine to wake up. I drink it to avoid soul-crushing headache. Yikes. Bought a brand new set of headers for the Dart and then watched Dean cut them up with a Sawzall. They turned out good, though. Yeah, been there, done that.
That's what I'm trying to avoid is a new pair.
Custom fit. No, yeah. Everything's so freaking expensive anymore. I'd venture to get, well, if you were to buy a brand new set of fender well headers,
And then cut them up.
and then well, even if you didn't cut them up, but yeah, I don't even know what the hell they're going for anymore. Although when I was dirt track racing, we used to run a lot of Schoenfeld headers, and I really liked them. And they had a lot of different applications, and they were reasonably priced. So you might look into them.
I have.
Have you?
Yeah, I couldn't find anything.
For the 385 series?
And the way they got to fit in there. I'm
You're
right
putting-
on the upper control arms.
Oh, crap. So so that's for the 385 that's going in the 58 Fairlane.
Yeah. And it's tight.
Why are you wanting fender well headers? There just ain't clearance for under chassis?
Oh, because it's got it.
Just because it's got to. Okay.
It's got to.
Okay.
That's why I
We'll
want
run
fender
with
well
that.
headers. I want them to work because of the way they look when you pop the hood. It's like,
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. So you're after the coolness of it.
Yeah, the look. Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, I was just curious if if there's not an applicable set that would work for you. But you want
I almost
fender
thought
well.
about the truck pullers, just going straight up. But then I'd have to roll them back down. And I don't know. That's too much.
Right? Screw it. Just put a set of zoomies on the damn thing.
I always liked. You guys ever watch Street Outlaws?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You remember the beginning, that El Camino, how he had the headers, the tubes just came out the side of the fender.
Yep.
Like
That
roadsters. Yeah.
Yeah, I always thought that was cool.
I will be right back.
So how's the knuckle going?
Oh, I'm not really stalled on it. It's just going through some shit, waiting to get some money to get some parts. There ain't a whole lot to do, but like I said, I've been going through some stuff. Same reason I got all this back here done. You get a lot more done when you don't have a wife. So, but yeah, it's going.
Good to
Hopefully,
hear.
Dennis. Well, I'm going down with Dennis tomorrow racing. I need to go pick up. He got me a windshield for it, and then I need to pull the rear end out because I have to adjust the pinion angle on it because it's up right now. Because I guess it's the way because it's got the shackles on it. Tilt the leaf springs down, so it's like up like this. And I've got new pads for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the rear end out, cut those pads off, do everything the rear end, the brakes and all while it's out, put it back in, set the pinion angle right, and
How many degree you looking for? Like 3?
I'm thinking. Let's see. I need to talk. I wanted to talk to people about it. People who've done this shit before. Because isn't it supposed to be the angle of transmission? Your rear end's supposed to be 2 to 3 down from the angle of the transmission. So when it torques up, everything is in line, right? Am I right or am I wrong on that?
Uh,
Hey,
I've
Mr.
always set
Wilburn.
mine at 3 at ride.
Hey,
Now, is
Main
that
Street.
just from the ground or
No,
from
you
the
just set it
angle of
right on the pinion. A degree
you set
wheel,
it 3 down,
and I set it at 3 up.
3 up?
Yeah, that's where I've always set them.
See, I thought it was
But
supposed to be down because
racing,
when you
I'm not
jump
sure.
on it, the rear end, it torques up. And you want everything to be in line.
Yeah,
Oh, when you apply when you jump on it, that rear end is going to torque down.
Oh, it
No,
torques down?
no,
up,
wait,
No, it
no,
torques
no,
up.
it
yeah.
torques up. You're right. That's why they use snubbers.
Are do you have ladder bars or just slappers or?
I'm on, basically, I've got super stock springs and I'm going to put a pinion snubber on it. I'm going ladder bar later.
Yeah, if you're going to run a snubber, Brian, I wouldn't put more than probably about 3 degrees in it downward.
Down?
Is any
But
more than
that's
that?
what I'm wondering because the transmission's at an angle. You want to basically set your zero off of that transmission angle,
Correct.
right?
Correct. Ideally, if you're looking at your drive shaft and your U joint, you want this angle to match this angle in opposite. You follow what I'm saying? You know, if say that transmission is 4 degrees, well, back here you want 4 degrees to the opposite, and anything you want to add for axle wrap compensation, that's
Yeah,
a lot of trial
that
and
down
error,
stop there.
really.
And it follows all the way through. You've leveled off your carb base, right?
Yeah.
Not the valve covers. So your crank and everything, all the way to your tail shaft, it runs at about a 3 degree all the way down. So your rear end all matches to that angle and everything. When it comes in, it's straight in line all the way to the harmonic balancer.
Yeah, like John said, they need to cancel each
Yeah.
other.
John
Yeah,
When
Wilburn
you get
is
on it.
exactly.
correct. Yeah, and depending on the intake manifolds you got to be real careful going off carb flange too. A lot of stock manifolds, the carburetor was angled, the flange was angled
On a
because what's that?
Ford, on a Ford especially.
Yeah, well, they all did it. But,
My
the
tunnel
Ford,
ram is that way. The back carburetors are a little higher than the front on my tunnel ram.
well, even the Offenhauser manifold that's on the rat rod on the 428s that way too. But they do that so when the engine sets in the chassis at an angle, the carburetor still sets flat.
Set flat. Yeah. You want the
Yeah.
carbs flat.
So if you take your angle off a carb flange on a manifold like that, you can get lied to. You know, like my tunnel, it's not my tunnel ram, my trick flow that's on this 451 is not that way. So I could go off the carb flange.
See, you're saying what you want to put on that engine is a tunnel ram. Is what
Right.
you said, what you just said.
Yeah, that would just be insane.
Let's do it.
Yeah, well, I got to buy a $500 set of lifters first.
I could pick you up a tunnel ram for about $350, $400. They're not as expensive as what people do, especially for a raised deck.
Yeah, well, if you know
if
where
it
to
was for a
look.
low deck or a small block.
But
John
yeah, you're
Wilbur
right.
says,
You do have to watch
3
that
degree.
because a lot of Fords will tip the engine forward because of that front sump
Yeah.
to compensate for the oil, splashback.
John Wilburn says 3 degree bend in the straight line, the drive shaft and the pinion gear.
Yep.
I'll get it figured out.
I need to get me a digital angle finder because these eyes ain't working so good no more.
I know, right?
I've got a digital level and angle
Actually,
finder.
yeah, I can't tell you how many
Yep.
suspensions I've set up with this old thing.
Yep, I've got about
But yeah,
4 of
I'm to
them.
the point to where I can't frickin' see the thing anymore. Whoa! Yeah.
Oh, hold it clear back there.
Actually, I have not used it yet, but Tremec has an app for your smartphone.
I don't trust that.
I
I've
have
seen it.
actually screwed with it. Now, mind you, I have a fairly high-end phone,
Yeah.
but I have actually screwed with that with this good old-fashioned analog angle finder, and it's nuts on. Or you can go buy a nice digital one, which is probably what I'll do. But, not everybody's got that money.
My phone takes enough abuse as it is.
Right?
I'd end up setting it up on there and then dropping it. And
yeah, but these things, they do have all the sensors and crap in them, so I get how it would work.
I want to get a draggy. I mean, I don't have anything I'd use it for yet, but I still want one.
one of those reaction time deals.
Yeah. Well, what it is it's basically just a little box that you set on your dash, and it plugs into the GPS, and it all puts all the information on your phone, and it'll give you 1/4 mile time, 60-foot time. I think Blake's got one.
Drive on lift is better, but pinion angle is one of them. Yes.
I'd like to take one of those handheld, reaction ones where it's got the tree that comes down and you hit the
Oh, a
button
practice tree? Yeah, I
Yeah.
want a practice tree really bad.
and take it apart and mount it in the dash so the lights are in the dash.
Yeah, John, just about every rear end I've ever set up for pinion angle is always put the car up on cinder blocks so I could fit under it. Never have the luxury of a dang drive on lift for that.
Or you could
Yep.
just have a car with huge tires on the back of it and jacked up in the ass, and you could fit underneath them.
Yeah, maybe.
Ask me how I know.
I don't think your belly's as big as mine.
Mm,
With a pinion snubber, it shouldn't wrap up that much.
No.
And it's a
no.
Mopar, so Mopars don't, it's not a Chevy. I don't know. You got my noodle working on that one, Brian.
It ain't got to be perfect now anyway. It's just got to go down the track. That's all I want right now.
Well, in your case too, Brian, that you're not your target's not street driving that car.
No, not at all. Not that.
So you can set that rear end up to be, a lot more not so street friendly because you don't care. You want your angles to be where they got to be. You want it to hook up and shoot straight down the drag strip. That's all that matters. That's what that car is built for. So yeah, you dial that snubber in and get them angles where they need to be. Otherwise, you're going to be breaking U-joints and shit.
Yeah.
Man, I sure felt bad for.
I was thinking about shims, but the highest shim I could find is an 8-degree shim, and I don't know if I'm because I mean, if you crawl underneath there and look, that is pointed up like this, and it's because the shackle's on the back. But I'm not even at the bottom of the shackle though. I'm at the lowest part of the shackle. I can go full redneck and go all the way up on the shackles on that thing.
Right. But
probably get another 2 inches of lift.
Just because the drive shaft has a bunch of angle in it doesn't necessarily mean that pinion snub or the pinion angle's off. All that means is, yeah, you've got it jacked up for them big tires, and your transmission's up here, and your yoke's down here. You don't care about the angle of the drive shaft. You care about the angle of the output shaft on the transmission and how it correlates with the angle of the pinion shaft. Those are the angles that matter. Now, obviously, if you got a drive shaft sitting at a fucking 80-degree angle, you got a problem. That ain't
That's
gonna
the
work.
way it would look because the pinion is pointed up in the air like this. It needs to come down.
Right. So you got an output shaft, say like, where's my other hand? Okay, like this, and your pinion is like this.
Yeah.
So you need to bring that pinion down and have the drive shaft follow the yeah. First place you need to start is with your output shaft angle. And do you have a disassembled drive shaft or just a bare yoke?
I don't even have a drive shaft right now. I got to get a drive shaft for it.
Do you have a yoke?
No, that's right. Well, I need to get a yoke. That melted transmission has got a yoke on the end of it, but it's rusted on there and seized on.
I wouldn't trust that anyway. It could have sagged in the heat.
I've got a guy, Dennis from Twisted Mopar. His buddy, I guarantee he's got a drive shaft that'll fit. He's got drive shafts stacked up like cordwood out at his house.
Right.
And he's dealt with pretty much nothing but A bodies. That's what this guy's specialty was.
You got an 8 3/4 in that car, right? 8 3/4 rear. You got a 1350 yoke on it, or what U joints you using?
I don't know. That's I bought the center chunk. It's a what is that number?
489.
Yeah, 489 center
9 case. And now it uses the U bolts, not the straps, correct?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So it should have a flat face where you can take the angle from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you put your angle finder right up against the face of the yoke where the bolt holes are.
Yeah.
And and get your angle. And it's kind of difficult screwing with, because the section of it is so small on the 727. But if you're real careful, you can go on the end of the output shaft unless you got the seal that's got the big dust cover on it. You can go on the end of the output shaft and at least get a general idea
Well,
where
I've
you're
got
at.
I've got a digital. It's a digital level. It's about this big, with an angle finder on it.
Uh-huh.
So I can honestly go onto my transmission, find a flat spot, zero it out, and then go to the rear end and see where I need to be at basically 3 negative or 3 positive, whichever.
Right, but what you
Off the yoke, though.
you really need to go off the yoke. That's why I was asking you if you had a slip yoke laying around that you could stick partway into the transmission and give yourself that flat spot.
Oh, yeah, I can come up
that
with
angle
one.
off
It's
of.
not that hard to come up with one.
There's too many variables running off a case, and you just said it. You got one of them tunnel rams that's higher in the back, so you ain't going off a carb flange.
No, but I could go off the valve covers. Valve covers will give you the angle all the way down.
Yeah, you could. I would rather go off the actual cylinder head surface than the valve cover. But just gasket variation can lie to you by a degree or two.
Well, I ain't getting that technical yet. Like I said.
Well, when you're dealing with a bunch of horsepower and something that hooks up.
Well, I ain't got a whole bunch of horsepower. It better hook up with the big ass tires I got on it. I don't think I have any problem with that. I think my whole problem is going to be not enough horsepower.
Well, a couple degrees will give you a hell of a vibration. Any more than that, you're going to risk breaking shit.
Yeah, I figure I'll get it all figured out, but that's what I figured was. Well, I thought it was just 2 to 3, but what I'm going to end up doing is what Dennis has on his, except I'm going to use leaf springs. I'm going to use leaf springs with the sliders and ladder bars.
You're not going to run a snubber
after I build my next motor.
You're not going to run a snubber. You're going to use ladder bars.
I'm going to use ladder bars later on.
Right. Oh, later on.
The next. God damn it! He did such a good video. I don't care what anybody thinks about Uncle Tony. You need to go watch this last video he put out, because
that was a good one.
Spelled it all out on the best way to treat, the best way to basically live project car life.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I saw that video. That
video was probably one of the best videos he's ever done, and it was nothing but explaining shit. It's exactly the way that I've been thinking about this car and all my other projects.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was a good video.
That's what I tell everybody. Keep them running. Don't take it in your garage and take it clear apart. Or you're going to sell it to me in 10 years for $500.
It ain't like I'm running your dirt.
You put it in the garage and tear it all apart. This is what you end up with 7 years later.
Yep.
Don't do it.
NSB telling me I need to bring all the horsepower. You got a B body. That thing weighs like 50,000 pounds.
How much power do you think that engine's building, Brian?
Oh, I have no clue.
No.
And that's one of the things I hate about the cars. I know nothing about the engine. I know what was said about it, and I rode in the car. Well, it came out of a Duster. It came out of Jed's Duster, and I rode in the car.
It sounds good.
See, but that right there, that's all. As far as the newer philosophy, and that is a newer philosophy, because when I was growing up watching car TV shows, they thought you were an idiot if you didn't have a car completely done, show car paint. You know, this ratty stuff has just come along in the last few years. But even with that, don't get it right, just get it running. That's all you had to go off of. If you watch Tony's video that he put out today, he takes that to the next level.
Right.
It basically just lays it all out there.
Redbeard is a tall mountain to climb, but we're going to take a stab at it. Yeah. I think he's only going to be faster and a lot faster than he was last year. Redbeard is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Ratty look is getting more attention now, but it's always been there.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It's like you said, it's getting a lot more attention now.
Yeah.
And yeah, Freiberger kind of brought it to the forefront because it's like he did that muscle truck and all that, but I don't know.
We always call them driving projects.
My whole thing too is what a lot of people and a lot of us on here are trying to put out there is you don't need to break the bank on parts.
Exactly.
Right. Just to make a car, you know. I'm sorry, I got in a pretty heated argument with somebody not too long ago because they were talking about putting bare brakes on a car that had drum brakes. I'm like, factory drum brakes for drag racing is probably the best setup you can have.
Right.
You don't need disc brakes. You don't need high-end disc brakes. If you're running a road course, okay, something where the brakes are going to heat up all the time. But in drag racing, you only stop once. And drum brakes, actually, there's more surface area to grab and stop you than on disc brakes.
Well, why do you think semi-trucks are still using them?
Is if you can't get, or the price of drums, holy cow. There's a reason I went out and bought all these 58s, because those front drums, the rear drums are just 9-inch. They're no problem. But the front drums on that thing, holy cow. When these are gone, it's going disc brake in the front.
But this was a younger guy too, and he's like, well, even just daily driving, you get brake fade. And I'm like, I drove my 71 Satellite for 15 years with front drum brakes, never had an issue.
Nope, my 71 Charger still has 4-wheel drum brakes on it, and it's just fine.
I had to ask this guy, what do you think before 1973 that the highways were just bumper cars? People were slamming into each other because of the brakes, or what did he say? Oh, the brakes fade after hitting them 3 times. It's like, do you think people? I hit the brakes 3 times. I got to pull over and let the drums cool off. No, the damn things work just fine.
That's just my opinion, but I think a lot of people like disc brakes better for no other reason than they're faster and easier to work on.
I think that's the only reason they came out with them is because it is easier to service.
In extreme conditions, they will dissipate the heat faster and they are less prone to brake fade. Like you said, a road course or NASCAR or some shit like that, dirt track racing, any of the circle track stuff, round. Yes, they have their place, and they will outperform drums in an application like that.
Yeah.
However, for the daily driver, for the drag car, drums are fine.
Semi-trucks still run drum.
I just said that a minute ago. That's what I just said. Semi-trucks still run drum racing. Obviously, they work. It's one of the most
thing is, that's
industries in the country, and they still use them.
That's another thing too that a lot of people don't think about. You can adjust a drum brake on the front to where it's not touching, and still come in and work just fine. So there's no drag.
Well, they're not
Disc
supposed to
brakes,
be.
there's always drag. Always.
Yeah,
Those
and
brakes
with a
are
disc
always
brake,
drag.
they have to, otherwise they rattle.
Yeah.
That's why they do that. Bad Attitude C10 Blake is in the house. Welcome, welcome.
And the drum brake setup is lighter than a disc brake setup.
Putting disc brakes all way around my K20 truck. That's for towing.
I could see that in towing, like if you got to be on the brakes a lot towing, I could see that.
Early A
Yeah,
body.
I basically got accused of skimping out on safety because I don't want to spend $1,000 for a bare brake setup for the front of my race car. And it's like my car's got disc. It's what was on their factory. If I had a drum brake set up for the front, I'd probably change it.
Early A body though, yeah, that dart is going to get disc brake
No, I don't know. I'd leave it.
because that all I can find is 13-inch wheels for that thing because it's got the 4 on 5,
5 on 4.
5 on 4, yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh, I
small
could
bolt
find the
pattern.
wheels for that.
The
all
wheels, yeah, I'm doing it. Change the wheel pattern.
Yeah, you could do that too. Yeah.
Because good Lord, those are expensive.
Yeah, you can get everything you need. Well, you set up there. The wrecking yards ain't got much stuff in them, Mopar wise, didn't you?
Not much at all.
I mean, what you really don't need much to do the swap, and it's all you can use all factory stuff. But
Oh, yeah.
you gotta find it.
See, NSB though,
But you don't need like
it's the way it's
Willwood
like
and all of
agree with
that.
No,
the
absolutely
NHRA.
not.
Go down
But-
to NSB's where he's talking about the NHRA. They say at a certain speed you have to have disc. You know why they say that? Because they're in bed with a brake company
Yeah,
that
they're
makes this stuff.
sponsors.
Just like all that SFI bullshit, it's money for a sticker. There's no reason I should have to replace the damn seat belts harness every what is it, 2 years, 3 years?
Well, there is some merit to it, and there's a lot of demerit to it.
I understand this a lot of the safety stuff, and I would
You know,
never.
I understand the blow-proof bell housings. I understand
Yeah.
running a steel flywheel with a manual application versus a cast iron one that's going to blow up and frickin' scatter everywhere.
I understand helmets and fire jackets and
Helmets,
fire
you know.
suits and the cages. I understand all that.
Gauges, harmonic dampers. You ever seen an inertia ring fly off a harmonic damper at 7,000 RPM? You'd know. I have. But yeah, a lot of that shit I do agree, is a little bit overkill.
Even
But
at
it's just
5,000 RPM, those things come off. They tear things up.
Yeah, they do. Well, hell, you ever seen a wheel come off a car at 60 mile an hour going down the freeway? The rear wheel will pass you up and it's gone before you know what the hell happened to you. But
then again, there's a lot of it. Okay, you're drag racing in the first place. It's not the safest thing to be doing. Grow a pair of nuts and die like a man. Come on.
And yeah, he's World of Wood Chip. He's got a point here. Seatbelt stitching does get brittle over time. If you live in Arizona and the car lives outside, oh yeah.
But in 2 years,
I've got a hey. This is 6 months in the sun in Casa Grande, 120-degree weather.
But here's another thing too. You could take those belts that you've had for 2 years and send them in to get them recertified, and all they do, they don't test them. All they do is sew on another patch and give you another 2 years on them.
Yeah, and that's dumb. But yeah, the Arizona sun is a brutal bastard. But I honestly wouldn't have a car that I had tens of thousands of dollars in and leave it outside in the fucking sun either.
Yeah. Who's going to leave their race car out in the outside? I don't know very many people that do.
I don't leave my Harley outside. I ain't gonna leave my damn race car outside.
I don't know anybody that leaves their race car outside.
But World of Wood Chip does have a valid point. If it gets left outside, and I'm sure just because we don't know people that do it,
Yeah.
I'm sure people do it. You know, and things do age.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, so you're running a slower car that doesn't need a harness. If you're running a slower car that doesn't need a harness, you could have 50-year-old seatbelts in it and they don't
right,
care.
right. You know what? But like you pointed out, if you're gonna recertify the damn thing, put it through some tests.
Put another few years on a set of seatbelts because honestly, if they're going to go bad in 2 years of 3 or 4 months of drag racing, so basically what they're saying is under all the stress, your seatbelts are going to go bad in 3 or 4 months. Make better seatbelts, Jesus.
Well, have you seen the shit that we get today for our hard-earned money? I get so sick and tired of spending my money on something only for it to be a worthless piece of shit in 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, let alone months. You know, it's might as well just be armed robbery. Or how about you spend hard-earned money on something that doesn't work out of the box?
Yeah.
And then they give you the bird when you want your money back.
I got to replace a Chevy starter again.
Oh, don't get me back on the fucking
We got to
starter.
take it to them and then demonstrate that it doesn't work, because every time they put it on their tester, you know, it's not under load.
Right.
They say, oh, it works great. They're not going to warranty it. So,
Yeah, when you put a load to the damn thing, it falls on its face.
and it goes click, 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 clean.
Yeah.
Click, click,
It's the same
clean.
way with the alternators on that Charger I had.
The starter.
I put 3 alternators on that thing.
That engine, that big block sitting behind me, about 11.6 to 1 compression. You heard how that starter spins it over. You know what that starter's probably got 200,000 miles on it. It came off back in 2010, 2011, something like that. It came off of one of the 94 Dodge vans that we parted out for race car parts when I was dirt track racing.
You know, I did that same thing. I had a couple of the small starters from Dakotas.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I could go buy a new one. I go, but that one was working and it's probably going to keep working.
Uh-huh.
Well, and then if I go buy something, there's a chance that it could go out in a week. I'd rather just put the one on that I know was working.
Right. I mean, look at the thing.
Oh, you could put one of the big fat starters on that, though. You got room on that.
I could. But it's butt ugly. But it works. And you heard it spin that engine over. It works well. Now, granted, I've got it hooked up to a 1,000 amp Group 31 battery on a 24-inch cable going directly to the starter, but the starter works. And the starter's going to stay on it. I'm not going out and spending money on some new fancy piece of shit that's going to leave me dead on the track. Because that's all you get today is junk.
Oh, well, that's the same. Well, you know, there's certain things that, like Dennis, we went out last weekend. He was on a tear. He was getting ready to win both of the classes that he entered. And he had old batteries in the car, and they decided to give it up. Nothing he could do. He had to, that ended his day. Hopefully we go out. Hopefully we go out and have the same luck we had last weekend this weekend with new batteries. He'll end up winning both classes.
You know, Lee's got a good point here. Leave it up to the tech guys. If they look good, let them run.
That's the thing. The tech guys don't look at how they look. The tech guys just look at the.
They look at the frickin' tag.
Look for fraying.
But that's
look
what he's saying. They should.
Heavy
I
fading,
could see if
you
the
know.
seat belts were frayed, if they were discolored, they, you know, if you moved them and they made little cracking noises. Okay, yeah, get different seat belts.
Yeah, here we go. Twisted Mopar Garage. Dennis. Cars have factory seat belts for lifetime, yet we are worried about bigger belt being bad in 2 years. Yep. Driver buckle loosens and you have to cinch it down, but the stitching is fine. Country Mile Garage. About 6 months ago, I did 4 power steering pumps on one customer's car. Bad, right out of the box, and one lasted a week. I can't tell you how many times I've had crap like that happen. I got to the point where I won't buy the aftermarket reman shit. Like GM's, I went around and round and round. It was a 99, 2000-ish Chevy truck with this like off-the-shelf reman power steering pump, power steering box, and the shit didn't work. I finally ended up going with the expensive AC Delco remanufactured parts, and they worked. It's, once again, just low-quality junk. Yeah, and you see it more and more these days. It's disgusting.
And a lot of times they'll give you, you know, kickback on that. Oh, you contaminated it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's
Right.
always some excuse why the damn part's not to blame. Drives me batshit crazy.
Boy,
Yeah,
speaking of that,
the
that
seat
tranny
belt
flush
thing
and
just
stuff
drives
has
me
gone up.
batshit.
It's like $30 a can for that. You know, when you replace a transmission, you got to flush the coolant lines.
Right.
Took 2 cans of it, and it was almost $30 a can.
I just went yesterday and bought a 5-gallon can of VP 110 leaded. $107. $21 a gallon for 110 octane leaded race fuel.
I'm going to have to make a trip down south because there's a gas station, probably maybe an hour and a half from Sykeston, that sells 110. And I'm going to see what the price is there. They've always been a lot cheaper than like what's at the track or anything.
Right. And it's not so much that I need the 110 to run this engine on the stand. I mean, what it's running on right now is just 91 out of the pump. Problem is, it's that ethanol shit. So when I get done fooling with the engine for a while and get to working on the truck, and I know the engine's going to sit, I'm going to flush it out with the VP 110 leaded. I'm going to run that son of a bitch out of fuel, and then I'm going to refire it on the leaded and let it run through so that ethanol doesn't destroy my $1,000 carburetor. Yeah, that's an 880 Mighty Demon. I paid $900 for it back in 2016, brand new. I think they're about $1,400 now.
I don't see any reason to buy new carburetors. There's so many of them out there you can get and rebuild. I really the only new carburetor I think I'd want is maybe to try out one of those new the new Edelbrock Holly.
Yeah, the Edelbrock 4150. I'd love to play with one of them.
But damn, they're expensive.
Yeah, they all are.
cheaper than the Holy, but yeah, that don't make it hurt any less.
Yeah, that's no lie.
But you're right. You know, if you can find a good body, a good core, that's the way to go.
You should start buying up all of them I can find, like I'm doing with 440s now.
Yeah.
That's why when Dad cleaned the shop, I said I'm taking every damn one of them. Well, first I was cherry picking them, and he said, "Nope, you take one, you take all of them." So I didn't hesitate. They all went in the trunk. 3 trunk loads, but I got all of them.
Since I'm in a complaining mood, that's something else I got to complain about. And Dennis just reminded me. He's talking. He says he runs methanol. Do you guys see that short that I put out? Dennis had forgotten his funnel with the screen in it. So he just laid one of those microfiber towels over the fuel cell and was pouring the fuel through that to strain it.
Right.
I took a video of that. 2,000 views in 2 hours.
No shit.
And a video that I'll spend all day on and all night editing will get 200 views. What the hell?
Right. I was really shocked that my shorts on this engine, this fire up on this engine, didn't do really well. I was really surprised at that. Usually those types do good.
YouTube
Unlisted.
should have picked up.
Wait for a
should have
day
come
and
up
then
with a
list
better
it
name,
again.
though.
Those ones that
Now
sink flat like
the
that,
long format,
sometimes it'll bust.
did well. But
I think YouTube should have come up with a better name for their short form videos than shorts, because all I hear is a bunch of guys talking about people wanting to look at their shorts.
Right.
Yeah, our gas here, regular, is $3.99 a gallon again.
Yeah, it's come down a couple cents here. It's back down to about $3.99, but that's bullshit.
I'm at like $3.50 over in St. Louis. I only use the cheap stuff though. I use cheap everything. I don't care.
My
Sure,
wife
no,
runs like a dog on anything but 91. And
Wormwood
you might as well
chips,
stick a screwdriver in the tank. It goes from 30 miles a gallon to like 12.
yikes. Ethanol by itself is less corrosive than methanol. The problem is any alcohol sucks up water. Correct.
I don't think it's actually 12, but it sucks it down fast.
Yep.
And it's just a little
21.
portion under.
321 down here in Florida. Must be nice.
Oh, I bought 5 gallons of that 93 octane to fire up that duster when I did that. I was crying the whole time I was pumping that 5 gallons.
Yep. Well, the FE, the 428, I've had it out and romped on it, and it's happy right at about 34, 35 degrees of timing on 91 octane fuel. But I built it. The cam profile that's in it, it's about 10.2 to 1 compression, and the cam profile that's in it will lower the dynamic compression ratio.
Yeah.
I did that purposefully to make that car run on pump gas. This one should run all right, but I'm going to have to back the timing out of it a little bit for street driving if I'm going to run it on 91. But this one's got the advantage of the aluminum heads. And it's got a big fucking cam in it. So that helps with dynamic compression too until you hit 5,000 RPM, and then it just spikes. Methanol is actually used as a pipe cleaner. Yep. I quit looking at fuel prices. It's too depressing. It's all about miles per gallon for me. Yep.
that's going to be the way I'm going to end up going. But
It's got to be, because I look at it every day and it just pisses me off. I try not to think about it, but once in a while, it just yeah.
well, I mean, I drive 30 miles one way every day to work, so.
What pisses me off is when I go fill the pickup, regular unleaded gas, it costs $100, and just normal running around and chasing parts and maybe a service call here and there for a customer. Next thing you know, 5 or 6 days later, I got to go fill it up, and it's $100 again. It makes me, I got to rethink my damn rates, what I charge. It's why everything's expensive, is because of the price of fuel.
That'll come back around. It always does.
Yeah, when we get rid of these.
I still say they're making up. I still think that they're making up for, because remember when COVID hit and nobody was driving, the price was way down. The price was under $1. So I think they're still trying to make up from that loss from that year and a half or whatever.
Yeah, but it ain't got anything to do with that.
Because they're going to make their money. No matter what, they're going to make their money.
It has to do with imported oil. Something that Mr. Trump had us completely independent of.
Yeah, I still think that the oil companies, even if they were getting it from here, they'd still want to make their money.
Love or hate the guy, he had us energy independent. And you can't take that away from him. No witch hunt, no snake oil bullshit can take that away from him. And the minute Joe Biden took office, that son of a bitch closed that down. I'm sorry. That just, I need to take a minute. You hit a nerve.
Oh, you have no idea. I like higher gas prices usually because that means I get overtime at work. Because we make stuff that goes into refineries and oil pipelines, and that's what we make. That's what our explosion-proof switch boxes are for. So when those pipelines got shut down, yeah, that put a hurt on me. And when gas prices go up, they got more money to spend at the refineries than they usually do it.
Yep.
So
the thing is, when we're using domestic oil, the gas price doesn't have to be as high as it is for the profit to still be there for the oil companies. So it's not.
The problem with that is that's true, but sooner or later they're going to want to make more profit.
Once they grease the spoon, they
always want to make more money.
Oh yeah, you're right. Amen, NSB. Amen.
But with all these electric cars coming now, they're going to have a lot more oil. So I'm actually hopeful for it.
Well, yeah, that's
it's going to go down.
The demand will go down.
If all that comes to pass, which I don't see it because the power grid won't support it, but if it all comes to pass, yeah, the supply and demand thing will kick in, and naturally the price of oil will come down because the supply will outweigh the demand.
But you know what's going to screw us? Is the automation is going to screw us.
Yeah.
Because it's not just the fact that they want you to drive electric cars. They want that car to drive for you. And they want every car. And it's not
just that, Brian. They want to be able to take control of said car, whether or not you're driving.
My whole thing is, with the whole electric car and autonomous driving, I'm fine with it. As long as the technology is there. It's not right now, but as long as the technology is there, if my car knows where that car is and my car knows where every other car is on the highway, and I'd trust that a hell of a lot better than some of these people I see. I drive on a highway every day. I'd trust an autonomous car a lot better than half the people I see driving down the highway.
They got a lot more work to do.
How about an autonomous semi truck, an 80,000 pound missile going down the road, susceptible to being hacked by some goddamn terrorist?
Yeah, I don't
Or
think
just
ain't nobody gonna do
weather
that.
conditions.
It's already been done, Brian.
Just weather
They have
conditions.
already hacked these things and taken
That
remote
does not
control
bother
of
me in
them.
the least. I am begging for the day, as far as going to work, that all I have to do is walk outside, unplug my car, get in it, push a button, say "Take me to work," and I get an extra 45 minutes of sleep. I am happy with that. I will be fine. I will load my duster up on the back of my electric ramp truck and say, "Take me to the track."
See,
But
that's
here's
I'm
the thing:
different. That was
it's
always
not
my
going to be
relaxed time, is to get into
everybody
my old
next year
truck,
with all the
I
electric
will
cars.
fire it up,
never,
and drive.
never,
And that's how
never.
I would relax.
I will
The thing
never
is,
put the fate of my life in the hands of some fucking electronic device.
yeah, you do it all the time.
They can't get these figured out yet.
Stoplights.
Right.
How many times they drop
What's
signal
that,
when they're
Brian?
supposed to
Good
have
old
Traffic
it?
signals are an electronic device that you put your yeah. Why haven't you pulled up the intersection and all the lights been green? That would cause a hell of an accident.
You bet your ass it would.
But my thing is, what's going to happen with the autonomous vehicles and everything is people who actually want to drive their old cars on the road. The insurance is going to be outrageous. You're not going to be able to afford to do it.
It is now.
What's
Yeah,
going
it
to
is.
happen?
The insurance companies themselves are outrageous.
Yeah, but what's going to happen is people like us who have these neat old cars, the racetracks are going to have to buy up a lot more land. And you're going to have a place where you can drag race and road race and have a car show and have a place where you're driving and like we used to
Right.
cruise when we were kids and just cruise and have a nice little where you go through some turns slow and just cruise.
Well, we're all
Oh,
old enough here to remember the
And
days
that's
when
what's going to make the money in the future
you're
because you
going to
ain't going
give
to be
me
able to drive your
nightmares,
car.
Brian.
You ain't going to be
talking
able to
about
drive your truck.
insurance. Talking about insurance prices here, all three of us are old enough to remember the day when insurance was not mandated by the damn government.
Yeah,
The
and
day
it
that
was.
the day that happened is when the rates got so insane. You know, when
And
I was a kid,
I think they got better.
when I was
people got
16,
stupid.
17, 18 years old, when insurance was not mandatory,
People could
I
drive.
bought insurance for that 71 Dodge Charger sitting over there for 29 fucking dollars a month. As soon as they passed the laws on the state and local levels that mandated, that's when the insurance companies realized they had us by the short hairs.
But the thing that happened with that with automobile insurance that didn't happen with medical insurance was you had a lot more of these insurance companies come out of the woodwork,
Correct.
and that actually helped the price. If it was
Yeah.
only
Yeah.
say there was only two car insurance companies, yeah, the price you would. Oh my
Yeah.
God, the price would be
Competition
high.
is definitely a good thing, but the fact that it's mandatory, these bastards can and will charge whatever the hell they want.
No, that's with
And
anything though. That's with everything on the planet. They'll charge whatever you'll pay.
I have not been in an at fault. Oh, I've never in my life, in my entire driving life, been in an at fault accident.
Neither have
Neither
I.
has my wife. There
And I'm
is
50
no
now.
reason in hell why I should have to pay $2,000 a fucking year for full coverage insurance on one car, a 2015 Chrysler 200 that's worth $7,000 at best, and basic liability insurance on my 2003 Astro van and my 96 Dodge truck. $1,700 a year. You can't find a mark on my driving record in the last 10 goddamn years, or my wife's. And they charge us that kind of fucking money. It's
Yeah,
bullshit.
part of that though. Part of that is that CDL you carry too. They always mark up guys with
Oh,
CDLs.
yeah.
They mark up their insurance is higher, which I don't understand it. I don't understand it. You would think somebody that was trained to drive would know to drive better and would get better insurance. But
Right.
that ain't what they
It's,
do.
it's just chicken shit. You know, it's like I was talking to a buddy of mine. He's got a fleet of trucks that I service for him. And he's got some newer, well, he's got a 19, a 21, a 22, and he's buying currently next week or two going to take delivery of a 23 Mack Granite dump truck, 16-wheel dump truck. The registration on these new dump trucks, these 19, 20, 21, the new ones, they're asking for $4,500 a year to register these trucks. You know, and all these, you know, like my old Freightliner, my 95 Freightliner is $1,700, which is still asinine, but, you know, that's a big difference for a truck that handles the same cargo, the same capacity. They're always preaching this green weenie bullshit. You think they'd reward you for driving these so-called clean burning trucks, but instead they jam it home.
Well, here's what gets me, okay?
You guys got me on a fucking bender tonight, man.
Here's what gets me. Think about this, okay? I am recently I'm a single guy right now, okay? But if I go to insure more than one vehicle, why is that costing me more money? I
Right.
can only drive one at a time.
One at a time. I know.
Why isn't the insurance just on me? Why does it have to be on that certain vehicle if all I got is basic, basic coverage? I understand that if you got full coverage where you're covering the vehicle, then okay. But just basic coverage, the insurance should be on me and I should be able to drive anything on the planet.
That's really cool what World of Woodchip's saying here. I enjoy teaching kids to drive, put many a tween behind the wheel of the C30, less recently than years in the past. Yeah, teach them how to drive a stick. That's what I call millennial theft deterrent, the manual transmission.
Well, my oldest is a millennial. He can drive a stick.
Oh, not all of them can, but
No.
yeah, it's just a joke. But NSB Custom Cars, restricting travel is a big red flag. You bet your ass it is. They ain't gonna restrict this kid. And the day they tell me I can't drive my car or truck and they won't sell me gas, guess what? I'm buying 100 pounds of yeast and some copper line. Everybody's gonna know I'm making moonshine. Steve Earle.
That's something Twisted Mopar says that really got me when people were talking about this vaccine and the people who went crazy about it. I didn't get the vaccine and I'm against it, but the people who were really off the rails with it, saying, oh, they put a chip in that where they can find you wherever you're at. They can find you wherever you're at anyway. They don't have to chip you with a vaccine.
Absolutely.
Because they've made it to where having one of these is pretty much a necessity anymore.
Country Mile Garage nailed it. I've been saying that for the last decade or better. Hydrogen is the future. The electric cars for city people only drive 20 miles. Yeah. Hydrogen is a very viable fuel. The problem is they've made everybody so goddamn afraid of it.
I'd rather see them go to natural gas myself, just
Yeah.
because it's plentiful here.
But that's a fossil fuel, don't you
It's
know?
bullshit. That's not a fossil fuel. There's not enough. There's not a oil does not come from dead things. There are not enough things have lived on this planet since it was created to make the amount of oil that we use.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Brian. I'm not disagreeing.
The earth
with you.
makes oil.
I'm guessing you didn't
You're
catch
not going to run out.
in my voice. Yeah. Less that have an interest in it. The ones that do seem more timid.
Screw the global warming anyway. Because I'll tell you one thing, I would much rather have global warming than global cooling any fucking day of the week.
Yeah,
It's not global
We
warming
can live
anymore.
if it gets a couple degrees warmer. If it got 10 degrees colder, we'd all be fucking dead.
It's not global warming anymore. It's climate change.
We actually had frost 3 days ago.
Yeah, it's been
It got
cooler
down
than
to
normal
28
up here.
degrees.
Up here in northern Arizona, it's been cooler than normal. It's fine. Hell,
We just now got into the hot, and usually it's
yeah.
hot well before this.
Just this week, we've finally been staying above 60 at night.
I'm hoping I'm hoping that we have a short summer and it cools off before No Name. Last year the weather at No Name was perfect.
Perfect.
That's the only bad thing is they moved it a week. Well, the thing is, the week before that, it was you were sweating your ass off. Like 2 weeks before No Name last year, you were sweating your ass off during the day here. That's the way the
Yeah.
weather is around here. It swings real wild. And so when they put it right where it's at, it's kind of a crapshoot. We don't get a lot of rain that time, knock on wood, but that time of year we don't get a lot of rain, but it could be hot or it could be cold or it could be. I hope the weather's the same because it was really nice last year.
Right.
I like it being a little bit chilly at night and, 75, close to 80 during the day is all right. Oh, can I promote something?
I don't give a shit.
Do any of you guys watch Dead Dodge Garage?
I do.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm going to be on his live Sunday.
Oh, sweet.
Nice.
Congratulations, man.
I really like that guy. I wish
Uh-huh.
I was
Yeah, I
he
do
lives so
too.
far away though. I wish we could get him to come out to No Name. I'm going to try. I'm going to do
Where's
some.
he out of?
Washington.
He's in Washington
Washington?
somewhere. But yeah, I'm gonna be like, hey, maybe not this year, maybe next year. Plan a little vacation to Missouri because I really like the guy. What are people saying over here?
I got to catch up with the comments. Tony, you're stressed. Time to soothe your aura with 451 stroker music. Feel the thunder. Except it's not a stroker. Everybody thinks of the 451 stroker because that's what they do with the 400 blocks. This one is just a punched out 440. Part of why it's throatier. It's got a different rod angle. No vaccine nor a smartphone for me. Never had a smartphone, never will. I got a smartphone, but I ain't taking no damn vaccine.
No, don't get me started on that. I'll be worse than what you just were.
Right?
Vaccine?
shoot.
Yeah, I got a tetanus shot.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
I get tetanus shots because I work with metal.
Yeah.
Okay. There's
Well,
a
the thing is,
Democrat I
that,
vote for,
that
though.
stupid vaccine doesn't work anyways.
And I'm usually way late on them, too.
There's a Democrat I'd vote for, but I don't think they're going to let him even try to run. He won't have a chance. Is that Robert Kennedy Jr.? You heard some of the stuff that he's had to say?
I try not to listen to a Kennedy.
Yeah, well, the thing is, what I really like, he said one thing. Well, he said two things that really made me like, oh, okay. You know how all these presidents always say when they're, or these candidates always say, I'm going to have my first executive order I'm going to sign, He said his first executive order that he's going to sign is no more pharmaceutical advertisement on TV. He's going to end it with an executive order.
I could get on board with that. Now,
we're only one of two countries in the world that allows it. It's us and Finland.
Yeah. Country Mile says Cummins made 2 hydrogen engines for semis. Yes, I remember those. And they quickly got shoved under the rug. Wonder why.
Finland's also got the world's highest speeding ticket rates. You get a speeding ticket in Finland, you're
I
done.
don't want to be anything like
Yeah.
Finland or
And
Canada.
yes, Lee, you are correct. It was Big Block Dodge. The lyrics to Copperhead Road. One of my favorite songs of all time. Country Mile Garage says that global warming is such a big deal. And water levels are rising. Why do banks finance oceanfront houses?
And why do all the people who bitch about it live on the ocean?
Right?
Everybody that bitches about global warming and says it's such an evil thing, they live on the ocean.
Big Pharma can eat a dick. Yep. Well, he censored it. I didn't.
I get mad because my new phone censors me. I got to teach this phone how to talk.
There's a setting in the keyboard and the voice dictation you need to turn off. There's a block offensive words setting in there,
Yeah.
and you need to turn it off. So when you say fuck, it says fuck, not F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yeah, there's actually two spots you got to do that. You got to do it in the Google application, and you got to do it on the keyboard application in the settings, and it'll stop censoring you. Now, you want to see something funny, Brian? You want to see something real funny? Say, hey, Google, fuck you.
Oh, really? Hey, Google, fuck you. Oh, I offended my phone. I offended
Google
it. Great.
is a snowflake.
Oh,
Go figure.
My phone is offended. Hey, Google, I'm sorry I offended you.
Yes, it is, Dougster. Yes, it is.
Please don't report me to the NSA. I'm sorry I offended you.
Ducking, yeah. Duck, duck, goose.
I just remember that
Freedom
from
is our second favorite F word. Yep.
what was that show, Top Gear, the British version
Yeah.
or whatever. What's his name? The main guy. He got a ticket there.
Did you guys see that interview that somebody did with Elon Musk, where it says he fired? They were like, you fired 75% of the employees at Twitter. He goes, yeah. He goes, how can you run a business firing 75% of the employees? He goes, well, when it seems like when you're not censoring people, you don't have to have a whole lot of employees.
Right, right. And you get more done. Yeah, freedom is our second favorite F word. And
Hey.
yeah, and people got to remember, freedom isn't free.
Oh,
I'm
what
sorry.
is the,
You
what
walk
is the,
into a company and they got a ping pong table and video games in the break room. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's
this
too
needs to
many
change.
employees and they're overpaid.
Quiet rooms.
I was explaining that to my son. The reason they did that was because Twitter wasn't making the money that the shareholders thought they were supposed to be making. So what they would do is they would hire more people to cover that loss, and then they had to say, "Well, we needed to hire these people. They're important to the company. That's why we're not making the profit." And you had
Cooking
people
the
that went to
books.
work and just sat in an office all day playing video games. Which, hey, if I could get a job like that, I'd be down for it. Making the money them people made.
Hey,
I get
Wendy.
so damn bored though. I don't.
No,
I
I
don't know
got
if I
video
could do it
games.
for
I
a
got I
week.
got all kinds of stuff I could do all day. I could watch YouTube videos all day.
Right?
I got to tear myself away from the computer just to go work on my car.
Yeah. Yeah, I have. I'm so far behind watching videos because I've been busy. I want to watch everybody's videos. My damn watch later list has got like 350 frickin' videos in it right now.
I'd like to, if I could afford it. I've got a TV. If I could make it work, I would like to bring one of my big TVs and set it up at No Name and just put a long YouTube watch list, and just have it running all day with different
And just
people's
walk
videos
away.
pop up, just playing everybody's YouTube videos all day.
Yep, I've actually have seen a lot of that. Any of the new equipment that's two stick, they are good at it because they got that hand-eye coordination. Country Miles heading out. Hey, thanks for being here, brother. Have a good evening.
Yeah, but
We were
don't climb
talking, me and
into
my
a
son were
submarine
talking
that's got
about
the
that
same
too.
controller.
A lot of the drones and stuff that they fly, the government flies, the military flies those drones. They're
Yep.
going to like very regular video game controllers. And he was like, I can't believe they're just using regular. I'm like, it's it's the same principle that happened in World War One. They could have made hand grenades in any shape, and they could have made them easier to throw and be able to throw them farther. But they said any kid, any red-blooded American boy can throw a baseball. So they made the hand grenades look exact same size as a baseball because it's what they were used to. It's like they can make these controllers for these drones super complicated, but why when you get a kid that's been doing that all of his life? Yeah, give it to him, he'll be able to fly that drone better than anybody.
Right.
It's
The
smart.
German hand grenades, the potato mashers,
Yeah.
they're just like throwing a tomahawk or an axe.
Now, couldn't they throw those farther? They could throw those
Yeah.
farther because of and that's why they
inertia.
did it. But
Mhm.
ours, they did it because it was familiar. It was something familiar, and that's why we won.
And ours were cheaper to make. We can make
Yeah.
hundreds and thousands of them.
Hey, Brian, while I'm thinking about it, remember how we were talking about with the paid versions of StreamYard, like
Yeah.
you and I are using, how multiple people can share the stream on their channels?
Yeah.
I was last week when I jumped off the cliff and paid for StreamYard. I was in the middle of the live when I did it. So
Mm-hmm.
got rid of the duck and whatever.
I'm glad you're done with us now.
I know you hate that duck. When I set this live up, there is a toggle that says allow. Where's it at here? When you hit invite guests, so you can get the link that I pin, for you guys to come in, there is a toggle that says guests can stream this to their own destinations. Great way to get more viewers. Each guest may add up to 2 destinations, Facebook, YouTube, etc. Each broadcast allows up to 6 guest destinations in total. Guests must log in to add their destinations. These don't count toward your multi-streaming limit. So that is something that when you set up the live, you have to allow.
Oh, wait a minute.
Now, I did that. Now, just out of curiosity, see if you can.
There is a tab. Do you see it, Bear Rose? Up above chat.
I don't, because I'm not paid.
This.
Start streaming it on your channel. See if you can.
Let's see what happens. What do I call it?
Stream this to your audience.
Yeah, do you see that?
It is there now. Did you do something? Because it wasn't there. I swear it wasn't there a bit ago.
No, I have changed nothing. Now I did this when I set up the live. I actually am looking at the toggle right now. I could potentially turn it off. I don't know what would happen if I did, but I turned it on. And just for shits and grins.
I just typed in Tony's Hot Rods Garage multi-stream.
And see, if that was the case, you guys would get watch hours out of being here. You would think.
Somebody go and see if I got see if that's on my channel. It says I'm doing it right now. I'm doing a thing, and I don't know what it is.
Okay, I
Let's
just
see.
did it too. Whoa.
Yeah,
Dust
I
Devil
just got
Garage.
your notification. You're live,
yeah,
Dust Devil.
you're on it. Yeah, I just logged on to Bear Roses.
Tony's Hot Rod Garage multi-stream.
Yeah, I'm
Figured
actually
it. Yep,
watching.
there you are
Yep.
on the Dust Devil channel.
And I'm
Huh.
online.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep, now we're starting to get comments on yours. Dean
Wow.
Stevenson.
Yeah, who's to see? Who's to say? How can we see who's on what? Oh, this is
Well,
cool.
I
You
would
get a
be
link,
willing.
guys.
I'd be
Whoa.
willing to bet. Here, let me see. I'm going to do something. I am going to comment in my own. Let's see if it shows up. And you'll
Man, if
or
it's
not.
that easy,
That can't be that easy.
it is that easy. Imagine when I do my 24-hour live
All
and
right,
we're trying to get these guys their subs.
You know, you obviously know how to set up a live on StreamYard, and you know where you hit invite guests, where you get the link that you share for your people to come in. At the very bottom of that little box that shows up, where it shows you your StreamYard link, there is a toggle switch that was never there until I paid for StreamYard. That says guests can stream to their own destination. You got to turn it on. It was
That's
not.
new because I've never seen it before, and I've been
It
paying
says
for
there is a
StreamYard
button
forever.
here. I'll let me share this screen. Share screen. All right.
No, but imagine Barrows. When I'm wanting to do like a 12 or 18-hour live.
All right. You see
And
that,
I
you
want
guys?
people to get to help people get their subs. Imagine if you had somebody like with a big channel, like I doubt it's going to happen, but just Mopar Joe come in here and share it, and then all those people find out about the people who are needing subs for this.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? It would make the audience that much bigger. Just
Hey,
so we
Brian,
get
you see
I'm
that
down for
screen?
it,
You see
helping any
that
way I
screen
can
that I'm
with any of
sharing?
this.
See at the bottom of the box, that little toggle? That's what I'm talking about, and how it says new right next to it there.
yeah. So that is a new that's a new thing. We're doing a new thing.
We're doing a new thing, and shit, that's cool.
And
I
I
wonder
could have
if it,
shared it on Facebook too.
I wonder if it crosses, like, if I get like 50 people in mine watching, I wonder if it goes to you too, Tony, or
I
if
don't
it only
know.
counts towards this side.
I don't know. I will say
Anybody in mind?
this. I will say this. My number of viewers in the chat in the stream jumped up dramatically when we started doing this. We had 9. We now have 19.
I'll bet you it's doing that because I've got a.
So
Well, I
we
just
are
walked on.
all. I think all 3 of us should be gaining the watch
Now I got
hours and the
3.
viewership.
Yeah, I've
You got
3.
what?
Now I got 3.
I don't know
I
how
haven't
many
got
I have.
50. I ain't saying that. I was just pulling a number out of my butt.
I've got 5 watching on mine. Oh, that's cool. I like that. I like that a lot.
Well, the thing is like you were saying, Brian, when you do this. Oh, you know what? I see something new up in the top of mine too. I see a D and a B. It's got to be Bear Rose and Dust Devil up at the top. I wonder if this is like dividing by 0. I'm gonna try to share this screen. I don't know what's gonna happen, but we'll try.
It might get bad.
It might be like dividing
You're
by
gonna blow it
0.
up.
I don't know.
One thing I did notice, it won't let me into the studio though.
Yeah,
No?
I can't see the studio things. Like I can't see how many people are watching total.
Yeah.
Let me try something.
Oh, I
Guest
can post a comment
destination.
now.
Now now I have the power to throw your asses out.
Oh yeah, I can post a comment down at the bottom now. We couldn't do that before, could we?
Yeah, it's new. Yeah, this is new.
Okay, let me try something here.
Yeah,
Like,
see, I have
See,
I don't
now
know
I
about
can
you guys,
comment directly in there.
but I have up on top, I have myself, I got you, and I got Barrows, and there's a remove button, so I assume that would mean that I could kick you out. Let me see.
And I got a little paper clip looking thing above my icon.
okay, it didn't. Oh, well, no. Did you share that?
I just did. Here, let me.
Unshare it. Unshare it.
Your
Oh, okay. No, it doesn't let me share my stuff. So you still have
guests
to
are
control
supposed to
that.
be able to.
But that's all right. No, the thing is, if I was now, here's the thing: if I was, how they had the team members. I was like this for a long time, where when me and Ruben used to do this, we were a team, and his lives, and I don't know if he still hasn't changed it. I just haven't messed with it. But like, say, Ruben has a live and he throws a link up. If I go into it, I'm automatically in. Boom, and I
Right.
control everything in his live. Ugh.
Oh, yeah, it kind of is like dividing by zero, isn't it? But I'll get rid of it
What
here
are
in a
you
minute.
looking at?
One thing I
Look at
noticed too on my
look at
screen.
right look at right up above the chat
Yeah,
where the chat's at. You see them three where there's me first, and then you're second, and Barrows is third.
yeah.
Now, see how I can click on there's you, and it gives me that. See where it says remove? Okay, you can see my mouse. See where it says remove,
And it says view on YouTube.
and it says view on YouTube. You are about to view broadcast on YouTube. Continue to YouTube. Okay, that would just take me, I
Yeah, that
think,
would
to
just
your
open a tab.
channel. Yeah, yeah. See, that takes me to your channel, Brian.
Oh, okay.
But that's weird. That's like a camera focusing on a mirror. That is weird how it did that down the middle
Oh
of the
yeah, that
screen.
happens all the time on
Yeah,
certain
that's
things
like I
like
said, it's
that.
like dividing by frickin' zero. But you guys don't have that stuff up on top.
No, all I have is mine up there and edit. I wonder if I can. Okay,
I
edit. Oh,
noticed
yeah.
on mine when I go to my channel and look at it, it's a big delay. It's way behind,
Really.
and there's no
Even if you
watermark because I'm still on the free version, so
well, technically
I should
you're
have a watermark up there, the duck.
hey, we got Mopar Man 1978 in the house. Welcome, brother.
Did yours just get another thing up with my name on it?
It sure did. Facebook.
Yeah, so I'm streaming on Facebook now too.
Right.
This is all coming through on my Facebook channel too. Yeah,
This is cool.
yeah, I like this. Twisted Mopar, had enough. I can't stay up too
I
late.
wonder
I'm
what
probably
happens
going
if
to.
I leave, if it shuts it down on my side.
Oh, if you leave the live.
Yeah, because it doesn't say like end broadcast.
Right.
It
Oh
just
yeah,
gives you the option to leave
I
studio.
bet if you just leave studio, I bet it would shut it down on yours.
Yeah, because when you leave the studio, you're no longer a guest.
Because I know if you're doing it and you hit leave studio, it's still going. You're just not there. It's just blank.
Yeah,
Oh, Dean is making the Nightbot mad. Fuck the Nightbot.
This is actually really good for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, it opens up a whole.
We can just run one stream now all Saturday, Barrows.
Wow.
You can just run it all off one stream. Have Buck and
Hey,
you
Clint.
Yeah. Let's see.
Dean's poking the Nightbot. Dutch guys, evening. Welcome, welcome.
Figure out how to do this. Because it doesn't give me the option, because I don't have the paid version to start it. But you don't have to have the paid version
No,
to do
you
it
don't
as
have
long
to have
as
the same
the
version
host
to
is.
Yeah.
participate, which is a good thing, you know.
Dean is deliberately poking the Nightbot's buttons.
Rabbit Transit, whose stream did you pop into to say hi? Because there's three of us that are all streaming the same thing right now. If you didn't notice, we learned a thing. StreamYard did a thing, and we were trying it out. Because it's not in yours, Tony, because you see,
No, yeah, I'm
it
looking
has
in
the
the
symbol
YouTube.
with the circle and the line. So he's either in Bear Rose's or mine.
He's in yours.
Oh, that is so cool. Oh, now that's one thing that might be a little
What's
bit of a
cool
problem.
is it shows up in the chat on StreamYard, so we all
But
see
the
it.
whole chat isn't showing up on all of ours, though, is
On
it?
YouTube. No.
Yeah, so you're only getting the chat from whoever's in your. Well, wait a minute.
Nightbot's mom wears combat boots.
Okay, I see Jason in Bear Rose's chat.
I
Where's
seen him in
Jason?
yours.
You still here? Say something. Okay, and I do not see Jason in your chat.
You're when you're saying Jason, you're talking about Rapid Transit J.
No, Jason's garage.
Oh, see, I don't see Jason's garage.
Jason is on Bear Roses. Oh, this is messed up.
Yeah, the
So what
comment.
happens if
All of us that are in the studio get to see it, see all the comments. But as far as the individual channels go, yours, mine, and Barrow's.
okay, but what happens if here's the question. What happens if I post a comment? Does it come up on all three of us?
Yes, Clint. This is a new thing that StreamYard has done. This is my
No, it
live,
only comes up on mine.
and StreamYard has set it up so that my guests, in this case Brian and Kim, can broadcast the live to their channels too. So that's what we're screwing around with.
Oh, there we go. Now you have a thing that says link to the main stream. Did you put that up on there, Bear Rose?
Yeah.
Okay.
I put that up on my side.
And
Did it
you
show up
pinned
in
it
here
up on
too?
the top. Okay.
Wow, this is freaky weird.
I like it. I mean,
Pretty cool.
we're having to learn. But Jason from Jason's Garage, I know you can see, or I hope you can see me. Are you still in to make a comment? Because I think this is something you might want to know about what we're doing here.
I didn't even see Jason's garage in the comments in the stream or in the
I saw
studio.
him on. I saw him on Bear Roses. There he is. 11:20 or 11:02 p.m. Wow, there's a lot at 11:02, but he said he's the last one at 11:02.
ASO is also in Bear Roses.
Yeah, I'd like to see if Jason's not doing anything, get him to come in here and check this
Yeah.
out because
Yeah.
he does that one with his brother, and this would be great for them because
Great
they
for
can
them.
both do and
Oh.
you know.
I see what you're talking about, where Bear Rose has got linked to the main stream pinned at the top. Is that what you were talking about there, Brian?
Yeah, I don't know how to pin stuff to the top. How do you do that?
You got to
You
do it
just-
from the YouTube side.
You do it, you do it from your YouTube side, and you just when you know the three dots when you go next to a comment, you can pin them, but only on your own.
So I'll go to my own. Oh, this is fucking weird. Excuse my language.
Yeah, see, that's a comment that I put into mine, so it does cross over to yours.
But see, all three get the watch hours.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Jason,
Pin message.
what's it say?
There we
No,
go.
the Nightbot hasn't locked Jason out. It better not have.
Oh, I get it. See, by my icon, my name icon logo thing, if there's a paperclip looking thing by it, that means it's on. That's a comment that I did on mine. But it's
Yeah,
showing up here.
they need to have different icons for everybody have a little bit different icon that shows up. You know what I mean? So we know where the chat is coming from.
So like Dean's right there, that's got the little paperclip on it. That was
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I can see the paperclip on mine, but I can't see the paperclip on the one that come from yours.
Are you talking about in the YouTube browser or on the StreamYard?
No, on StreamYard.
On the StreamYard.
See, you probably can't see this because you're not a guest.
Oh, because
Comments
it's
got a
my
little circle with a
I'm
line
the
through it.
host. Okay,
Okay,
because
so
I'm
I
the
know what.
host.
Okay,
I
so
don't
if
see
you
it.
got one with a circle with a line through it, Bear Rose, that comment is on your channel.
yeah.
And if you don't, it's on one of the other two channels. Okay. So NSB is in mine now. There's Raker. I ain't seen Raker in forever. Hey Raker, did you know that Tony does a live every Friday night? I bet you didn't, or you'd be in here. Guess what? Because we have this new feature now, you know Tony does a live every Friday night.
I'm gonna have to break
And I've
down
been
and pay for
keeping
this
him up
stuff
to
now.
ungodly hours of the morning for the last three Fridays.
Yeah, we broke the record again last week.
What was it, 7 hours? And
7 hours and 15 minutes. Or wait a minute.
I'm gonna pop out and see if it cancels it on mine.
Okay.
okay.
I'll be right back. I hope, maybe.
Last week's was 7 hours, 16 minutes, and 38 seconds. Now he popped out.
He popped out, and oh no, now it's just showing us on his.
Yeah, he is still in here. On my dashboard, he is still up at the top. I'll bet
So
you
maybe you would have to.
I'd have to boot him,
Okay.
remove him.
So that's something we got to remember, or not. And if somebody
Breakers
leaves, they
did
just
not
get a
know
shit ton
that.
of watch hours, and we stay on their channel.
Don't defecate, defect. Leave it to Dean.
So did Bear Rose come back?
He hasn't rang the bell yet.
So, oh my God. How many people can you have alive if you don't end it and you just keep having people come in and share? How many people can you have share? Does it say? Is there a limit?
I think it said 6. Let me bring that screen back up.
Did you send it to my phone, Dennis?
Yeah, on my look at on my on the StreamYard on your broadcasts page. You know, obviously this is the live that's going. I see myself and 3 guest destinations. Yours on Facebook, yours on YouTube, and Barrow's on YouTube. Guest destinations. Now, let's see what it says. A great way to get more viewers. Each guest may add up to 2 destinations, Facebook, YouTube, etc. Each broadcast allows up to 6 guest destinations in total. Guests must log in to add their own destinations. These don't count towards your multi-streaming limit of 3 destinations. So apparently up to Barrows is ringing the bell.
Oh, okay.
Apparently up to 6 channels can do this on this stream.
So Bear Rose, yours didn't go away. Did you notice that?
No, it kept going with this.
I think he's
Yeah.
got to end it.
I think I have to physically remove you even if you leave.
So, in theory,
So all of them hours would keep going on mine, even though
Yeah.
I wasn't
Yeah.
on there.
In
all of
theory,
them would keep going on yours. So you could actually leave tonight. We
Yeah.
stay up till 5 in the morning, and you're getting watch hours that whole time.
so Brian, you know why I did not. You know why I took last week's stream down.
Oh, did you take it down?
It's down until
Why?
it's down until after Don English's birthday. One I
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah,
So
that makes sense.
it's not got any post watch. I looked at it today. 102 watch hours is what I got last week.
Just
that
from
stuff.
the live itself.
From the live itself, because as soon as the live was over, I unpublished it, you know, and I'll put it back up after the secret's not a secret anymore to
Yeah.
certain birthday boy.
How good are you? How good are you at making, like, coming up, like if somebody needed a channel logo, could you come up with something?
Sometimes I came up with a pretty cool one that Travis liked, for his hats that he still hasn't ordered.
Let me see.
He keeps buying shit for old Red.
Let me pull up a picture here. Oh no, that's not it. What am I hitting? What kind of buttons am I hitting here? Okay. I just had an old man moment. I didn't know what I was clicking on.
Oh,
I just
that's
started
funny.
clicking on stuff. Dum 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 dum. Ah, there, it's in that folder. Okay, I want to know how hard it would be, because I know you can just take a picture, but I don't know how hard that would be to put on a sticker or on a logo. You know what I mean? Like my logo was made in Photoshop
Right.
by somebody else because I have no Photoshop skills. What I think we need,
I have a close friend here in
or
town.
what this person needs,
I have a close friend here in town that is a very talented artist. And if I can't come up with something, he can. And then of
Go
course
ahead
I
and
can
share that.
produce it.
Let me see if I can get it bigger. This is on Dennis's car. He needs a logo for his channel.
I actually like that graphic on the side of the car that says
That's
twist.
what I was thinking. But how hard would that be? Because that's airbrushed on. Can you recreate that and make it a sticker? Do the twisted and then put Mopar Garage underneath
I
it?
I cannot print stickers.
No, no, no,
I
no, 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 no. But
I
give me something
can
that I can,
I
something that I can get a
can
sticker printed
yeah,
of.
I can print it on just about anything else. I just, I can put it on shirts, I can put it on hats, I can put it on mouse pads, or anything that I can dye transfer onto. I can do that.
Well, the
Um,
thing is, it's like
but
I go
just
through
don't. I don't
sticker
have the
deals.
$10,000 printer that's required to print stickers.
Yeah, I go through Sticker Mule.
That's who I use too.
Okay, but what I need is a logo made of that twisted and then put Mopar Garage underneath it and the little YouTube play button. And then I need that to where I can send it to Sticker Mule to have stickers made. You
It'd probably
understand
be
what
a
I'm
die
saying?
cut.
I do.
That'd be a hard one to put in a round.
Because you can't just take from this picture and send it to Sticker Mule and say, make me a sticker of that, because it's a photograph. It's not a what is the word I'm
Actually,
looking
You
for?
can, but it costs
actually,
money.
it
Mm-hmm.
costs money. Sticker Mule does have a very advanced editor. Um, what you need to do is take that fancy S23 Ultra that you just bought, Brian,
Yeah.
and turn the resolution all the way the fuck up. I think it's 200 megapixels, and make sure the lens is perfectly clean and the light is just right, and put that son of a bitch on a tripod when you do it, and snap a picture. And that will be your base graphic to work from. Do that. Send it to me, email it to me. You'll probably have to upload it somewhere because it'll be a huge file. It'll be too big for email.
Yeah.
Um, I can send you a link to a folder on my own server if need be, for you to get me the picture. And I will bounce it off my buddy.
But
See
yeah,
what he,
I'd like to. I had help with my logo, so I don't mind helping somebody out with theirs. And
it is.
I'm sure if it wasn't super expensive to get done, Dennis wouldn't have any problem paying for it to get a logo made, so he can get stickers. Because
Yeah,
the thing is,
Dave, my buddy wouldn't charge a whole bunch.
we were driving down. He's got an open trailer. We were driving to the track, and there was a guy that stopped, or he was riding right next to the trailer, taking pictures of Dennis's car. And I'm like, if you
Nice.
would have had an advertisement for a YouTube channel on the car, that guy would have subscribed right there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So he needs a logo and he needs to make a banner.
What'd be cool is to get a pretty good size, about like yay, of a magnet, one of those
Yeah,
flex magnets with the
that's what
QR
I
code,
want. Uh huh.
and put that
Yeah.
right below the twisted. So when he's taking it down the road, people just reach up there with their phone and go, and it take them right to their channel.
I want to get a banner made with. I've got a QR code. I want to get a banner made with my QR code for No
Yeah.
Name. And just have the banner hanging there at No Name, because I guarantee there's going to be people who don't know who the hell I am at No Name. I'm not saying
Right.
there's many, which I was really surprised at, but But yeah. So what did Jason never come back in? Did he just pop in, say hi, and leave on
I
yours?
think so.
I don't see him.
See, Brian, I'm pretty good with building vector graphics, but I'm no Photoshop genius.
Okay.
That's two different kinds of artists right there. But like I said, I've got friends that are. So yeah, if you can get me a really good picture, or hell, I could probably take that picture right out of that live and show it to him, and he'd start over. He'd start
Now,
over.
what format do you need the picture to be in? Like, if you're going to make a hat for me or hats
I'd
for girls?
prefer a PNG because a PNG has no background. A
Ooh.
JPEG automatically puts a matte background on, and then it takes work to get rid of it.
I've got one that the background's been taken out of mine.
Yep, that would be what I want, and that would be a PNG, or an SVG is actually the absolute best.
Let me see. What is mine? I think it's a JPEG that they took the background out of.
No, but JPEG will always have a background.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
A JPEG will always have a flat background. Not to say I can't get the backgrounds out, but it's a pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm not sharing this good yet. You guys, not everybody needs to see what kind of pictures I have on my computer. Let me just put it that way.
That's how
Got
mine was.
gray.
I used a JPEG on mine, but it was a square, and it was all
Right.
white.
Right, but
So I had to-
yours is on a white background, so that's okay.
So I had to get rid of the white background, though, because like I said, it was a square.
Now,
Oh, okay.
as
What they did was they cut the background out of mine.
right. You
No,
too,
this is a
Lee. Have a
PNG
great
file. This is a
weekend, buddy.
PNG file. All these are PNG files.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I want. Just email it to me, Brian.
All right. Well, what would it cost to get a couple head? You see my logo. Do you need me to put it up?
I've seen your logo. I've already bounced it off my wife. For as far as embroidery goes,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to give up some detail. It's just the nature of the beast. You're turning that logo into thread,
Yeah,
stitches.
yeah.
You're, like the heart and the devil's tail that says Plymouth in it. That ain't going to happen.
Okay.
You might
Well, I
get the
wanted to
heart.
replace that anyway. I
You
would
might
rather
get
replace that with
get
just
the
the
heart
play
and the
button.
tail, but you ain't going to get the Plymouth in there. You're going to give up some detail. Now, I could do a press transfer. It's not embroidered. It's more like it would be on a shirt, and have it exactly as it is.
Yeah.
It just depends on what you want.
I don't know. We can talk about it because I'd like to have some nice hats made, but I'd also like the press transfer. I'd like that on some other stuff.
Right. There's so many different ways to produce apparel. Now, just your stickers, like your sticker mule, Dust Devil Garage sticker, the ones you gave me at No Name.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that permanently embedded in the fabric of a hat.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to get with a digital transfer onto a hat. And I can do those. I could probably go as big as about 3.5, maybe 4 inches, on a hat. That 4 inches, you're getting this one. You see how that lays on the hat there. That is.
Is that embroidered or is that
This one? Yeah, this is embroidered. That is. See, that's only 2 inches tall. So I could take, well, here's my 3-inch sticker mule sticker. That's kind of what it's going to look like on a hat if you did it that way in 3-inch. But
Yeah.
you can do it smaller. I could do it smaller too. You know, you can do whatever damn size you want. But the trouble with again here. Let me full
See, well,
screen
let me
this.
make yourself big there.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna full screen this thing for a minute.
Okay.
So there's the embroidery. And there's the actual logo.
Yeah.
Side by
Oh,
side.
okay.
Now
So you don't have the YouTube in the license plate.
No, there's
And
no
stuff
way in
like
hell
that.
that would ever happen. You're gonna give. You're just
Oh, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't
turning
mind
it
that.
into
The Dust Devil
embroidery,
Garage with the little duster
especially
guy.
small like that. You're
I
gonna
just
give
think
up.
the embroidered hat looks better.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
agree. I absolutely agree.
But
Now,
where
I
you're
did
talking
bounce.
about with the transfer, I'd like to have that on some. The pocketed work shirts.
Yep.
I'd like to have like the big one on the back of like a pocketed work shirt.
Oh hell yeah, yeah! You do that on the back of a shirt. I usually do them about 11" on the back of a shirt.
Mm-hmm.
That's what all my you've seen my Tony's Hot Rod Garage shirts. The backs of them, I wore them at No Name. Those are all 11" wide graphics. Some are taller.
But that for the work shirt and the hat, I would like
Yeah,
like
and
6 of
then
each of those.
you could also put the Dust Devil, on the left chest or the right chest or wherever the hell you want it. And a smaller. See, that's what I do. I usually do about a 4" on the left chest, and then on the back.
I actually just thought of something really cool, but
Like a Dickies work shirt.
see there, Jed is in my live right now.
Jed is. Oh, hey, Jed.
Jed. Jed, I'm live.
I'll be right back, you guys.
Okay, but it's Tony's live, and he added me and Barrows. If you go to Barrows Garage's channel right now, this live is playing on Barrows, it's playing on mine, and it's playing on Tony's, all at the same time. So imagine, I know you really can't talk back, but imagine if we were doing wide guys, we could broadcast it on my channel, William's channel, and your channel all at the same time. We just figured this out.
I wonder if you put the invite in your channel.
All right. Now, since we have
So when they hit
Jed,
the invite, it jumps to Tony's, and then Tony would let them in.
Oh, it probably would.
All right, guys. Since Jed is watching in one of these lives, we need to light off the big block. You think?
Do you want to be live, Jed? Because I could get you the link to this live if you want to come in here and BS. I just hadn't thought you'd been in the mood lately to go on lives. Here, hold on.
Here, I'll throw it in there. Oh, wait, I can't because I'm not a mod on your channel.
He's not. Is the StreamYard link the same as the link that's above us right now in your browser?
On my channel, yes. It's pinned on my channel.
Let's try this. Let's see what happens here. Yes. Okay. Jed, links in Discord if you want to come in. We have that fancy Discord thing that we do.
Oh. Now, where did you post it? Did you post it?
I posted it in our Discord server.
Oh, okay. You didn't put it in the link at all, or in the chat. Why not?
I can.
I guess if he can
I
get
gotta
it,
make sure I'm on my channel. There.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that's crazy. We've got all kinds of
Now,
live
what's
craziness going on
interesting
right
is
now.
I think you could actually invite somebody to your live, and it
No,
would be
because everything is going through your live right
oh,
now.
okay. So you can't have guests and share them in this.
Yeah. Okay, Two Hacks. Who is he on? Whose live did he go into? It's not mine. Barrows, do you have a paperclip over Two Hacks? Okay, so he's in your live. It's
No,
gonna
I
be
have.
wild to figure out.
What's
I
going
mean,
on, Jeff?
There we
if
go.
you're just normally doing one, it's not going to matter where it's coming from. But like right now, we're trying to figure this whole thing out. So Dean's in mine, Raker's in mine.
Jed's in yours.
Jed's in mine.
Who's his Mopar man 1978 in? Is he in
Mine,
yours or Barrows?
he's in mine.
It's crazy having three of them open here.
That's the thing, though. I
Which,
wish it would. I wish it would integrate the chat into everybody's. You know what I mean? I wish
Right.
it would if there was a way it could integrate the chat into everybody's, because like Raker can't talk to Two Hacks directly because he just said, "Hey, Two Hacks." Well, Two Hacks didn't see that because unless you put it up there like that.
Right. Hey, Jeff. This is some funky shit, Jeff. This is actually my live. Oh, here we go. Here is Mr.
Oh
Jed.
shit!
hey, Jed.
Oh wow, it's a hell of a lot darker in here when there's not a giant white screen blaring all over me.
Now, Jed, just saying,
Uh-huh.
if you wanted to, you see where chat is over on the side
No.
on StreamYard. Are you on your phone or are you on your computer?
What do you think?
It looks like you're on your computer.
Yeah,
Right
I
above
don't
where
do stuff.
chat is on StreamYard, you see that button up at the top? And
Yeah, the
I'm not
comments.
saying you do this, but there's a button
Oh,
up there that says share. You could put this stream on your channel.
Okay, Mopar Man 1978 says, I don't see Jeff's comment, just people saying hi to Jeff. Mopar
Yeah.
Man, that is because we have 3 lives tied to my live. And each individual live, Brian's live and Barrows' live, are actually broadcasting my live, but you guys are seeing the comments for whoever's channel you're in.
Yeah. Mopar Man, you're in mine, and Jeff is in Barrows's right now. Chat would get really confusing with all this, but I think if you were just running a normal live and you doing what you're doing there.
I look so pale. Why am I always so pale on this damn
I don't know.
thing?
You need to get out in the sun more.
You guys that watch my lives, you know, I typically will highlight, even if it's for a few seconds, depending on how fast the thing's going, everybody's comments. So everybody will, you know, if they just watch the comments on the screen, they would be able to interact. And it just depends on how you run your live.
I just went live apparently.
Oh, did you?
Oh, now we got
Let
a
me
four-way
see.
going.
Oh my God, the chat.
Are you sharing this on your channel too now, Jed? Nice.
Maybe.
Let me see.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go look.
Maybe.
Oh, it's crazy.
This is fucking cool.
Yeah, you are.
It's like my first live, and I don't even know when my work for last live was. Like, I actually hosted myself.
Streaming
First,
live with some cool dudes. Nice.
That's all I got, man. It's been a long day. It's actually been a long, like, 5 months.
See, I'm looking. Jed's got 4 people watching. I've got 3 people watching. Now, does yours, where it says how many people, does it show total watching?
I see on my StreamYard studio, I see 23 people in the
Yeah.
chat. Now, if I look at my YouTube channel, there's 7 in the chat.
So it's showing the total. Wow.
Right.
That's
If I
showing
look
total.
at yours, there's 4.
Mm-hmm.
If I look at Jed's, there's 9. If I look at Barrow's, there's 4. So I guess we add all that up, we add up to
Yeah.
23.
Well, it's past the bedtime for most of my viewers. Most of them are in their 50s and 60s. Of course, Dad's actually awake
Most
right
of the
now.
people sitting in here in their 50s and 60s, Jed. You're the only one who's alive that ain't.
Right?
Oh,
You're
yeah,
younger than
this
all
is
of us.
true.
But the funny thing is, your channel's got the most viewers.
Well, yeah, because he's a YouTube
He's got a
channel with
lot
50
more
billion
subs than we
subscribers.
do. Yeah, he's got 25 times the subs that we do.
Well, I want to show you. Anna worked kind of hard on this shit. This is the new office. There's Anna, by the way.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. I like your
My-
setup. You like my new
My Conan swords.
What do you got? Oh, your Conan swords. I didn't see those.
Yeah, this is my Conan swords, Keith Black poster. I'm gonna reorganize some of this crap, but I mean it's yeah.
Do you like my purple and black squares and my signs behind me?
I do like that.
I need
I think I
something
would've-
over here, though.
I think I would have rather have done that than painted rooms. That looks a lot
stuff's
easier.
cheap. That stuff's
You got-
cheap. It's like I got enough to
You
do
got
that.
red
whole-
beard
that
in
whole
the
wall for
house.
like $40.
Nice.
Daniel,
Happening, Mr. Redbeard.
Yeah, this is crazy.
This is cool. This is a
Yeah,
cool
pretty
setup.
This is going to be great for
Ed
wide guys.
Scott's multiple lateral universe.
what is going on all of a sudden? Oh, it's also the first time I think I've ever drank alcohol in a life. Except for that one New Year's Live.
Yeah, you got pretty tore up that one New Year's Live.
And then I was all nervous, like, oh no, did I just pull a such and such
Did I just
and
say
ruin
a
the whole
weird
thing? And
dick
everybody
joke?
was like, no, you were fun.
Did I just say a weird dick joke instead of a normal dick joke?
Hey, Scott, would you like me to shout this out? Headhunter. Isn't that the Headhunter from the Twitch streams?
I think so.
Hell yeah, man.
You got a super chat, Jed.
Headhunter just sent you a
Yeah,
super
wow.
chat.
$5.
He did? Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Is it him?
I got
Oh.
$5 freaking. Yeah, okay, yeah. Headhunter from HG stream. Yeah. What's up, man?
See,
Will he buy a
Jed, this
Mustang?
is gonna-
No. Oh, hang on.
Oh, go ahead.
If you get
Whoa.
drunk, it doesn't mean you're going to buy a Ford. When you decide to buy a Ford, it means you're gay. And I'm not saying it's a
Not
bad
a
thing.
Ford. I don't say all Fords, just Mustangs.
A Torino, like a 70 or 71 Torino. There is no denying that's a badass car.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Well, you kind of got a Ford guy down here in the corner, Jed. So, Barrows is kind of a Ford guy, so you can't call him gay.
Well, I'm not calling him gay.
Hey, they're the only ones I can catch.
He's also got a dart too, though. Early A body.
Well, early A's are cool. I fucking dig them. And now I'm getting into early B bodies, apparently.
You're getting into everything.
Man, that Belvedere sure was sweet. That was a killer video you did on that.
The black
What
one.
Belvedere? Oh, the
black
black
one,
one.
yeah. And it sounds like that one's got a dark past, like a certain red one we all know.
Yeah. I mean, it's how much you want to choose to buy into the story.
Right. But it was cool. The narrative was cool.
Well, and I gotta, as a YouTuber, technically, I need to play up that story because that's my only fucking hook besides it's a neat car.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
And
just
actually,
just what it is hooked me. I would trade everything in this fucking garage for that car.
oh, dude, we had,
I love those
Three?
things.
how many? 3? Jesse. No, Jesse didn't bid on it, but Dan, John, and Dan, 3 of our local friends, like close friends, bidding war against each other over that car.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. Overman's got a set of lower control employers ambitions. I don't know. I could probably use them. Well, so what's the live thing about? What were you guys talking about? I don't want to derail this shit.
Well, it's we talk about just about anything we start talking about,
Yeah.
right, Tony? It is your life.
It's a new feature in StreamYard.
No, he was
They-
just saying he didn't want to. He didn't want to mess up if we had a
Oh
subject.
no,
on live.
he's fine.
No subject.
That's what my lives are all about, Brian. You guys know that. We just
Kinda
sit
like
here and
mine.
bullshit and hang out. But yeah,
So basically,
This is a-
you went out back and you sacrificed a goat, and you're like, I really hope someone with a big YouTube channel comes on here and gets me a bunch of subs. And then you saw me pop in, and you're like, well, I guess he's good enough. I was hoping for Brad or Tony or someone with a huge channel, but
The thing is, this is good for collaboration, though. You know,
It really
It
is.
good for collaboration because you've got viewers that have never heard of Bear Rose or Tony, and now they may go check them out. You know,
Now, I'm gonna try something here.
I'm gonna go get some tea. I will be right back.
I just
Okay.
commented through the studio, through the studio. I want to see if that comment shows up on everybody's or just mine. Looks like just mine. So even if you comment through the studio, it just sticks with yours because it's not on everybody else's. Still a cool deal.
I was worried about Dad's TV being too loud.
Oh, I can't hear it.
Thank God. I can hear it. I can hear it louder than the TV right beside me, actually. Oh, well, thanks, Ed Hunter. Thank you. I'm having a hard time reading all these. I don't stream on my own YouTube channel through StreamYard, so I don't know. I'm just here hanging out. So if any
Right.
of my viewers are saying anything and I don't see it, I really apologize. This was not on the plans. Just having a good night for once. Instant approval, instant love. Jed's live stream. I don't know how to take that. Anybody got an idea on how to take that one?
So before it gets
I'm
too
still
much
trying to figure it
later,
all out.
who wants to hear this big block one more time?
Oh, I missed the cool shit.
Yeah. It's on the channel too. I've already put videos up on it.
Oh, that's right. I saw those. I was gonna watch them, and then, well, yeah, I've got a really messed up routine in the morning.
Yeah, throw some fire on it. There you go.
I like where this is going.
My fat ass out of the way.
Hey, hey. Okay, I gotta know. What the hell cam is in that?
Comp. It is the comp. I'll give you the part number. It's actually, if you watch the long form video, on one of the comments, I put most of the specs. Somebody asked and I answered, but I'll tell you.
Well, no, I'll go look. It gives me a good excuse to go actually watch the fucking video.
It's
So-
the 23-713-9 comp cam
Is it hydraulic flat tappet?
hydraulic roller.
Okay, roller. Okay. I
It's
feel
a
safe
it's
about
a
that. For now.
hydraulic roller. It's 242, 248 at 50, 549,
Okay.
544. But that's with a 1.5. I've got 1.6 Hughes roller rockers in it. It puts it at 580, 588 lift.
Oh my God.
And it's a 110 LSA. And those heads are flowing about 360.
How much?
360.
360. So
It's making it should make, with the right tune on it and everything, should make right around 700 horse.
is it a stroker?
No.
Just
It's a 440 55 over. 4.375 bore.
So what's hilarious to me, I'm
It's
not
the
saying
same. It's the same dimensions as the 451 stroker. It's just in an RB body.
Yeah. What I think is funny is when I was speccing out the solid roller cam for my 340, we literally picked out the smallest one my buddy Rodney Bird had. And it's basically the same cam specs you got with a 1:6 ratio rocker.
Nice. But
Yeah,
in a solid roller.
Yeah, solid. Yeah, that's all I do is solid shit anymore. You have to let me know how the comp rockers and stuff, or the comp lifters and stuff do for you. The roller stuff.
There's a long story behind this. Those heads are the Speedmaster heads.
Yeah, I've been down that road.
Yeah. The only thing Speedmaster about them at this point is the castings.
I think you and I talked you were at
No
right?
name. I told you the story behind it. I basically threw everything away, got pissed off, and sent the damn heads to David Hughes and had him put them through his Victor CNC program. Manley valves, all the springs and retainers and everything are comp. But it's got the comp cam, and the same guy that talked me into the heads talked me into the Speedmaster lifters. I am deathly afraid of those fucking things. And this week I'm going to have
what Speedmaster part? I missed that part.
The lifters. The roller lifters.
You Speedmaster?
Yes. Yes. They are gone. I do not trust them. I am not going to wait for these damn things to go to hell and ruin my $600 roller cam and send metal through my $12,000 big block. Well, wait a minute. It was $12,000 to build that engine back in 2016. I bet you I couldn't build it today for 15, 16, 17 grand. So I've got my buddy at the machine shop. He can get me a set of Morels for about $500. I had a good payday today. A guy that owed me a bunch of money finally paid me. So Monday morning, I'm going to call Bill and tell him to get me a set of them lifters.
Nice.
We're going to change the lifters. These things have got maybe 20 minutes of runtime on them, and you can already hear them.
Oh, God, really?
They're not noisy, but, they said it's got that sewing machine sound to them that you would expect from a solid roller cam.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that means the plungers ain't doing their job. And if they got the little C clips in them, those could pop out at any moment.
They could pop out. The damn, what I'm afraid of is it doing the LS trick.
Oh, I actually,
when the rollers seize up and start grinding away at the cam.
Yeah, I got one.
I can't tell you how many LSs I put cams in like that. So,
I got one of Daniel's old roller cams where it did that, and it literally ground a perfect wheel mark in the cam.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I can share some news I got from my buddy Cody the other day. this isn't no bullshit or anything to kind of freak people out, but so my buddy Cody down in Neosho, Missouri, we're going down there to pick up an engine tomorrow. And I was talking to him, and he was telling me about a buddy who owns, I think, a Napa or a parts store down there. And his rep came in from Sealed Power, coming in to pick up parts, like off the shelf things they were discontinuing.
Right.
One of the parts they're discontinuing is lifters
Oh
for small
shit.
block Chevys. Hydraulic flat tapping sealed power lifters are being discontinued
Oh,
because
that sucks.
sealed power cannot justify continuing to make them in China with all the issues. And to bring manufacturing back to the U.S., lifter sets would be $600 to $700. No one would pay that.
For flat
And to
tappets?
for flat tappets.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
To bring manufacturing back to here, and then to get the metallurgy right in China and keep it good, it ain't worth it. So they're discontinuing it. So you know what that means for everything else? That means the only place you can get flat tappet lifters is going to be the boutique places, because if Sealed Power says it ain't worth it, who's next?
Right.
Kind of sucks to hear that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but aren't there lifter companies right now? in
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
America?
there's more than Sealed
Is it
Power.
like
Yeah.
Rhodes and a bunch of them that are still doing it? So
Yeah,
if
and
anything, they're just going to end up
For the
making
past
a ton of money.
for the past 5 decades, there's been 3 manufacturers in the world that make lifters. Everything else is just a reboxed brand name version.
Well,
And Sealed Power is one of those 3. So that's bad news.
well, and I'm
That
going to
is
say this
very
about Morel
bad
lifters.
news.
Jeff just posted in the comments, Morel makes great lifters. Just heard a horror story about him. Morel solid roller lifters, the big rivet buttons that hold the tie bars to the lifters themselves. Guy had 2 of those pop off.
Oh
Just
God.
pop clean off, and lifters went spinning in the engine. Destroyed everything.
Destroyed the cam. He's probably lucky if it didn't blow the bore out.
Yeah, it destroyed everything, ruined it.
Well, I'm not normally a conspiracy theorist.
That's a first.
Okay, yeah, I am.
I've run lots of Morels and had good luck with them,
But it seems funny that Comp Cams was having all this problems for the last 2 years or so with their lifters, and all of a sudden they come out with this new coating that they knew 2 years ago they were going to come out with, that makes these lifters automatically you can switch holes with them and all this crap.
Mm.
It's just kind of funny to me that they knew they were coming out with this coating for I don't know how many years. So just before it releases, how about we just make shitty lifters for a while and
unless
make people really want this?
unless something has drastically changed in the last 2 or 3 or 4 months or whatever, I think that what Jed was talking about, I'm going to stay optimistic that was a fluke.
I'm kind of hoping so. I'm hoping that they're going to see an influx of purchases from people spreading this.
Yeah.
That they're going to realize.
Morel lifters are one of the very few that are still made here, for one.
Yeah.
Morels
Well,
are what
the thing is,
28.
you can't judge a whole company by one guy. One guy might
Right.
have had a bad product.
Oh, yeah.
Bad.
Right, that's what I mean. And I will definitely have my eyes wide open, moving forward.
Oh no, I'm not trying to discredit Morel lifters by any means. I mean,
but
you can spend $5,000 and get the absolute best parts,
and
but
have
it doesn't mean they're yeah.
Even a Callie's crankshaft can break.
Yeah, you get the Friday night specials every now and then.
I've never seen one, but I'm sure they're out there.
I've seen a Carrillo
all
rod.
he's using is Howard's cams. That's what my machinist said. All he's going to done but Howard's cams.
Well, you know who
That's
makes
what I've
Howard,
always used.
You know who makes Howard's roller lifters?
Mm-mm.
Morel.
Who?
Morel.
Well,
Oh, okay. Well, still.
You know who, if you go and buy the race only hydraulics or solids from Hughes, the Hughes branded ones, the $1,100 ones, guess who makes those? Morel.
Now, here's my question. I need to look that up because Hughes advertised forever. They had their no flat guarantee. I wonder if they're still doing that.
Yes. If you buy his cam and his lifters and follow his break in and you get cam go flat, he will still buy you a cam. Second time around, he'll help you figure it out, but you ain't getting a free cam. If it happens twice, there's something wrong in the engine. And I
At least
wholeheartedly
they're willing
agree
to
with
stand
that.
by it, you know.
Yeah, and no, I've done a lot of business with David Hughes through the years. One of these days,
Same,
I'm going to get my ass to Illinois and shake the man's hand.
He's like 2 hours away from me.
Yeah,
I got to
No,
I
shake his
really
hand
want
at
to go up
Indy.
there and do a tour, but I don't know if they give tours.
his
I know
shit
they're
is
moving
not
a lot of
cheap by
manufacturing down
any
into
stretch
Mexico
of the
now.
imagination, but it's worth every freaking penny.
Well, he's probably
And I
like right
will-
across the street from Jeff at Two Hacks. He's right up there in that area.
Well, and I will say this. Dave Hughes is not the most personable guy in the world. He will not
No.
listen to bullshit,
Nope.
and he will call you out.
Yes, he will.
He's no nonsense. He doesn't want to waste time.
No.
He wants to get you the right shit and get off the phone and get to the next guy.
David Hughes actually got mad at me over that manifold that's sitting on that engine right now.
It didn't surprise me.
He wanted to sell me one, but he didn't have it in stock. And I told him, well, I'll just get it from Summit. And he says, well, good fucking luck with that. And Summit did have it in stock, and I did buy it from Summit. I shouldn't say he got pissed at me, but he actually said that good fucking luck with that. And, you know,
Well,
I can hear it.
Summit did have it, and I did buy it. I would have bought it from him, and he did want more money for it, but I would have bought it from him. We didn't have the damn thing.
That's a trick flow
Summit
manifold,
did.
right?
What's that?
Tony? That's a trick flow manifold, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Summit gets all the trick flow. Summit's first on trick flow's list.
Well, and you got to
And
remember,
then everybody else is trickle down
you got to
from there.
remember, this was also 7 years ago. Things were a
Mhm.
lot different 7 years ago than they are now.
Well, you're a 3-month wait time on trick flow anything right now.
Yes, it's time to
Minimum
start
three.
ordering the old
Minimum
stock.
three.
Absolutely, it is.
It's
Stephen
been
Paul.
that for a while.
Yeah.
2X. Hughes is 40 minutes from me. I was just there today. You
That'd be cool.
bastard. I'm jealous.
I'm gonna go.
Well, make your way to Indy. Typically, Dave, he comes to the Indy swap meet.
Yeah.
He wasn't there this year, though. There wasn't enough booth spaces, I guess.
I think Dave's shop is probably closer to me than Indy is. I'd still like to make Indy.
Probably a couple hours.
I would still like to make Indy.
You're doing
I'd like to do PRI one year too.
Oh, I'm going to PRI this year. In December, I'm going.
Nice, Jeff. What are you doing? You doing a 390 stroker?
I'd love to do a stroker 318.
It would take a custom piston to get there because an off-the-shelf piston wouldn't give you the math. But this is something I wanted to do for a long time, just because of the nostalgia behind the number. A 30 over 318 with a 4-inch stroke in it is 390.
Mhm.
33 over, 33 thousandths over with a 4-inch stroke gives you a 392.
Yeah.
I would spend the $1,500 fucking dollars on the custom made pistons, 33 over and a 318 to get that nostalgic number and legitimately hang that badge on the side of my short bed Dodge. Would that not be badass?
I'm all for it.
That's something, and I knew that would hit home with you, Jed. That's the kind of shit you do.
Yeah, I'm weird like that.
Me and you are cut from the same cloth in that respect.
I was doing the math, and because people say that you could take those poly 318s like 100,000s over. Like there's enough meat on those.
Yeah,
poly
they got a lot. They got a
318s.
lot of bore in them.
Oh,
Or a
So
lot
if
of, a
you
lot of
put
meat.
and the rotating assembly is the same as an LA. So what if you put a 4-inch stroke and went 100,000ths over piston? I think I did the math. You can get like a 400 cubic inch poly 318.
I will do them. I've got to actually have a program right here that'll make it pretty easy.
I gotta find the right photo album here.
And how cool would that be?
Anna,
Because
did I not put your photos on here?
weren't the
I thought
poly
I
heads
did.
better flowing heads than the
Sure, they were.
LA
The,
heads?
the only thing, the problem with the building a poly, and don't get me wrong, I am not against building a poly. I love those things. But one is finding an intake for
Okay.
it, and two is finding a camshaft for it.
I thought the
Because
cams would be the same as a
no,
LA.
no, the valve layout's different.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, you have on ground.
Yeah, the valve layout is, like a big block Chevy or a Hemi or a big block Ford. It's intake, exhaust, intake, exhaust, intake, exhaust, instead of, the way the big blocks and small Mopars are. That's where you run into the problem. Physically, the LA cam will fit in the block, but the thing ain't going to run.
Okay,
Because the
but
valve, the valve timings are all going to be different. And it's not that you can't get somebody to grind you a cam, but you got to find a damn core.
Yeah.
You got to find a cam core. I am not trying to discourage building polys. If I could make a living building polys, I would do it. I love those things.
I just think it'd be fun to do one and put it on a dyno and see. You get a 400 cubic inch, 400. I think it was 426 is what my math did the one time.
Let's
And
see.
that would make a neat motor to put on a dyno.
3.91 bore plus 0.100 would be a 4.01 bore. And you said a 4-inch stroke.
Yeah.
Yeah, you basically buy the 426 stroke or get
That
from
would be a
Hughes.
404, Brian. A 318
Okay.
100 out would be with a 4-inch bore would be a 404. 403.93 to be exact, but it'd be a 404 cubic inch engine.
You'd have to come up with 22 cubic inches to get the number right.
They'd still make a cool motor though.
Oh,
Make
yeah.
something nobody had on
They
the planet.
do it with 360s, but I think they're putting a 4. I think they're using a 4.15 stroke
Yeah.
to get there.
Be a good
Hughes
low
used to-
RPM torquer.
4.01.
Before Hughes updated the website, I could navigate and find that stuff.
I know
yeah,
his new website is cool, but it's going to take some relearning.
Well, they don't even have the Hemi stroker kits on there anymore. That's who I was going to buy from. So I guess I'll buy from someone else unless I call Dave and see what the hell.
I wish they would have kept going with the polys,
You and me both.
or at
It's a
least
neat engine.
offered
Let's
more
see,
on the after.
a 4.15 stroke and 100 over 318 would give you a 419. So you're still short of that 426 number.
I think what it was is someone.
See, without doing the
said
math, see, that's how they get
125.
them. That's how they get them out of a 360. A 360 30 over is 4.030, and at that point, with a 4.15 stroke, you're going to have
Try 125 over. Because I thought someone told me you can go 125 over on a
3.91
maybe that's what it was.
plus 0.125 gives you a 4.035 bore times 4.05 times 4.15.
Thank you, Jeff. Hughes' new website does suck.
$424.
Okay.
God
So you're
damn.
close enough.
That's close enough for the girls you date.
Yep.
Same here. Nothing, Anna. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, I mean, seriously, you could get some pretty serious head flow out of a set of poly heads if you put the work into them. They're like the Hemi. They're designed to flow.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to do if I ever had money. If I ever make big YouTuber money,
Beamer and Sons in the house. Welcome.
I build weird
Hope he's
motors.
doing all
put 'em
right.
in-
Yeah, it would cost like hell to build the heck out of a poly, but man, it'd be fun.
Yeah, I guess Beamer got banged up there a little bit last week.
A little bit. He
Oh.
got banged up pretty freaking good. I couldn't believe it. I watched his video on his truck getting rolled. It's like, oh my god!
Oh, he
Yeah.
rolled a truck. I didn't see
Someone hit him. Someone
Oh,
hit him
man.
at an intersection, or he was going down the road, and someone slammed into him.
it. Damn.
That sucks.
Yeah, he had that nice, heavy duty Chevrolet truck he got, and yeah, now it's
Ooh.
pretty beat up. I kind of felt bad watching his video. It's like I haven't been keeping up with people's videos, and I saw it, and it's like, oh, I feel bad now, really. And then I found out my buddy Brandon passed away, and it's just like, oh my god, this is why I'm staying away from the internet.
First gen Hemis, hell yeah.
The Red Rams, huh?
I've done 3 241 Red Rams. Stephen S. Paul, if you need any help, my email's always in the description somewhere in my videos.
Yeah. My machinist buddy here in town, he's actually got 2. They're 392s, but they're still
Oh yeah, the Firepowers.
Yeah, they're first gen Hemis, same platform.
Well, yeah. Well, when a guy asks for Red Rams in specific,
Yeah, well, yeah. It's a
Now, I mean,
a
if he's asking
specific
for-
Red Ram Hemi is probably destined for a restoration project.
yeah. Not many people building hot rods out of them.
Just an old school
Not
hot
that
rod.
they shouldn't.
I'm gonna say I did.
I'll tell you,
Never
you
did
know,
anything with it.
it'd be badass is that Red Ram Hemi and a rat rod.
Yeah, well, that's where mine was headed. The guy who bought it, and then he blew it up.
Speaking of rat rods, I was informed today rat rod is for sale.
The one you built?
Yes.
Well, that didn't take long.
Its owner, well, he just bought a piece of property and he's building a house, and so if he gets what he wants for it, it's for sale.
Well, I just found out today that 70 Dart that Dennis was working on, Twisted Mopar, the one he was working on, is for sale. 340 Dart, 4-speed car. Guy wants $12,000 for it.
Damn.
Well, Big Billy Racing asks, will poly heads fit an LA block?
No.
No.
They're
No.
way wide.
I have heard that it can be done, although I've never seen it.
Well, okay, so the blocks, very similar. Very, very similar. Like literally, like most parts, you can literally take probably the whole rotating assembly out of an LA and put it in a poly. Does that mean you should do it? No. Pistons
Right.
ain't gonna fucking line up right
Right.
with the valve. But it's basically all the same architecture. It's just like a Gen 1 Hemi shares way more in common with a small block LA or a poly, well, later polys, than it does with, say, its Gen 2 426 counterpart.
Right. Well, the poly, the A engine, the poly engine is responsible
Yep.
for why the weird push rod angle in the LA block, because they
Yep.
never retooled the block. That's why the push rod, the lifter angle is so weird in them, where the lifter lays like this and the push rod comes up out of it like this, because that angle is still there from the A engine. They never changed it.
And Generation 1 Hemis.
Right. Correct.
It was
Correct.
Schnee. Yeah.
The LA was just lightweight A block. That's where the
Mhm.
LA came from. I'm
Well,
giving
didn't
away
they
all
used
the
to
Mopar
call the
trivia.
Poly the single rocker Hemis?
Yep. Yeah. Polys
It
were
was
originally
coined
single
that. It was
rocker
never
shaft.
officially called that, but yeah, it was coined that. Yeah,
Yeah, and
and
the
it
Hemis
really
were the dual rocker shaft engines.
correct. It shares a lot with the Hemi, and that's why it's capable of making so much power.
Okay,
Problem
I have
is
a question.
50 odd years after it was discontinued, you can't find parts for it.
Yeah.
And
All
there's
right.
zero aftermarket support.
Can early Hemi heads be put on a poly with a little bit of minor modifications? I believe not all blocks are equal. Some of them they'll fit. Sometimes you got to do a little bit of push rod clearancing. But I mean, we're talking about Gen 1 stuff. Like you
Yeah.
can't put Gen 1 Hemi heads on a 318 poly. It's a completely different deal. Now, there's the Generation 1 poly engines, 260s, 270s, 241s. Those you can interswap parts with the Gen 1 Hemis, but a 318 poly, you cannot.
Okay, the question has been asked again by Wendy English. Why can I see Big Belly in the chat? This is a new feature in StreamYard, Wendy. This is my live being broadcasted on my channel, Brian's channel, Barrow's channel, and Jed's channel. So the commenters that are in the other channels besides mine, if you're watching it on mine, is why you can't see it. You can only see if you were to go whose channel is Big Belly in. It's probably in Jed's. If
I
you
don't
went
know.
over there, you would see it. That's what's going on. It's a new feature in StreamYard. It's pretty damn cool.
Which, if any of my viewers are watching and you're not subscribed to those other guys over there, you know, in that range, you probably should. You'd be a hell of a lot cooler if you did. Trying to,
Thanks for the plug.
the camera's right there. Yeah, you should.
Just
Really
ignore the Ford.
Well, I never said
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Eric. We are still up and at it.
Oh, Brian, did you see the turquoise car in Discord?
No.
You too,
Oh.
Jeff. Take care, man.
I don't know if I ever put it up.
Is it under
That-
Project Car Update? Did she get it?
She bought it today.
Yeah, I've heard that
All
one
right,
too,
hold on,
Rager.
let
It
me
gets
find
under
it.
my skin.
It's above my melted transmission, right?
Yeah. I put the picture up. That's going to be the thumbnail. Yeah, the girlfriend bought her first project car today.
Sweet.
It's a Destroyer. It was supposed to be a parts car for my
Hey,
red
Steven.
car.
All right.
That's a good
To
idea.
show everybody in the world right now.
Oh, that's fine. It's no secret.
Yeah, I'm actually
know.
curious. Why are the channel names not showing? What the hell did I do?
Oh, it's because the typically when you get like the comments up,
Yeah.
the names disappear, I think.
There it is.
Oh, okay, I see.
Earlene.
In all its
That's
glory.
Earlene.
Oh,
the,
you guys named it already?
Grandma. Well, that's the name of the original owner. A little old lady in Colorado bought that car brand new when she was like 70-something years old, and that was her car. And the car is like rust-free. And my buddy John bought it to use as a parts car or to convert into a two-door. And then I got offered it as a parts car for my two-door. And it's like, no. But we'll buy it to save it from being a parts car.
It's nice. What was the lady's name again?
Earlene Door.
Earlene.
Yeah. It's not a great. It's not a. I never
Well,
said it was a second.
I thought you named it that because it's an early B body.
That's actually pretty funny though. Anna,
Mm.
it's sticking. It's not a good name.
What year is it?
That's a 64. It's the exact same car as mine, other than it's a 440 sedan, and mine's a
Yeah.
Polaris 500 two-door hardtop. They're literally exact opposite cars, except that thing's at least got a 318 poly in it instead of a slant six.
I had a 63.
I love the 63s. I still need a steering wheel for my 64. Anybody in chat, any of these chats, I need a 64 steering wheel. Bad.
Okay, I'm going to do something here real quick.
Uh-oh.
We got bad attitude C10 Blake in the house. This guy is one cool dude.
Oh, okay.
He sent me a bunch of cool shit and refused to take any money for it.
Those are
Oh.
great friends.
Yeah. Hey,
Oh,
Very
nice.
cool.
That's just a
I like that.
I might steal that.
Of course. We got the stickers. And a hat.
That's a nice hat.
Now, actually, Brian, I was talking to you about hats a little bit ago.
Uh-huh.
The way this hat is done, that is the type of graphic transfer I was talking about doing for your channel.
Okay.
Except it would be full color.
I still think with the hat, I would like
With
to
yours-
do the embroidery.
Right.
Even
Because
if I lose some
color.
detail.
And one more.
Embroidery is always good.
How about fuel fragrance?
Oh,
Weed.
God, no.
Smells like weed.
I would not use that.
Oh, man.
Full race.
Now, that one I would use.
One
This
guy
one
last
is-
weekend.
He's got a whole bunch of different flavors and fragrances. Hit him up. He
I wonder
sent
if
me
it's-
all this shit.
Here's my question: what do they smell like just in the bottle? Are they
Are
like
they
super
really
strong?
potent?
Just open up a bottle and take a whiff.
Yeah, do that for
Try to
everybody.
pass out. It'll be like
I
smelling.
want to know if they're stronger than the Jag stuff.
Well, it's sealed.
He's gonna pass out.
They're sealed for a reason.
Right.
Okay, go to the weed one, damn it.
This is the weed one.
Your CDL's revoked.
It
You
smells
just
like
revoked your
weed.
CDL.
I know, right?
This doesn't smell right.
It's not
This smells
overpowering.
like air, man.
You can tell
Oh
the
man,
fragrance.
you need to do that, dude. Next time you're driving over the road, dump some of that in your big truck. Oh, that'd be great.
Click create new layout, and you can switch panel to the top of the live while sharing.
What? See, Destroyer knows all this StreamYard shit.
Yeah, we
Oh,
need
Brian,
to,
I wanted to.
we need to spend some time talking to Mr. Destroyer. Okay, let's see what he's saying here.
What do you got, Jed?
Oh, I was just gonna say we can talk later about it, but I was gonna talk to you about when you come down next.
Uh-huh.
I might have a project we can work on.
Oh,
I
okay.
have a smell. Now I keep smelling the weed now.
I think I can smell it too.
Yeah, why can I smell it too? Oh,
Okay, so he says click create new layout. Where the hell do you do that? Oh, that little pencil. Oh, that's edit layout. Okay, new layout.
oh, but I have a question, guys. People who know big blocks.
Switch the panel folks to the top.
Do all of the external balance 440s have the big nasty harmonic balancer on the front.
All the what, Brian?
And I
The
know it.
external balance 440s.
The
The
ones
ones
I
with
know.
the cast cranks in them.
There's some 413s that were used in industrial or RV applications that have it looks like a Hemi balancer, but it's not. I think those are still internal balance, but I think like if they have the big goofy weight on the front and it
Yeah.
says external balance of cast crank, it'll be cast crank.
Well, see, because the thing is, this 440 that's got that melted transmission, all of the, it's from a 77. It's a 70
Should be
year
cast.
77. So I figured it's a cast crank, but it's got a little skinny balancer on the front of it. I
Okay.
haven't got the oil pan off of it yet, but I guess I'll find out when I can take the oil pan off.
If it's got the skinny balancer on it,
The internal.
it is not. It's probably got a forged crank in it.
Someone might have changed it.
Because
Yeah.
if that's true, then
If
and
it's
the heat didn't fuck up the crank, the heat from the fire.
if it's a cast crank and it's got that balancer on it, I guarantee you it's shaking like a dog shit in peach seeds when it's running.
All right. Well, we'll find out when I pull the oil pan on this motor.
Oh, Brian, you need to buy a bunch of big block Mopars. Anybody in here need to buy a bunch of big block Mopars?
I've got 2.
Beamer and Son wants a case of the weeds.
Do you know anybody?
Hit up
Well,
that
that's-
Attitude C10. He'll hook you up.
After his wreck, I wouldn't blame him. No, my buddy Cody, going to visit him down in he lives in southern Missouri, basically down by Joplin, and he's got a bunch of big blocks. Now they're all cores. They used to all be low mileage running takeouts. And I'm going after he's got a 413 out of an RV. It's got all the big truck shit on it. So
Like your
it's the
big
best
truck?
engine. Yeah, it's the best engine that he's got left. It looks like it's got good bores. It didn't get completely destroyed. The rest of them will need bored and full machine work. But he's selling them cheap. I think he said he was selling 3 400s to a buddy of his for like $600.
Oh,
Oh.
nice. I'd love to get my hands
Yeah,
on
so he's-
400 blocks.
Well,
You know, back in the day, I used to give the damn things away. It's
Mhm.
like shit. I wish
That's
I
my
could
whole
have half
thing.
of them back. That truck was born with a 400 in it. That is a
But that's my whole
J-code
thing. When I come
400
across a
truck.
big block, I'm getting it because they're not making any more of them.
No.
You know,
yeah.
even those 2 junk ones I got, I'm going to hold on to them.
I wouldn't
Shields.
mind buying a bunch of motors from Cody. My problem is that I just had to help Anna buy a project car that was I ain't mad about because it's worth saving to me.
Yeah. I
I'm
was
just gonna get
explaining
my
that to my son
413.
today.
What's that, Jed?
Oh, I'm just going after my 413. It's low compression, but I got a buddy with a set of 915 heads, and the 915 heads are ready to rock and roll, and
Oh,
they're
nice.
literally going to cost. Well, they're costing triple what the engine's costing me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
just
what do you
basically-
need those? What do you need high compression in the
Is
suede
it a
joiners
motor,
for?
is it a motorhome 413?
Yeah, it's a motorhome 413 with all the
I
truck
have one
head
also.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm getting all the extra truck shit for the truck, but I'm using the 413 for the Polera.
Oh,
Because
Nice.
the 413 has a good cam in it and it's flat tapping. It's stock. It'll be weak, but at least I ain't got to worry about
Okay.
trusting a hydraulic cam, a flat tapping cam, or buying a bunch of roller shit.
Yeah, that you'll spend big money on.
And I don't
Is
want to
it-
get into that.
Is
you
it
just want to drive them.
is it a gear to gear reverse rotation cam?
No, No, it has a standard distributor, regular rotation cam, unlike my truck. My truck is reverse rotation.
Yeah, I drove it for years. I put it in this truck, a 1970, and it had all the big funky truck head shit on it. I took all that off, put a set of 906 heads on it, but it's got the gear to gear reverse rotation cam in it.
Yeah. So you got to run either the governor, you got to run the special distributor or some shit.
No, the distributor's not different. What's different is the gear, is the oil pump.
Oh yeah, the gear's bound upside down because
and it's got that stand. The distributor stands up about an inch. It's got that little stand that goes in the distributor hole.
Yeah. So I figured, this engine's got big old dish pistons already. So I'm going to give it the smallest chambers possible. So maybe I'll have 8.5 to 1 compression. Because those truck heads already have a pretty small combustion chamber. It's a 72 model. It's got the Hemi looking balancer, so it should have good rods and good bottom end. And the crank's already got a pilot bushing in it. So it should work with my 4-speed unless they cut the input shaft, which I'm hoping they didn't. Because if they cut the input
like any
shaft,
other motorhome motor, those pistons are going to be like 125 thousandths down in the hole at top dead center.
well, these are just dish pistons. So I'm not sure if they're going to come up to the deck, but if we can at least put decent heads on it and at least get 8.5 to 1 out of it,
you'll be running it on pump gas and be able to drive it anywhere.
I've actually got several sets of 516 heads. No, they're not 915 heads, but they're still closed chamber.
Yeah.
And I can open them up and put bigger valves in them. That's probably what I'm going to do with this one. Either that or put the 906 heads back on it and put a blower on it.
That'd be cool.
That would be fun too.
Expensive. Been there.
Right.
Having the intake is the biggest fight.
Yeah.
There was a guy trying to sell a BDS intake for like $550 on Facebook, and he could never get it sold.
Really?
Well, and every time I tried to buy it off him, he got weird. And I never could buy it because I had like 3 guys who wanted it, and he wouldn't sell it to any of them. And when I tried to buy it, he wouldn't sell it to me.
Well, that sucks.
Well, I guess it's better than him being a scammer. Or maybe he realized he was scamming. I don't know.
So your 413's got that big dish in the center of the piston.
Yeah.
About 250 thousandths deep. Actually, no. I think they're about 200 thousandths deep, and it's about 2/3 the size of the piston. Yeah,
Do you know what the combustion chamber size is on those truck heads?
I think I want to say they were like 58 cc or 60 cc. They're small. It's a really small
because I know on my
chamber,
truck.
and they've got, what the hell are they? They're inch and a half exhaust, and 174 intakes.
Yeah, they're really small.
174 or 184 intakes. They're real small valves, but that's great for torque.
Oh yeah,
if that's all you want.
That 361 in that truck moves that thing around like it's nothing. Of course, it's also got a 7 or a 9 to 1 gear ratio in the back. I literally don't know which gear ratio is engaged because the 2-speed isn't hooked up. The electronics they're cut off. So I don't know which gear ratio I'm running. I'm either running 7 to 1 or 9 to 1.
Right. So, I also have a 361 that I would like to resurrect one of these days and do something fun with.
Yeah. So basically, that engine was rated like at 7 to 1 from the factory, or 7.5 to 1.
Right.
So low. even with 915s, it won't be much better.
Yeah, because what is the 915 chamber? I want to say that's like 72 cc or something like that.
It's actually going to be lower compression. So it's
Oh
gonna
yeah,
be
it's going to be marginally better than mine was with the 906 heads on it.
yeah.
Which, yeah, because the 906 head is basically the same chamber, but it's got an open chamber.
But we'll pick
And
it up on airflow because I don't think them.
yeah, it definitely will.
Yeah, the truck heads are cool. I think there's a lot of potential to them if someone wanted to put the time to them, but at the same time, it's kind of like putting the time and effort into a poly. You've
Right.
really got to want to do it.
It's a whole lot of weight, and 25 years ago when I acquired this 413, I took all that shit off and I threw it away.
Yeah.
And honestly, I kick myself in the ass now for not trying to do something cool with it. But
Well,
what's that?
I was just gonna say my time fixing my heads, my industrial heads, I thought they were really unique, and I love the engineering behind them. It's like they really Chrysler really put 100% into building the best damn cylinder head for a truck to compete with a diesel engine.
Yep. And see, the thing is, the intake port location is actually the same.
Yeah, it is. Intake will fit right on. But now
Exactly.
the thing is,
the exhaust port location is the same too, or not the location, but the configuration is the same, but they come down at that angle like a big block Chevy or a big block Ford does.
Yeah.
Instead of being, on the side.
Well, and the intakes will interchange, but the truck and industrial stuff, the stuff with the big heads, the exhaust crossover is actually a water crossover.
Correct.
And that's kind of the
Doorbell's
thing. If you're
ringing.
Oh, Raker, it's a 71 or 72 model motor. My 413 I'm going to look at.
What is going on, Mr. Eric?
Just enjoying the conversation and don't feel like typing. So I want to just hang out and chat with you guys.
Right. That's why I started jumping in the lives, is because I get sick of typing.
Typing sucks.
It's like texting. I'll get a text, and I'll text back and forth 2 or 3 times. I just pick up the fucking phone and call the person.
Yeah.
It's a lost art.
It is.
Right.
Well, sometimes you don't want to make the phone call because you know it's going to be 3 hours killed.
Yep.
And you got about 7 things to get done.
What?
Cody. My really good friend Cody. I love Cody to death, but he is one of those guys. He will talk to you for 3. We talked for 3 hours, and I think we both said goodbye like 5 times, but we both just kept having more shit to talk about.
I have a friend that is like that too. I have a friend that's like that too. If you get on the phone with him, you're on for like 3 hours.
Yeah, and you tell him you got to go, and he won't shut up. Yeah, I've got a buddy just like that.
I'm guilty. Anna, we'll get me another red.
What would be better on my 69 383? 906 heads on it, or some closed chamber 516s with big valves?
What's
Honestly,
your intake? What's your carb? What's your cam? Because
yeah,
that's going to determine what heads you want.
Flat tops and how far are the pistons in the hole. 69 383 probably originally had 906 heads.
It would have had 906s. Honestly, my opinion, it really depends on your compression ratio, what you're aiming for.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got big valve, closed chambered heads, it's always the way to go.
Absolutely.
Just remember it's an air pump, so you think that way, and it'll help you out.
Yeah,
Now,
you gotta have
aren't the ports on the 516s, aren't they small too? Though you got to get in there and really hog them out, don't you?
You don't have to really hog them out, but you do have to work on it.
It's the angle in which they open. You'll see. You got to hog them.
You don't have to take. You do need to work on them. They are smaller.
You know what you need? You just need a set of trick flow heads on it, and you're fine.
For the money unless you've already got the 516 heads that have been reworked, that have already got the bigger valves in them and the hard seats and all that bullshit, you'd be money ahead just to buy a set Edelbrock Easter.
Well, it depends what's the first thing in my brain. Sorry to jump in here, but first thing in my brain that comes to it, what's your goal? Where you heading? If you have a horsepower goal, do you have a what are you looking to do? That's what's going to tell you what your wallet needs to be.
Yep. Exactly.
Because I can take a stock 318 and shoot nitrous on it for $800, and we're good to go. So what what's the end game?
And chew up the mixed up boss and spit it out your tailpipe.
Eventually, yeah, but you'll have fun doing
That's
it.
the thing too. You've already got the 906s.
You didn't catch that. I was talking about the race between Uncle Tony and Andy.
Oh no, I saw. Yes.
The truth of the matter is, if Casper would have been on its A game that day, it would have chewed bottle rock.
No chance. No chance, bro.
But I'm going to tell you, that fucking little 318 of Tony's, it impressed me. I did not think it would run that hard.
I didn't either. I thought this was the end of Tony. I didn't think he'd have a channel after that race, to be honest with you.
I didn't think it'd lose his channel, but I sure thought he'd lose $5,000. If I was betting on that race, I would have lost. I would have definitely bet on Andy.
I tried to tell you, Raker. I guess you missed it.
You said it in your chat.
Oh, my chat.
Raker's in my chat, so I had to tell him in my chat. It's
it's
the whole thing we're dealing with now.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here.
I don't internet too good
It's
anymore.
a whole thing.
Take us up in here. I only have the stock engine. It's just going to be a street cruiser in good sound, not looking for big power. Honestly, if that's the goal, I'd leave it alone.
Yeah, if that's
Yeah,
your
I
goal,
do.
go with what you got because you don't have to spend any money unnecessarily. Even
I
If
would
you-
chuck a little bit bigger cam in it, just for the fun of street and the fun of sound.
I'll tell you exactly what cam to put in it.
Yeah.
Well, see, here's the problem now is putting a cam in an engine is not as simple as it used to be with flat tappets and shit. You basically got to go high dollar flat tappet with, good quality lifters and hope to God you get a good batch. Because even those aren't fucking immune to fuck ups.
Chinese. Excuse me.
Yeah. Or you got to go roller, and roller setup is an instant over $1,000, even if you try and budget it.
Yep, true.
see, I could go roll a small block a lot.
Oh yeah.
Well, still big block 402. My thought would be, go ahead and build the motor however you want, but make sure you have the right converter in it. Probably throw a little bit of a stall in there. It'll help you out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, get the stall speed up. I'd stick a Hughes Whiplash can.
Yeah.
That's the
Leave
best
it.
thing.
Yeah, for a street cruiser that sounds like a mean son of a bitch. It's got street manners. It's gonna make decent vacuum, and it's gonna chop.
And it's not insanely expensive.
And it's
Well-
not insanely expensive.
And from personal experience with whiplashes, they really do appreciate a 2,500-ish stall.
Yep.
Exactly the RPM I'm thinking.
But Dad's
I'm-
Hemi, actually, funnily enough, Dad's 426 Hemi has a whiplash cam. Now, of course, it is a high compression Hemi. And Dave Hughes hated the idea of selling us the cam.
Yeah,
Dad,
you don't want a whiplash in a high compression engine.
Well, that's what he said to me about my 451 too. I mean, it's 10.5 to 1, where Dad's Hemi is, 10.5 as well. We're not talking 13 to 1. It actually works really fucking good.
Oh, I'm sure it does with a lot of compression. You probably also have to have a really conservative timing curve in it, and you got to run a lot of octane.
Well, I run my
Because-
satellite on 91.
The-
10.5, you
Not
wouldn't
a
have
lot
to
of
have
time
too
in it.
much.
And
The
Dad's
basics.
Hemi, see, the thing is with a Hemi, you ain't got to worry about detonation. If you find a way to detonate a 426 Hemi, you're
Yeah,
doing
it's
something
tough.
special.
You're doing something special. But yeah, by design, the whiplash grinds create more cylinder pressure. They're designed
yeah.
for low compression engines. That's why they work so well. But I'm
Well,
looking
the
at it
thing I
right
was getting
now.
at, what was interesting, is Dad's Hemi required a 2,500 stall wouldn't cut it in his car. His car wanted about a 3,000 before it would drive happily.
Yeah, and the other thing with the whiplash cam is it's designed to not require a bunch of head work to make it work. They are designed to work within the constraints of factory machining.
That's what I
So
worry about with my car.
if the rest of the engine is happy and healthy, that is what I would do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what I worry about with my car because I don't know the engine. I don't know what cam's in it. And I don't know I know what converter's in it, but it's only like a 2,500 stall converter. What is that?
That is the whiplash cam for the B block.
Hey, how are you looking at that on the old page?
I don't know. I just popped up Use Engine's website, and that's what I got. That's not what I seen on my other computer last time I was on it a couple days ago.
I'm wondering if they changed back. I really hope so.
He's using
They did.
Netscape. He's using Netscape. I'm kidding.
No, they did. They changed the website back.
Oh, did they?
They did. They must have realized how shit it was.
Oh, I was
Complaints.
even on it and didn't realize. Oh, they did. I'm so
They
happy.
have my Hemi Stroker kits back.
But anyway, for that money, for $574, you get the cam, the lifters, timing chain, every.
That's not a bad price.
No, it comes with all your gaskets. It comes with the valve springs. It even comes with a valley pan. No, that's not bad at all.
No.
Distributor shaft
And
collar. Wow.
If you follow the directions and the son of a bitch goes flat, he'll send you another one.
It's a nice thing about places like that where you can actually call and talk to people that know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah.
You're not calling Summit or Jegs where they're like, what year was it? Never mind.
Or the parts store.
There's no point. I went to Speedway to get a new distributor for this car. Nope. Can't find it. Nope. Okay. See ya.
That's nice of them.
I handed it to him. Like, it has part numbers, and I did my own research before, but I'm like, okay, I want it off the shelf, thinking there was a shelf. I've not been to a speed part store in years. I went in there, and they can't even walk into the room that has parts. It's automated. They have to hit a button, and the machine grabs it off the shelf and spins around and spits it out a window like you're at a freaking bank. I'm like,
me and my buddy have actually been planning a trip to go down there and check that place out, and check Speedway out, because it's down closer to you than it is to me.
You won't like it. Don't go. You don't go.
Now I'm
You'll be
thinking
mad.
it's not worth my 2-hour drive.
There's a bunch of tuner folks in there, young gentlemen. Hey, if you need 2JZ, something like that, you're good to go. Go talk to them. They know their stuff. But
so if you're Jesse from Fast and Furious, you're good.
Right. No, don't. Save your time, man.
Shit. Yeah, that shit.
Jesse was cool.
He was cool. I'm just funning.
I worked in parts stores growing up. That's the only reason I know, well, as much as I do about cars, which ain't much. But man, going into that place, I'm like, I can't walk back there and like point to something and have you sell it to me. No, it's sealed. Okay.
There's just something about a 4-cylinder farting through a muffler. They
Yeah,
They don't do anything for me.
not my
Hey.
thing.
If it's a farm all, I'm good. Other than that, like, hey, I'll mow the hell out of a lawn with a farm all A or farm all 8,
Yep,
whatever you
yep.
want. But other than that, nope, I'm good.
Well, fellas, I think I'm going to bow out for the night. I'm going to go to bed.
All
I
right.
gotta,
All right,
I gotta
Jed.
get up early
Appreciate you
again.
partaking in this wild ride.
Now we're
Like
gonna watch
it's fun.
all the viewers. There's gonna be nothing. There's 5 people watching us.
I would imagine they have better standards than that. I'm
Good
sure
to see
you
you,
guys can
Jed.
entertain these people.
All right, we'll see you later.
All right, take care. Bye.
Get some sleep.
Good seeing you, man.
Okay, now what you need to do, Tony,
Yeah.
I think you need to end him because he's still on stream. So you need to
Gotcha.
end his.
Now, I
we
have
got
some.
ending.
Destination from the broadcast.
Hey, Dust Devil and I must have the same wavelength here because if you look, hold up, it's weird to do this. Right, let me go up that way. See that little sign by my TV there?
Mm-hmm.
It's right above your head.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it is? There. You know, there. Yeah, you almost go up that one.
All right, here's a good one for your meme show, Eric.
Uh-oh, what'd you say? Oh, look. Yep, absolutely. Been there. Oh yeah. No place for them things in this world. Nothing but danger.
I haven't even looked at my Facebook. Anybody watch it on Facebook?
I haven't been on Facebook in a long time. Marketplace.
How you been,
that-
Bear
that
Rose?
don't count. I'm doing
Hey, that's good, man. Been a long
and
time.
rolling.
I've got too many of these damn things on my phone. I got a funny one of a frickin' Honda I'm trying to find.
Well,
I've
that's
been doing
every day.
burnout if I wasn't playing with Fords.
Well, you gotta, do you want to work or do you want to have fun? There's your choice.
Here's a good one.
Yeah.
I have reached on Facebook. I have reached 4 people and got 8 engagements, whatever that means.
Okay,
Well, hey.
here's the one I was looking for.
Nope, no
I
difference.
see no difference.
Well, that means Dust Devil's got to get married like 3 more times, huh?
No.
Oh, I don't know what engagement means, I guess, on Facebook. I don't know.
Yeah. No, this one I'm getting out of is enough. I'm fine. Never again. I'm good.
So what were you saying earlier, Eric, about changing the layout? Were you talking about so all the people in the chat can be up on top instead of on the side during the screen share?
Yeah, so when, like right now, when Big Block's comment is up, if you share something, one of us disappears behind the comment.
Oh, I got you.
So on the bottom right of this little block in front of us,
The plus
you'll see
button.
the plus button, and then it'll let you pick how you want it laid out. And you can make your own, which is a new thing on StreamYard. And you can drag little boxes and make them as big as you want and put them at the top and lay them out how you want. And then when you share something, if you click that button and then share, it'll put all of us at the top, have that, whatever you're sharing there, and then the comments will still be down below.
Gotcha. So it's not covering up somebody.
I had the same problem. Once
All
again,
right. I got a StreamYard question for you. I want to know if this is possible.
Okay.
So say Tony wanted to like take a 5 minute break right now. Could he put a screen up that says like "Be right back"?
Mhm.
That would take away all of this and the sound, and it would just be a separate screen that could be put up.
If he muted himself, yeah.
See, that's what I was wondering is if you could put that up and still the four of us
Mhm.
be able to talk. Like I know if he shuts this stream down and takes it off alive, we can sit here until the cows come home and talk, and nobody will
Absolutely.
see it.
But it won't broadcast on a channel.
Yeah, but can you
In
put
this
up a
case,
screen
now
like a pause
it's
screen that we could still talk on and they not hear it?
So okay, so what I do this every live because the craziness I have over on my other channel, the Last Laugh. When we're done, we have separate conversations. So all we do is click stop, stop streaming, and everyone just stays on.
Yeah. That's what we do too. And that's
Yeah,
actually some of the
we just
best
hang out.
content, but we can't put it up.
Right. Or you can have conversations like we're having where it's natural and no one's on. And at times I've just hit the record button at the top and not told
Yeah.
anyone we're doing it. And we're just hanging out. And if some good stuff happens, okay, we pull it out, tell everybody, hey, this was a great conversation. People could learn something or funny, laugh, whatever it
I
is.
noticed that too. You could cut a lot. You could cut from your streams. They got a thing in there for shorts. You can cut shorts out of your streams.
Oh yeah. It's growing.
Really
It's growing.
integrated that. Yeah, I like that. Well, the thing is, see, here's what I'm wanting to do with my live. Like next week, I'm going live Saturday.
Okay.
I'm going to have Shane Polito as a guest,
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of a big deal, So I'm
Right.
going to have him as a guest. But at one point, I'm going to go from me and him talking and doing like an interview thing to what we have right here.
Okay.
And I would like to be able to just pause the stream for that. And me and him be able to talk, like, I'll tell, hey, yeah, that was good, because he's not going to be on for this part of it because he goes to bed early. So I like to be able to say, pause the stream where anybody watching it just sees, we'll be right back.
Oh.
Or it would be a stay tuned for the weird hour, because that's what I'm going to call. Basically, I'm breaking my show up into two different sections. I don't want to stop a stream and start it back up. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you're saying.
Do that.
Yeah, currently it's not an option for StreamYard. You'll have to actually make a separate, like make two of them and before you go live. Have the one with him. When he's done, you guys can talk and whatever, and have the other one for 20 minutes, half hour after you've done it, and then click the next one on as live, and people can jump back in.
Yeah. Oh well.
But they have to change stream. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep. Unless now the only way you could do it, which if it's playing, no, that wouldn't work. I was going to say I was going to have you record like a video or something for however many minutes you wanted it to be that would play in between, but you wouldn't be able.
Oh, now that would work because that mutes everything. But does it mute?
It mutes you guys too.
Yeah.
So you couldn't talk to each other. So yeah.
There needs to be like a green room that everybody can go to
Mm-hmm.
and still be able to talk.
That would be a great idea. Yeah.
Like at the bottom down here, when somebody's waiting, you should be able to go back down into that and talk down there where it's not up here. Then I could just have a,
Well,
for the weird hour.
Every time you end a chat or every time you end a stream on StreamYard, you get that little box that pops up. How'd it go? What could we do to make it better?
Yep.
Well, and that was
They seem to be working on it a lot.
Oh, they are. Every time I've done it for 3-4 months now, I tell them, hey, make it where I can pop the chat out, because I have two screens on my computer. So I can have the chat on one and have y'all on the other, and I can see it. I'm getting old, man. I'm almost 50. So I got to be able to see, like in big letters, what they said.
Well, see,
Instead of
that's
going,
what I'm wanting to do with. I'm wanting to do that with
Over here
because
like this, too.
StreamYard is not really conducive to gaming
mhm.
live streams, but OSB is, and I'm just going to use OSB. But I got to have a second screen for the chat while I'm doing my gaming stream, which I'm probably just going to start a whole gaming channel because I don't think any of these people want to watch. Because I was going to do a thing and call it, do it live, because me and Jed play games and a couple other guys that are car guys, and I was just going to call. I was just going to have a stream once a month of car guys playing video games, you know. But I'll probably
Now-
just make a whole separate channel for it.
you'll get better reaction from that for sure. I tried doing even car games, like
Yeah.
car video games, like simulator games, and People
GTA.
just-
Man.
they're gone.
What kind of video games you play?
Rarely I play. I don't know anything that has to do with drag racing and reaction time, and otherwise.
We got this really cool game we play where you kill zombies. It's awesome.
Oh yeah. No, I moved past those. I did when I was younger, but with
I
kids
can't
and all
move
that.
past
Years ago, I used to play GTA.
I'm
But
50
that
years
I
old.
was a Call of
20
Duty
years
guy.
ago.
I loved
Yeah.
Call of Duty, but
Call of Duty was fun.
now it's like
I played
I'm
a lot of Mortal Kombat with my kids.
I'm 50 and I can't bring myself to move past my video game addiction. I want my video games and my anime, damn it.
I used to play a lot of Total War.
What was it?
Total War?
Okay. That was a phone game though, wasn't it?
No.
Oh, they had it
PC
on
days.
computer. Oh, okay. I know they got one called that on that it's a phone based game. I hate those.
Games on the phones these days suck.
So how much how many viewers dropped off when Jed left? Just be curious.
Now, according to StreamYard, we've got 9. According to my YouTube window, we've got 3.
Just put the
There's
gate up.
3 actually on my channel.
That's the thing, though, you know. What's cool about that is, and probably something we need to, if we're going to be doing this a lot, like if somebody like Jed's in here drops you, hey, he's leaving, but come over to your channel, you know,
Right.
Tony's Hot Rod
Right.
Garage, and if you want to keep watching, and we got
Yeah, I
to be
got your link
conscious of that
posted.
now.
Pinned up at
Yeah.
top of mine.
Yeah.
Now that we can do all kinds of weird
I
stuff.
have seen a way to I've seen guys that have a banner that go across the top of the screen in StreamYard, and that would be
Oh yeah, that's over in your.
to put
Branding?
that banner up there that
branding, yeah, on the
Yeah,
right,
that-
and branding.
that this Tony's Hot Rod Garage or Dust Devil Garage or whoever's the host is actually identified as the host.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You get the
Because
scrolling
several
down,
of the
yeah.
commenters, amongst all these channels, they were a little confused as to why they could see comments from this guy but not that guy. And
I think people
Oh yeah,
get used to it though if people start using this, and I could think of a few people that would use this.
so, how long has this been a thing, Eric?
what's that?
This ability to stream this on everybody's channel that's here.
About 3 months
Really, without doing the whole team thing?
before, but about 3 months you could. But even right now, I can stream on multiple things, but I have to have access to your channel to be able to do it.
The thing is, though, with this, I've never seen that button. If you look over above your chat,
Yeah, it's new.
your StreamYard, there's a button up there that says "Stream on your channel."
It says stream to this to your audience. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
Oh,
and it's just boom. And
Yeah,
then
right now,
the other
this
thing I was reading about was you had to be part of the team, and you had to move people in and out of the team. And this just makes it easy. It's just
That's-
instant.
I don't know when that got up. I've never. This is the first time I've ever seen that button.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this live
that
right
is
now is
real
being
good.
streamed on 3 channels.
Yeah,
This-
yeah, I saw that. I
yeah.
backed out and looked before I jumped in. I was like, I'm gonna go to Tony's. I see everybody else's, but yeah, it was on my sidebar. I'm subscribed to all y'all. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, I am the host as usual,
yeah.
but these two were able to, and I guess you could too. It says up to 6 can do it, but are streaming to their channels as well.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Just
and it
the
used to
exact
say
same
you
live.
had to be you had to have the paid version to do it. But I'm
Yeah.
on the free version, and it's working on mine.
Yeah, but I'm the host.
Yeah,
And the
it's
host,
Yeah,
the host
yeah.
has a
The
paid
host
version,
has to
right?
have the paid version.
Correct. I am the host,
Yeah.
and I have the paid version.
Because
That's what I did.
I was
I
looking
never
at doing
saw that button light up until I had the paid version.
Yeah, it has to be within this week that button came up because it wasn't.
I
there.
agree.
You
Yeah, I bought the
and-
1080p, like
oh, you
trying
bought
to go. Yeah, the big
you
package.
you bought the big package. The one
Oh,
was
you're a
like,
big spender.
Well, I've been doing this 3 years, and I was like, okay, what else can I do with this?
All I cared about was getting rid of the duck.
Oh yeah, I hate that
All
duck.
I cared about.
That duck can kiss my ass.
I still do
Yeah,
that. When I see somebody with the duck, it's like, you got the fucking duck.
yeah, you bought the next level up. I think it's 500 a year or something.
I'm doing it for my business so I can write it off. But I'll tell you, aside from having 1080p, which to me is a bigger difference, my computer runs better. Everything, it's all games to me. I think everything should run fine, even if you had 480. But I think in the software they set it up where it may have a glitch here or there.
Yeah.
Where when you get that next package, oh, everything's smooth now. Oh, because you're paying more money.
Right.
It's politics. It's all BS.
I like high resolution. I would prefer to be able to have 1080p, but for twice the money.
See, that's my whole thing. Everybody complains about their videos taking so long to upload. You know what? I upload my videos in 720. Nobody needs to see my fat ass in 1080p, all right? 720 is fine. And I've never had a complaint that my video was bad.
No.
Right.
Because I'm still a firm believer on YouTube, people will forgive bad video, but they will not forgive bad audio.
Amen.
100%. If I click on
audio, they click right off of it.
And I love all y'all guys, but I'll tell you, if I click on your video and I hear,
I turn the son bitch right off.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Me too.
I'm out. I would rather you have you be too loud and me.
Hey, what do you guys?
I would rather have that than like not be able to hear you. So
Yeah,
I can turn my volume down, but I'm not going to crank my because I listen to it on stereo, and if I have it cranked up, a commercial comes on.
And then boom.
The kids are awake. The dog is barking
I
at me. The
hate
neighbors are
that
pissed
shit.
off. Like, no,
Yep,
no.
I
So
hate that shit. And
That's honestly why
and
my next purchase is going to be a microphone for streams.
So do me a favor, Dust Devil.
Yeah.
Send me an email.
Okay, why? You have a microphone for sale? Are you in the microphone business now too? Ooh.
Now that's a nice one.
That's a nice mic.
Well, you know, I've gone all out with the background and the sound deadening cubes and my signs. That'd be neat if I had a microphone sticking right here. You know, I'd look like a real streamer guy.
This is what I'm using.
Rode.
Oh, you got the road.
Yeah.
Woo,
He's
you got the
got a
high.
road, big spender.
He is.
No, my brother sent me a gift card, and I'm like, I'm getting a fucking mic.
Guy here.
Road is definitely top first rate stuff.
No, email me.
Is
I'll
it
send
an
this to
area
you.
mic or is it a
Oh,
shotgun
okay.
style?
I got a question.
Area.
Is that a Durango behind you?
Yeah, RT.
Do they still have? Is there the same problem with the being able to steal them thing? So did you have to make a total separate thing for the Durango? Ah, see,
You can
I
get
was
it.
wondering.
You betcha.
And I haven't released it yet, but I have it
Oh.
sitting on my. Well, I'll show you. You guys, it's late enough, I think.
It's
Let me
late
show
enough.
you.
There's like 5 people. That's what I love about Little Lives. That was the whole thing. You guys don't understand. Back when we had 5 people watching us, that's when John Wilburn was coming in here talking about No Name Nationals before it was even a thing.
Yep.
He was coming in my lives. Nice.
Sweet.
So now, what does that
So-
little piece of metal cost if you're going to buy one?
This will cost you $45.
Okay, $45, and will save you
90,000.
hundreds of thousands of thousands and thousands of whatever.
So this is my prototype that's not in a vehicle yet. I have several of them, but this is for the Wrangler, the Rubicon, and the Gladiator, which the Gladiator is number 2 or 3 right now on the most stolen list.
Ah. And what does
Well,
the
So-
Gladiator cost?
Depending on your state of health,
70.
Depending on your state of health, it could save your life because you could get so pissed off when your
Oh, yeah.
fucking Hellcat gets stolen that you just have a stroke and die.
You know, it could also save you some prison time, too, if you go after the son of a bitch that stole your car with a gun.
Right?
That's a real thing. I
Yeah.
had a guy. Let me hold on a second. Let's go ahead and click that button. Let's play while we have just a few people on here. Click that button and make it where we can have everybody at the top, Tony, if you would. See if you can play with that. Click that plus button down there on the right.
Right.
It'll say add a. It's pretty
add
self-explanatory. You hold it up and drag it where you want it, make it the size you want.
He's
So make-
old.
4 little boxes. He's got it all day. I know he does. It's really simple. And then you hit save and name it. It's making a template for anything is really what it is.
I see what it's doing.
And while you're doing that, I got time for one more.
See, that was my whole thing when the Hellcats came out. And you could get the Charger or the Challenger. I always said, I want the Charger. The 4-door. I'm going to take all the emblems off of it. And I want to go out and, yeah.
Is that what you're talking about, Eric?
But, you know, it's like, I want the 4-door. I'm going to take all the Hellcat emblems off of it. And I'm going to go out and street race some people and make some money with it. Then they went and put it in the Durango. And it's like, oh, okay.
So now let me
Go out and whoop ass on some people with a SUV.
here you go. Now let me share. Now
It's still
click, hold on at the bottom. You'll see where you just made yours. And if you're on
Yeah.
a smaller screen, you may have to scroll down. There you go. And it should let that pop up. Now, did you put the box in the middle to share screen?
I don't think so.
So click the little 3 buttons and hit edit. And it should let you add the screen and then save it again.
What would it be? Media slot or camera slot?
Media.
He says the blind man.
It's like live action tech support.
Hey, thanks
Hell
for
yeah.
calling. There you go. Look at this. Now hit
Sweet.
save. Yeah.
That's badass.
So a guy sent me this literally an hour and a half ago. Check this crap out. Over 25 high-end cars were stolen overnight across the metro. This is in Kansas City. In the below video, thieves were seen rolling cars quietly. How do you roll a car quietly? you pull
You
it
don't.
neutral.
Yep.
Mhm.
Say you don't start it.
That's what I prevent. Before they started the car and took off in the vehicle. 450 plus cars have been stolen this year alone. Majority of the time, high-end cars, and they're viciously stripped of the parts. Yeah, they yank your Hellcat motor and all your stuff out of it.
Yeah.
Like right here. Right here is a dude pushing a car. If you had my plate, this wouldn't happen to you. I don't need
Yep.
to sell nothing. Just seeing that tonight made me go, you know what? I am doing the right thing.
Yeah. Oh,
That is
yeah.
too cool, man.
Okay, here's a question. Another StreamYard question.
Mm-hmm.
How can you share a video in StreamYard and still have the sound come through?
Okay. So if you look down at the bottom right now in the middle, it says present.
Yeah.
Click present.
Oh,
Once
it's
you-
video file.
So you hit share screen.
Share screen.
And at the top, it says Chrome tab, window, or entire screen. I have 2 screens. So I click entire screen. I put what I want to share on my second screen. And on the bottom left, you'll see share system audio.
Share tab. Okay, here it says share tab audio. Okay. That's
But-
something newer that they've done too.
So if you don't mute yourself, when you do that, you will hear feedback.
Okay.
I've tried it with headphones. I've done it a bunch of different ways. There's always feedback for some reason. So when you share audio, click your mute button
On StreamYard. The mute button on your StreamYard.
on your StreamYard at the bottom left.
Yep.
In the middle of your screen, you see mute.
Yep.
So you'll go, okay, everybody here, listen to this. As soon as you hit play, when it's done, then unmute yourself and then hit present and stop. Or at the bottom, it'll say stop sharing. Hit stop sharing and it'll pull us back to this screen. Otherwise, you end up with everything. I've learned so the hard way. I had a big country singer on once and screwed it all up and learned from my mistakes, man.
You know, I saw something. What is that? Oh, I saw, you just scrolling through shorts.
Mm-hmm.
This chick had the greatest idea I think I've ever seen in my life. Because you know how some of them, you notice they're formatting them to where it'll loop. Like they'll say something at the beginning and that matches up with the end, so it loops through and they get an extra view or two out of it. This chick was dancing around in her room and she put on there, I hid my phone number somewhere in this room. Call me. Can you imagine how many views she got off that just from people looking and letting it just play over and over again?
Still, find the blue dot.
Yeah, but it's like, oh my God. Why am I not a hot teenage chick,
Oh, if I had boobs, I wouldn't be working. Just saying. Everyone you might have seen them, but I'd be on here going, oh, hi, guys. Whip. Million views.
Oh, my
Did
son.
you see what that crazy bastard destroyer did? Whip.
How many people we got, Tony? This is something I can't say with a lot of people. It won't get you demonetized or anything. But
I've got 4. We've got a total of 12.
12, that's fine. My son told me today, TikTok, there is a problem with their algorithm and banning
There has
videos. You can show one boob and be standing back and it won't pick it up. It won't even pick it up if you report the video.
Mhm.
So now TikTok is just full of boobs.
I've seen them both. Hey, man. What?
He told me
Life
that.
goes to bed. I'm like, oh, there's
TikTok
one.
back on my phone.
There's one.
Just
There's a girl
one.
who was leaning over. She's like, and then she comes back and like you just see a whoop, and you're like, and she
Well,
flips it
one
down.
boob is better than no
Hey.
boobs, Barrows. Come on.
Just one. Just one.
Hey,
I'm fine with just one.
hey, Wet T-shirt. I'm happy. We're good. I'm a simple man right now, man. It's
Gotta keep one in dry.
Get them.
What was that?
Gotta have a dry patch or you lose traction.
Hey,
There was a meme I saw. It said TikTok because watching your daughter's friends out the window is weird.
oh my God, that's so true. Not that I watch my daughter's friends or anybody
No, but-
young on there, but yeah, I understand what they're
This is
saying.
what TikTok is all about.
I am going to try this share with audio just for the sake of.
Yeah, I want to see if you have the same issue I do where it feeds back because I have headphones on and so it shouldn't, but for some
Yeah.
reason it does. And it usually has to do with your speakers and your microphone. Awesome job, Tony. You got it. See, now you can have a comment on the bottom and it wouldn't block anybody. Just saying. There it is.
Can you guys hear the audio?
Yeah, I can't hear the audio though.
Nope. Did you
No
check the
audio.
box before you shared?
I did. Now, however, the video is
There it is. Now I can hear it.
okay. I actually had the video muted.
That's a big thing too. That's good.
Awesome.
That's kind of what I'm wanting to do when I do my big long, my 12 or 18, I decided yet hour live to get people there. But I want to put up, when we're talking about somebody who needs subs, okay, here, I'll throw up a couple of your shorts or a couple videos and we'll watch them.
Yes.
Now I just got to talk to Joe. And I got to convince Joe to come in my live for an hour and click that fucking button. Because if you could get Just Mopar Joe in here with 10,000 people, and and with 10, he's got 10,000 subs or more, and highlight somebody, as a channel that will get them subs. I don't have a whole lot of subs, so I've got 800. So.
Subs are overrated. Subs are overrated.
Yeah, but this is the whole thing. We're trying to do it for No Name Nationals and help people get No Name Nationals. Get to the No Name. That's the only reason I had to care about them.
Doing shorts is the number one way for them to get subs at this minute. Now,
I don't
YouTube
know.
just dropped their subscriber count and their watch hours. I don't know if you guys saw this.
Yeah.
This past week.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
Yes.
they dropped it way
look
down.
it up.
When you look
Way
at
down. Check the email affiliated with your YouTube account.
Yeah, well, can't you just go to? Let's see. If you just go to the dashboard, you go down here and click Earn. See, it still says I need 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours to be part of the partner program.
See, that's weird because they sent me a thing that said 300 subs and 500 watch hours. They just sent me a video. I actually can pull the email up.
See, but this is to
brand
be
new.
partner.
They just sent it out.
Yeah.
This is to be partner and actually be monetized. And
Right. Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't care. I still got my mouth.
Oh, that sounds good.
But no, what I want to do is like what Buck does, but do it for like 12 hours. You know how Buck highlights people and stuff?
Yeah.
I'm going to do that for 12 hours. And just
Nice.
do like subathons to help as many people get over the hump as possible.
Well, and the key to doing that is having everyone else share them out.
Well, and that's the thing. If I could do it like this and just have have somebody with a bigger channel. Look, I mean, look at what happened when Jed was in here. We had a bunch more people watching than we do now.
I didn't see it. I wasn't looking at the people
Well,
watching.
I can't see it, but Tony'd be able to tell you. You know, Jed had 20 some odd people, and the three of us didn't have 20 combined. So, that's just proof right there that a bigger channel is going to get, bigger channels get bigger reach.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure they're going to.
Hell, I just talked to a guy today on the phone that he's got a, what is it? Boosted something.
931.
No,
He's a great dude. Just saying.
what is it?
That car sounds good.
This guy is crazy in his videos.
Yeah, let's steal Mopar innovation and make our cars cool.
Boosted lifestyle?
That's nasty.
No, it's not. God damn it. I'll find him. Hold on. I'm going to shout this guy out anyway to the 12 people that are here. Boosted behavior.
Oh, never heard of him.
He lives like around here. He's got a video from Sykeston last weekend. The race.
Oh, nice.
In Sykeston. He's got like 1,700 subs. His channel's, he's doing all right. Not great,
Yeah.
but But I was telling him about No Name Nationals and shit, and he's getting real excited about it. So,
All right, Tony. So I heard that Ford Hemi. Here's a 451. Hold on, let me reshare that with audio. Here's a 451. You may want to watch your headphones. I was on Half-Ass Garage Live, and he's like, "Oh, start your car. This guy likes Mopars." I said, "Okay."
Nice. You'll love it. He's in Arizona, so you have to make a trip out to see him. I don't think I can turn his mics out.
I blew the mic completely out.
Yeah, you did.
It's a little nasty.
Eric,
Got
you
him mad.
ever watch Dead Dodge Garage?
Dead Dog Garage. No, never heard of it.
No, he's a cool guy. You need to watch his videos. I'm going on his live Sunday.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
Hey, I'm always open to new people because
this guy. This what he.
you can't have a big enough pool.
I was talking to him and I was at work and I'm like, yeah, I run a CNC machine, this, that. He builds cars for a living, Mopars. And he's like, oh, wow, I wish I had your job. I'm like, what? Like, I will trade with you right now.
I am guessing, Eric, when you fired that car up, it had no mufflers on it.
True.
Yeah. It was
That was open headers.
I'm actually.
Oh, no,
curious.
actually, that did have mufflers. Never mind. It did.
Still.
Yeah, because I only started it twice without, or on lives, twice without mufflers on it. That was with mufflers. That's with 3-inch Magnaflows bullets. Wait, 3.5. Sorry.
Not
So you
much.
still selling it?
Not much.
Yes, sir.
muffler then.
Okay.
No. It's got a foot and a half of pipe and
You didn't like win the lottery or anything where you don't need to sell it.
no.
This-
You just have a fleet of Hellcats in the driveway, and
No, I'm not that. No.
uh,
So I quit my real job
yeah, yeah.
and am doing my business full time.
Mhm.
And for, as you saw, what my business is, I can't put a neutral release plate on this and write it
Yeah.
off.
Oh
I
yeah,
can't.
no, I completely understand. I'm not. I'm not
So-
saying, oh, you're a dumbass for selling your car. No, I
No.
understand it completely.
Oh, no. I tried to talk my wife into me putting this into a storage shed and just vapor sealing it. And it doesn't exist. I know nothing. But truth be told, I have to have my entire mouth redone. All of my teeth are falling out of my head because that's just life. And so I am having my teeth redone this year and taking the money from this and me having to be the face of my own company now.
Yeah.
I don't want to go to SEMA and have to worry about having.
Oh,
Yeah.
believe me, teeth problems. Look at me, okay?
Bad.
I'm just
I ain't got enough.
I'm just saying, it's a thing, and there's money that comes with it. So this is going to go, and I know that this or some. My dream car is a '71 Hemi Cuda. So whether I have a real or fake or clone or new version that looks like a '71,
You know what?
eventually in my life I will have a '71 Cuda. Just
You
mark
know what
my
I would-
words.
you know
In
what?
10 years, look back and see if I have one.
You want just a little bit of advice on the 71 Hemi Cuda. Don't get a real one
No, why?
because you'll never want to drive it.
I wouldn't. No.
It's a paycheck at that point. A lot of those cars, people are like, "Oh, it's my dream car. I got to have the original one." No, because once you get it in your garage, you save up all the money for it. You get it in your garage. It's a paycheck. You get a clone. You build a clone. You're like, "Hey,
Drive the wheels off it.
I'm driving the hell out of this thing."
Yeah.
Well, that's where I had my 1320 Challenger. That was one of 108. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want. I respect Mopar enough to not do anything to it. That's why I sold it. I'm going to get rid of this. Yes, I'll have my teeth done eventually. I'm going to buy a RT with a 5.7, newer RT with a 5.7, because I have lots of ideas for more insane anti-theft devices, and I can't drill holes in a one of 108 car.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So I'm going to do all kinds of crazy stuff. My dream is to build it into a twin turbo 5.7. Now, I dream big, but that's what you got to do if you're going to do something, right? Why?
Well, that's not really that big. That's not.
I don't think so.
No, people are doing that. Well, that's like Jed that was on here. His dad. Have you ever seen his dad's car?
Oh my God. I've watched, yes.
Oh, but you know what? And the van, his dad loves that van because he drives it everywhere. He doesn't want to drive the red car because he's afraid of hurting.
Or
getting an
somebody hurting
accident
it.
or whatever. Yeah. So something's beyond his control. But that van, he'll get in and drive the shit out of it. So just by looking at that, okay, what do I want? I want the car I can get in and drive shit out of.
I want to get in the car and drive the hell out of it to the point where whatever's left is what you get.
Yes.
I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm going to buy a salvage title car. I already see it in my future.
Yeah.
Because that way I truly don't care, because there isn't any value, and I bought it for a quarter of what I would a new one. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, that's like I'm getting my 71 Satellite back. That the actual car I took my driver's test in. I'm going
Nice.
to put that together, and I'm going to drive the shit out of it. And okay, I told my oldest son, who's not really even into cars, but he's coming around. I was like, that's what you're going to get when I die, and it may not be in the best condition. You know,
Whatever's left, you're gonna have to learn from me and rebuild it, or you ain't getting
Because
shit.
you ain't gonna get a bunch of money from me when I die because I plan on dying broke. I don't care if I have money. I'm spending all of it. I'm gonna bounce
hand-
that last $5 check.
I will hand you a
Before I
steering
die.
wheel and walk out of this earth.
Yeah.
So here's a fun question.
Yes, sir.
Earlier, before I started the stream, I had the 451 running and I put a vacuum gauge on it.
hmm
You guys have all heard it, seen it run. How much vacuum did it make?
8
Mind
pounds.
you, I'm a little over 5,000 feet in elevation.
8 pounds.
I was going to say 7.
You nailed it, Barrows.
I was thinking 6 or 7, somewhere around there, because you're not getting much.
It would bounce back and forth between about 6.5 and 7 inches of
So
vacuum.
what you're saying is no power brakes, right?
No vacuum assisted ones.
No. If you're in the right climate, sure, 17's possible, but where he's at, nah.
Yeah, maybe at 5,000 feet below sea level.
Well, that brings me to a point where people are like, "Oh, you're going to sell your car, blah blah blah," and I honestly have like 4 things left to finish this thing. They're like, "Why don't you go out to the track and race it a few times before you sell it?"
Because if I wreck it.
Well, there you go. And let's see, what's the temperature going to be on Sunday there, Tony, out in Phoenix or Chandler?
Temperature on Sunday? Shit, I don't know, probably about 105.
Oh, Lord.
Let's see.
I don't
I'm
envy
hoping we
you
hit
guys at all. I
60s.
spent a month in Phoenix.
It is going here. It's going to be 89. And it's usually about 10 degrees hotter down there.
It's going to be 111 on Sunday in Chandler.
Yeah.
And I'm 20 minutes from the track. You mean to tell me go and take this car and go make your first hits ever on a slimy track on an NA motor in 111 degree weather? What am I doing?
Yeah.
Oh,
Why? And my neighbor, who is a very seasoned racer, he goes, so you have 2 choices. Go and run it and see if you can get some kicks out of it. Like, get yourself to have a good time. And hopefully everything's good. Or go out there and run it, pop a rod through there, blow the trans out, blow out the freaking rear end, whatever, which is doomsday. I get it. But he's like, well, then try and sell it.
You know, now you got to put a bunch of money in it to sell it.
Or
Get
here's another way of thinking about it. Even if the weather was perfect, you go out there, you have a blast. How much harder is it going to be to sell that car?
I wouldn't. I know, and that's the other part of it is, for me, I'm an addict like the rest of us. That's why we do this. We're addicts.
Yep.
Horsepower and cars and if my balls don't jiggle, I'm not having fun. Just saying. And this car does that. I mean, the little bit I've gotten to drive it's insanity times 10.
I absolutely loved that video when you drove it around the neighborhood. Pissed off that Karen.
That lady was pissed.
You couldn't have done a better job if you walked into her kitchen, dropped your drawers, and took a shit right into her bowl of Wheaties.
Dude. Oh, and that's another reason why I'm a country kid. I'm not used to like city life. I'm not that. My wife, love her, and truly do love her, and my kids and everything. But we live in the city. My wife's like, I want our kids to have friends in the neighborhood and the things I never had, because she grew up in the middle of nowhere, as I did. And part of the reason I married her, well, she wanted her kids to have a different upbringing. I'm like, okay, our kids, that's fine. I get it. It's fine. The problem is, I'm still out there in my head. Like, I start this up at 9, 10 at night. Like, what? Your kid is sleeping. Sorry, I don't know. I just got this running.
Well, that's all
And
too.
I took it for a block. I didn't even do a burnout. Like, I didn't do anything crazy. I just tapped the gas a little bit.
Video. Yeah.
Yeah, I did nothing crazy. Okay, when I turned, I touched it. Like, oh wait, man, two barrel, and it almost spun and hit the wall if I wanted to. But
that's the
No.
thing, though. Your
Yeah,
whole
it's funny,
brand
it's
is
funny
kind of.
how you refer to this as an addiction, and it truly is.
Your whole brand is the modern stuff, anyway.
it is, and you're right. And when
And
I
if
was
you
working
put a set
for
of cutouts on the modern stuff and go piss off that Karen, and when she calls the cops on you, you just hit the button. And, I don't know what you're talking about, officer. This car is not that loud. Listen.
you're 100% right, and this is where my heart lies. But I know where my business needs to go,
Mhm.
right? And I've as I told my wife, and I know it's almost midnight here. I put my dick on the table this year and got a booth at SEMA. So going to SEMA to me is like the put up or shut up is what's happening.
Pretty much, yeah.
I either go there and something happens, or, well, you'll see me back at some company doing some random crap again because whatever.
And
but
lightning doesn't
not-
always strike twice, you know.
Well, and
Right.
Grab
when
it.
the day comes, that you get your Terminator back or its replacement, I know a guy doesn't live too far away from you that can build you one badass engine for it.
I'm just saying. I'm. This is
just a shameless fucking plug. We'll call it what it was.
Tony's Garage, everybody. Tony's Garage, absolutely 100% with you. And now it's just one of those. I grew up in the back of these. Like,
Yeah.
I rode in a Hemi Dart GTS that I think I may have pooped in the seat as a kid. Like, literally, there may be a nugget rolling around somewhere in that seat nobody found yet. Because when he opened that mother up, like, people could say whatever horsepower they want. They can, oh, well, the dyno says, I don't care what anyone says. The butt dyno told me that's the baddest bitch I ever rode in my life. And it got in my blood, and here we are.
I hope you
I
go
know
to
that
SEMA.
feeling.
I hope you go to SEMA and end up selling millions of those things.
I
Because there are
appreciate
millions
that.
of those cars out there. Just so after SEMA, when you're on the live, we say, hey, you just sold 5 million units. You're coming to No Name Nationals, damn it. You can take a
Fucking
break.
Dean. What Dean said.
Ted Nugget.
You guys want to
The
see?
great white buffalo.
I agree with you, Dust Devil. Thank you so much for that. That's
You
huge
have
to me.
You have a friend like Jed.
Oh yeah.
Let me show you something, because he sends you stuff like this.
What's her name? I'm sorry. Oh, it's midnight. Oh, I had a Oh my god, I had a Magnum primer.
79.
Oh, my primer
Look at that.
Same
That's
year, same
badass.
everything. It was all primer, same wheels, but not black. They were like the shitty freaking AutoZone sprayed silver.
He's always doing this to me. I am so lucky I don't have stupid YouTube money, because I wouldn't have it, because Jed would spend it all for me.
That's beautiful.
I would love to have that car.
Let's
Yep.
see.
That's
My
driving
friend.
a couch, man. People talk about Cadillacs and Lincolns and the big Fords and the whatever. No, you drive one of the Magnums for a week and tell me you're not like everything else sucks, because you're turning the steering wheel with your finger. The power steering in those is like nothing I've ever felt. It's just
Well,
okay. I'm good.
I always
No,
wanted.
Chrysler
most
power
of the
steering.
Chrysler.
Turn them with your
Yeah.
little finger.
Yep, I was just gonna say, back in the 50s and 60s, that was the advertisements, turning with a little finger, and it was a small woman
Mhm.
doing it.
That
You know, I
That
always
was
63 440 of
the
mine.
sales advertisements back
Same
then.
way.
I actually have a lot of that old advertisement stuff, the paperwork and posters, and I've
Did
got
you
a
guys
bunch.
need a drink? I'm going to the fridge. You want something? You
No, I'm good.
good?
Cynthia's.
Yeah, I
My
need
son was just talking to
fridge
me
too.
today. He's like, you know what we need to get me is a older car. He said a truck. He goes, but just make the interior like a couch. And it just dawned on me because I always wanted to build a Cordoba.
Cordoba.
I got to find him a Cordoba and build a badass, wicked, gnarly Cordoba and leave the interior just all plush.
The one that always got me though was the Thunderbirds. The back seat in a Thunderbird. That was a diner booth.
Well, that's the whole thing. Well, it
They'd
depends
wrap
on what Thunderbird you're
around.
talking about. What I like is the 70s Thunderbirds with the long nose, like the Cordoba.
The Big Bird. Yep.
Yeah, and the Monte Carlos and Grand Prix of that year where they had. I love that body style with the great big nose on it. You know, the hood that's you can land aircraft on it, but then the back they cut it real short on all of
Yeah.
those cars.
So you're talking about the rich Corinthian leather.
Yes. But I gotta show my son a Cordoba and be like, this is what we need to find you because you want it to be like a couch, and then we make the rest of the car badass.
Well, and do yourself a favor, climb up on the hood, stand in. So I won some friends in high school having a Cordoba, or actually the Magnum, the primer Magnum I had first, but I ended up with a Cordoba after that. The primer Magnum I had in school, I don't know if anybody else was a Mopar fan and crazy at 15, 16, 14, 13, whatever year you want to call it. I had friends, Chevy boys versus Dodge boys versus Ford boys, right? So I was the Dodge guy or Mopar guy, and they're like, oh, my car. I go, okay, do this. And I climbed up in the middle of the hood with 2 feet, stood in the middle of the hood and jumped up and down. I was 180 pounds. I jumped up and down on the middle of that hood and jumped off the car, and there was no dent. I said, do that on your Chevy. Do that on your Ford. Uh-huh. They wouldn't do it. I was like, well, what's built better then? Never mind.
Do you guys remember the movie The Crow, the first one?
Oh yeah,
Love that. Oh,
The
before
guy-
he got
the
shot?
guy
Before he
T-Bird?
actually got shot? Yeah.
The guy T-Bird, his car, that Thunderbird with the long front nose and the blower.
Fire it up. Fire it.
That is what I want to build, but using the Cordoba because I'm a Mopar guy. But I want to get something like that and then have a big blower sticking out of the fucking hood.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And
Yep.
but the inside being all plush like my son wants it. We can take it to the drag strip, take it anywhere, and just have fun with it.
That's brilliant. That is brilliant. Well, I have to bring back something. You were talking earlier, Tony, about Uncle Tony and Casper Racing.
right.
And I noticed one of the biggest thing with Uncle Tony's car is that he put super stock springs on it.
Yeah.
Because
No,
when
he
that thing he didn't?
There's no.
No.
What there were not
Yeah.
stock springs because that thing hooked
What
and
he
cooked.
did, what he did.
Suspension
Here's
work
what
was
he did.
done.
Yes.
You know what
Suspension
he
work
did
was-
to that car? He has one air shock on one side. You put
And he's
more
banded
pressure
it.
on that one side where it tries to lift that. That's what the super stock springs do. The super stock springs, I did a video on it. If you look at the way they're built, it's made to keep this side down and actually the springs fan out on this side and
Right.
raise this side up to keep everything level. Well, what he does is he puts an air shock on this side and he can actually control that with the air pressure in the air shock.
And he added a bunch of bands,
Yeah,
On the
yeah,
lead.
he
Yeah.
clamps
and he's
that
got them
release
clamped
switch
down
against it.
solid.
Okay, I was making sure I wasn't the only one that saw that because this has actual super stock springs on it, and that's the
Right.
only reason I even have a clue what the hell a super stock spring is.
The thing is, with super
Right.
stock springs, you'll know a Mopar with super stock springs because if you watch them launch, the whole ass end of the car comes up.
That is
And that's what it's made to do. The ass end of the car comes up, the ass and the front end of it. It's like
Right.
I love the way it looks. I hope mine does that.
oh yeah.
They
And
wind
actually,
up like
I
a
have an
slingshot.
example. I have an example of what you're saying. Let's play this YouTube fun, learn, share, StreamYard thing. And I hope I'm not ruining your live there, Tony.
Oh, you're fine.
But what he's
I have an
done is
example.
kind of the poor man's way of getting super stock springs.
Right.
And that's one of the things I always like about Tony too. I'm sorry, I'll keep saying it. He's one of the first people that I found that when he came out saying, "No, you don't need to buy all these parts. You don't need to buy all this new stuff. There's ways to go fast and do it this way. Look, you know." Now some of his stuff may go a little overboard with me. It's like I'm not going to reuse bearings when I rebuild a motor. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that.
Right.
But
Yeah.
the fact that it's not somebody trying to sell shit, you know, and showing people real world ways that you don't have to buy, you don't have to spend $100,000 on a car.
Agreed.
Switching pistons. I
Yeah.
understand the
I
principle of
still
it,
say there's more to flipping the pistons than what
but I
anybody
don't.
talks
I
about.
won't do it.
No, I won't either. All right, let's see. So we talked about the way the springs react. I have a little, if Tony's cool with me doing this. So here is, I barely touch it. I don't know, maybe 2 barrels, but you'll see if you watch the back end of the car is exactly what you're saying.
Oh, that's the Karen video.
Yeah.
And see how it picks the front just like that. Gets that weight to shift back on a solid
Yep.
as it comes.
You saw, yeah, how I wanted to pick up the back end and push the tires to the ground. It's
Yep.
this.
Yeah. And when
Which-
at the same time, the front end's coming up
Yeah,
and
watch the
transferring all
front,
that
too.
weight, and it all hits at the same time. And that's
And
when
it's-
you,
Yeet.
yeah.
Well, that's where if I ended up, because it has a 4,800 stall, I imagine if I hit the trans brake and hit that thing at 4,800 and let off, I almost guarantee either I'm doing a little bitty wheelie, but either way, I'll tell you, my helmet would have slammed through the back of this car like nobody's business.
I almost bet that car has slant 6 torsion bars on the front or smaller.
I'll have to check.
And do you have 90-10 drag shocks on it?
Yep.
Okay. The other thing you can do with a Mopar, honestly, the cheapest way to do that is to just buy the cheapest pair of shocks you can and drill them out to where there's nothing. You can. The only reason they're on there is because they got to be there protected.
Bump stock too.
Yeah. Yeah. Put
Now,
bump
if you
stop.
do
Yeah.
that
Put
to a
straps
Chevy-
on and let them.
If you do that to a Chevy or a Ford, when you
Wheel
hit
hop.
a bump, it'll bounce. The whole car will
Mhm.
bounce. Torsion bars don't bounce like that because they don't work like that. They lift up and then settle back down just like a 90-10 drag shock.
Oh yeah. No,
And
it's
the whole way a Ford reacts, they're totally different.
now a 4-link and a Ford, which most of the Mustangs from like the LX period, oh my God. Those things will hook and cook. That's why they're like, I watch videos all the time with one of my Ford buddies. He's Mopar, Ford, everything, whatever. But Yep.
That
He has a
the-
car
is
that's
that
on my channel.
the 91 Mustang LX channel. I like his channel.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, seeing what he's gone through from stock to 11s to 10s to 9s, those things are built to hook, man. They're just built to hook. Performance to the 16 horsepower, broken
But they
pistons,
kind of
Weber.
squat and go.
Yeah, no, they squat. They
Yeah.
they try to push down where the old school Mopars
Up.
would do what the big horsepower cars are now, where they actually put actuate, like Cletus's new vet cart suspension is pounding like what these naturally
Right.
do.
4-link is, I don't think I ever want to go 4-link just because if you don't know how to adjust it,
You're gonna
you
break
got to do a
things.
whole lot of learning. And it's just like, nah.
It's actually a pretty quick learning curve, but I think it's unnecessary on a Mopar.
That
It
and
is.
I'm sorry, but you could tell a difference in the way a ladder bar car leaves the line.
Right.
They are just fucking violent when they leave the line, and I love the way that looks.
Yeah.
It's like you go to was it Finnegan's Garage? He's got that yellow Firebird.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
That's a ladder bar car. I love
Yep.
watching that car run because it's just violence,
Be right back.
explosion when it leaves.
I
Well,
have
look at
set
the
up more
early
than a couple of
Impalas.
4-link systems, and I like them, but I don't believe it's necessary on a Mopar to get it to hook.
Look at the early Impalas and the bigger cars, the Chevys. Those
Right.
were 4-link too,
Yeah.
but they had the hourglass frames in them. So the
Yeah.
rear
Yeah.
end had locked solid, but that frame, that whole car would twist when
Yeah.
they would take off. Wind up like a clock.
Yep.
I gotta
They
find
did.
Because of that. That rear end ain't moving.
Well, and then the 3-link was real popular on the Chevy trucks, and that was actually a good setup.
I'm actually thinking about doing a reverse 3, kind of like they do on the S10s,
Oh yeah.
where you take your
On
top
what?
link, a Y bar to the
Right.
top of the rear end, and running it off a steel plate off my rear frame rails.
What car are you wanting to do that on?
That 58.
Oh, nice.
Instead of doing ladders, lock down the top of the rear end that way.
Right. That's actually a really good idea.
Put the weight in the back where it needs to be.
Uh-huh. Well, and that's a fairly heavy car. Anyway, what's that car weigh with that big block in it?
The car curb weight's at just over 3,000. And the Y blocks are heavy.
Yeah, they are.
I'm only adding about 200 engine weight.
That's lighter than I thought it would be then.
Yeah, that's why I chose it. I'm building the 300 for this, not the Fairlane.
Oh,
It's the small one.
yeah. What's that Fairlane weigh?
34.
Yeah.
Everybody says, "Oh, those big old cars of the 50s." They're light. And they're small.
Larger 6-quart oil pan on my 350 small block Chevy. I assumed that I would need a different dipstick. Maybe that's not the case. Based on what I read online, can anyone confirm this? Yes, I can confirm this. When you put a higher capacity oil pan on the engine, it doesn't matter. It's deeper. That's why it holds more oil. It's either deeper or larger. The dipstick shows you the oil level in relation to the crankshaft throws. On a small block Chevy, the dipstick mounts to the block. So put whatever pan you want on it and go by what the factory dipstick tells you. The only time you would need to change the dipstick is if you use some sort of pan, maybe like what I got on this big block here, where the dipstick actually mounts to the oil pan.
Oil pan. And try not to use those because they always leak.
Mm-hmm.
Unless
Or
you
pressure
spend a bunch
comes
of
and
money
shoves
on
them
it,
out.
like I did mine.
Oh, I like this. What do we got going?
This is a friend of mine. I'm trying. I need to get in touch with him because he lives closer than I do to Sykeston. He's got a channel with like 200 viewers. But
Oh,
watch
let's
this
share them
truck.
out.
No problem at all, Mike.
Yeah, Mike, your non-Mopar question is more than welcome here.
Yeah, buddy.
We all love cars. Oh, my Lanta. Wow.
Waving to the crowd.
Oh, shit. Waving to this guardrail. Holy shit.
Oh,
And
That's
he,
the
and
only
he
reason he
kept it.
let
It looks
out.
like he kept it together.
oh.
You still, you talk to him to this day about that run, and he's like, "Man, what would have happened if I had just stayed in it?"
His
The thing
pants
is,
would have
he
filled
calls
the
that-
rest of the way with poop.
He calls that the Missouri. The name of that. That's the Missouri farm truck.
Damn. I like
He's
it.
had that car longer than the other farm truck has even existed. He bought
No
that.
kidding.
He bought that car to haul dune buggies around with. He bought that truck to haul dune buggies around with, and started building on it. And the first time he took it to the track, he had a bunch of junk in the bed, and he launched, and all the junk flew out. And the announcer said, "Hey, clean that bed out, farm truck." And he's had the name longer than the farm truck that you see on TV. You get that guy out there at No Name, he would set the crowd on their heads doing that shit.
Oh, that was the thing I had talked to John and Dallas about, which I hope Dallas is okay. I haven't heard from him in a while, but
I haven't heard from him either.
I've seen him.
I
comment
wanted
on
to have
some
him.
lives.
What's that?
I've seen him comment on some lives. It sounds like he's
Yeah,
doing better.
that's all I've seen of him.
He's had health issues. He actually had health issues when we did No Name Nationals last year, but that's between us. No, I had talked to them about an exhibition because Ryan from Streetcar Chronicles has a buddy who has a wheelie truck that is on his channel, but he thought about having him come out and do exhibitions. And I think something like that, the amount of fun that we had last year can only be ramped up by just small. You don't need to
You
change all that. Don't change
Yeah.
it a lot. You change a lot, you'll wreck it. It's like mixing a stew and putting too much freaking flour in the mix.
But
You don't
the
want it
thing
too
is,
thick.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing. Okay, yeah, you want to bring this guy in to do exhibitions, and it would be cool as shit. But you know what? Make him do a YouTube channel and get 500 subs, and then he can come out and do all
Yep.
the exhibitions.
Agreed. Agree 100%.
That keeps within the spirit of the whole thing. You know,
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
because I'm sorry, I don't care what Wilburn says. If it keeps going like this, and this is only the second year,
There's no
what
stopping
is
it.
the fifth one going to be like?
There's no
Right.
stopping it.
You know, this is going to put duct tape drags in the goddamn. They know people are going to be like, duct tape what?
Well,
We're going to Missouri.
I've been to both. Okay.
I'd like to go to both.
I prior to that, I've done duct tape drags without racing, but just as a spectator. I did it for 2 years prior to going to No Name Nationals, and they both have their place. They are not in the same realm. They're not in. It's okay. It's watching HBO or football.
Yeah.
Okay, where you can't talk to the player because he's over on the side, and you can't have interaction. To where I know everybody who's here personally. and we can help each other as as we network and learn each other and help each other. And we have the passion of vehicles and this thing everyone wants to take away from us. And we're out here to have a damn good time. And I don't give a shit what anybody thinks. That's No Name Nationals. And that is the spirit that will catapult that as big as it needs to be. It's not going to be welcomed by everyone. And that's the point of it.
Exactly.
The thing is what's going to happen. I'm almost 100% sure, and you guys can mark me down. Go back to this in 5 years. It's going to get big enough that there's going to be one or two big name channels. Say, hey, I want to go. It looks like everybody's having fun. I want to go. I want to sell merch. I want to go. Once that happens, it's
over.
Fuck it. Well, no, it's not over. I don't think it's over. I think as long as John and I trust John Wilburn to be a man of his word. As long as a big channel doesn't come in and start asking for special treatment and get it, you can have all the channels there. Yeah,
he won't let that happen.
He'll let that happen. The thing is,
and we had big channels there. Unity.
Nice channels there.
Yeah.
Unity was there. Jet's 25,000 subscriber channel.
Yeah, Jet.
I was going to say, what's your word big? Because I mean, if Cletus McFarland showed up, the whole shit's over.
That. You're not going to have that. He's got his own. See, that's the thing. You're not going to have Cletus McFarland there.
No.
You're not going to have Vice Grip Garage there. Do you ever watch the Street Racing channel?
Oh, yeah.
With Billy and the Old Man?
Oh, I could see them
go up.
I could see them guys being part of it.
And imagine the amount of people that they would bring with them. And that would be good for everybody.
However, Brian, you're not going to not see channels like Cletus McFarland or Derek Vice Grip Garage because they're not welcome there.
No, it's never that. They got their own thing that they do. Cletus has got his own goddamn track.
Right.
He doesn't need to go anywhere.
Right. And that's the reason. I just don't want people thinking that they're not welcome because they are.
There's some people in the community that we need to keep it all small channels. I don't believe in that.
I don't believe that either. If for some reason Cletus McFarland or Derek wanted to come, hell yeah, we'd love to have him there.
Now the thing is though, and then people are going to realize that even when Derek goes to Duct Tape Drags, he plays second fiddle to Finnegan and Freiberger.
Right.
And there may be more cars right now going to Duct Tape Drags. But you've got more entertainers and people who are wanting to put on a show for people at No Name Nationals because we are entertainers. That's what we do.
Well, I'll tell you
what we do is to entertain people.
My perspective is you have guys who put their own money 100% on the line for No Name Nationals.
Exactly.
Duct Tape Drags and all the other events. When you get the bigger YouTubers, you have full sponsored cars where they may have touched it with a wrench to adjust the timing, but they didn't. You know what I mean? I don't want the commercialization.
Right.
And I know, having talked to John last year when I was trying to become a sponsor of No Name Nationals, he's like, I'm not letting anyone in. You need to understand what we're doing. And I tried to explain. I get it. And after an hour conversation, he goes, you get it? Yes, I do. I grew up on a farm. We didn't have a whole lot of stuff. I could help anybody with a piece of baling wire and a roll of duct tape fix anything, damn near. Trust me. And there is a lost art of that, because when you start bringing in commercial stuff, then everything Coke and Pepsi want to come in, and the trailer sales and all the other things that people want to, it becomes not fun for
I don't think
people
John
who are
would
doing
let
it,
that happen.
right?
I don't
They
think
won't.
John
No,
would
he
let that
won't. And there's so many people so mad at him. I give him like, hold on. Hats off to you, John, because man, him holding the line as hard as he had or has is the only reason that's possible. And we need to thank him huge for that.
Big
Yep.
time.
And I'm saying there's people who hate him. I get it. And go ahead, hate him. Do what you want. Because he's giving people who would not have the opportunity
Mhm.
the opportunity. Truly.
Mhm.
You mean to tell me if Pole Barn Garage this year, who's bigger than he was last year, he was on like lots of different things, showed up with his followers that they wouldn't take over the whole event? If
Not
Cletus,
they
Not that kind of
couldn't.
event.
I don't
They
think
couldn't.
Pole Barn necessarily, but like I'm just saying, like even one step farther, whether 500,000 or a million subs, somebody comes in like that, the rest of us might as well not be there.
Nah, I don't think that's true. Because that guy can only be on the track for a certain amount of time.
I get it.
Exactly.
Got the same amount of time, and all his people can only stand over there at his trailer for a certain amount of time. It's 2 days. They're going to look at everybody else's stuff. They're going to be like, oh, this guy's got a YouTube channel. Oh, this guy, everybody here's got a YouTube channel. You go to Duct Tape Drags, you see the coolest car on the fucking planet. Well, how did that car get built? I don't know. That guy didn't even have a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
You know nothing about it. You see that cool car run down the track a couple of times, and that's it. That's all you ever know about it. At our event, it's going to be like, oh, he's got a whole build series on that car. Oh shit, he's got 2 cars he's built before that. Oh
And
my
the
god, I
track
can watch this guy for hours.
is secondary. You know, it's not about the racetrack. It's about everything that goes on in the pits, everything that goes on when the sun goes down, the burnout, the monkey bike, Lamberts. You know,
Yeah. Everything
it's the
about it.
networking and the true car community of guys who kick their own ass to get there to do things, all getting together and go, I kicked my ass. And they're like, I did too. And you're like,
Yeah.
well, I did this. Well, I did this. Well, and there's bonds that are made that are deeper than what any of the big stuff is going to be.
And the
Absolutely.
other thing, how many of those how many people? Okay, those big time guys are going to bring people, and yeah, at first they're going to want to see them and hang out with them, but then they're going to be like Don English on their trip home, and they're like, damn, I should just start a YouTube channel. I can come back to this every year and hang out with these people. And then they're going to look and okay, I've subscribed to all these channels and No Name Nationals. What's going on? What's going on? January's going to roll around. Time to announce. Oh, well, shit, there's a whole show before the show.
this goes on all
It
year.
goes on for 9 months before the show. What the hell? I've got all these channels, and that's all they're talking about is building their cars to go to this one race. Oh my God! There's Duct Tape Drags. They do a little blurb about it a month before, and that's all you hear about it until the day of the race. Our race, they got 9 months of content to watch.
Power
So
Force, same thing.
if there was one thing that I could say, being I trust me, I may pop out of behind the stands and be there at No Name Nationals this year. I will
Oh,
not
you're gonna do
guarantee
that.
anything
I'll have him
to anyone.
buck tie you and drag you down here.
I'm just saying I would love to go, but I can't commit like I did last year.
I'll fucking win the lottery and buy 5 million of your little pieces of metal.
Hey, trust me. If I get there, all I want's a microphone. I'm kidding, but no.
No, that's the thing though. Because you're part of the community, John wouldn't think twice about handing you a microphone.
Well,
You know what I mean? It doesn't matter.
yeah. No. At the end of the day, last year was such a exploratory, amazing event. There's nothing to me that will beat it. and I have an idea. Let's see. I mean, I will definitely watch everybody's video on everything that has to do with it if I am not able to attend. If I'm not able to attend. But I have an idea. I would just want to. I'm throwing out in the pond that doesn't even matter. John's not here, Dallas, whatever. We're just talking, right? What if we had, say, Pole Barn, say whoever becomes the next bigger YouTuber. All right, well, we're calling you out. We, being all of No Name Nationals, calls out one big YouTuber. You against us. See who wins.
Yeah.
You would
Challenge
get
them
all
to a
the
build-off.
people, as you were saying, that would come for them, that would come and see what is everybody else bringing to the table, because who knows who's going to win. But it would be the buildup like it was going to be with Casper and Uncle Tony that didn't happen.
Right.
It's going to be at No Name Nationals, which to me, I'm very happy it didn't.
Yeah. I would.
I would have liked to see it, but I'm glad the drama
way.
wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd feel the same way either way if Tony would have showed up or not. Like I said, I like Tony. For some reason, I think he thinks I'm one of his trolls, and I'm not.
Oh, what?
You know, I'll when he does something right, I'll sing his praises, like I did earlier tonight about this last video he put out. It was fucking amazing. But I would like for him to show up, just because he's another YouTuber.
I don't.
And yeah, he would bring a few more people in, but we brought a lot of people in. People don't understand that. It doesn't look.
Yeah.
It didn't look like it from the stands.
Right.
We brought a
Because
lot of
everybody
people.
was in the pit.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody was in the pits wanting to see their favorite YouTubers and meet new ones.
Yep.
I didn't think
And we have
anybody there
events
would know
that we
who the
can
hell I
do
was.
I
ourselves.
didn't think anybody would either.
You know,
I had
it don't
people-
even
I
happen
had
at
people,
the
hey,
track.
Brian, where's the car? Oh, shit. You know, I thought it was only going to be me upset that I didn't bring the car last year. It wasn't. It was other people. Like, goddamn, I almost, if it wouldn't have been me missing out on 5 hours of it, I almost rented a fucking U-Haul trailer and went up and got the car.
What was that,
Not
Rose?
for
You were saying something?
this year, but for next year, I've already got it in motion. I want to challenge jack stands and cinder blocks to $1,000 build off, and we'll start it on January of next year. You got
That's
$1,000 budget. Here you go, build a car, and then get that
That's
to
awesome.
there. So it goes all year round, and then at the end we'll present a trophy with ourselves. You know.
Good night, Mike.
Have a good night.
And we can do stuff like that. And then it just happens, you know, at the Super Bowl, the No Name Nationals.
Yeah. That's the one thing that I think we're missing a little bit this year that we didn't have last year. There was a little bit more call-out drama last year. More people were calling people out, or maybe I'm just not watching the right channels because it's impossible to watch all of them now.
It is.
It's absolutely impossible. I just got to
Especially
stick
when
to
you're busy.
Walmart, guys.
My
And Bear
bell
Roads.
rings all the time.
Oh man.
Yep. It never quits.
I'll tell you, my kid has a volleyball tournament this weekend, and my wife has to get up every day with her and take her. Otherwise, I wouldn't be on this. So I wouldn't even know what you guys know because, yeah, things are tornado right now. But
Oh, I just can't wait. What the hell is that?
still, at the end of the day, it's amazing. I don't know. Tony and I and my buddy Brian sat there at the table with the rolls getting thrown. Some poor kid behind us got hit in the head from Jeff.
That was awesome.
But we sat and talked for what, an hour while we're eating? It was awesome.
Easy. Yeah. Easy.
Well, I told you my story, Lamberts, didn't I? I go walking in, and my dad and my wife and my brother all sat down at a table. I didn't even get to sit down. And Mopar Al walked up to me and we just started talking.
Yep.
And then Mopar Al was like, oh, I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. I'm like, oh, okay. I went outside and was talking with him and other people coming up. Tony came walking up. People just kept coming walking up and talking. And my wife was out there, and my dad sent her a text say, hey, the food's here. She goes, I'm going to go in. I go, okay, I'll be in a minute. By the time I made it back in, they were already closing up. I had to get my meal in a doggy bag,
Oh shit!
take it to the track, and heat it back up on my grill just because I was having too much fun talking to everybody. You ain't going
That's
to
what
get that at duct tape.
That is the point right there. That's the point.
Because it's like all year long, this is the only way we communicate with each other is through a screen.
Right.
And there, it's face to face. It's like, oh my God, you're actually a real person. What the fuck?
Well, the fun thing is too is last year for me, a lot because I sit here with I have the camera way up here, and everybody's like, "Oh, he's little," and then Jeff from Two Hacks always has the camera down where he looks like he's a big guy. He met me and goes, "What the hell?" I'm like, "What the hell? I thought you were taller." You know the old thing. I thought you were taller.
I thought
He's
you'd
like,
be
"Oh."
bigger.
He's like, "What the fuck? How the hell are you that big?" I'm like, "Oh."
I lucked out. I met Jeff.
It's fine.
I knew exactly how Jeff was. I met him. It was actually before he even hit his 500. I met him at Indy. And I was like, "You're a Ford guy. You're building a Ford." He's like, "No." And he explained all this shit, Mr. Norm shit to me and everything. I'm like, "Oh, okay."
He's a secret Mopar guy, but he has other reasons. He's I gotta say, probably one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Jeff is so
especially
cool.
with
He's a good guy.
just how he does things, and he's cool. He's pushing things in an odd direction from everyone else, is what I would say.
Right.
And it's cool to watch.
He does a good job.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew from the first video he made, I was like, "Oh man, this guy's going to be big." I don't have that kind of presence.
And he just
You
keeps
know,
growing
it's
and
like-
growing and growing and growing.
Oh, he will.
That's the other thing. This guy from Boosted Behavior, he is a wild man. He's jumping around, and oh man, he's great. I'm like, yeah, I want you there.
That's the
Me,
energy. Yeah, bring
Yeah, I
it.
waddle around. Fuck, I'm too old to have that kind of energy.
I was born loud. That's the only reason I was there. Like, I got people that'll listen to me, and I'll be loud.
Yeah.
That's just, oh man, like I've said before, I've done a lot of shit in my life.
Mm-hmm.
A lot. And I've been good at a lot of shit.
Right.
That this YouTube thing and this car thing is the only thing I've ever seen acknowledgement from. And it's like, wow. And then the No Name Nationals, just the accumulation of all the YouTube shit for the year. You know, it's just, fuck. You walk around and you feel like a goddamn rock star.
Well, that was.
And I only got 800 subscribers.
Does it matter?
No.
Not a bit.
Nope.
I could go in any fucking live and say hi and chat, and people know who I am. It's like, what the fuck? Never had that any time in my entire life.
Yep.
Well, that's
Cool.
before my wife went to bed. I was like, when she goes to bed, I said, "Hey, when you go to bed, I'm going live." She's like, "What?" I go, "I'm going to get out and hang with my friends. I need to talk to people."
Mm-hmm.
I don't have like local friend. I got family and things and stuff going on nonstop. So there really isn't time for me to have a bunch of friends that are guys who remotely like a car, let alone, have similar views or have been to something. So I was like, I'm going to go live. And well, I saw Tony's and I was like, shit, I can't do what I did last time. That was a little too late. I had a little too many, but it was fun, but I had fun.
Yeah, it is getting late.
Yeah, I'm actually going to have to, maybe not right now, but I'm going to knock off later before, because last weekend, that was a hell of a story. I was up till 4:30 in the morning. Didn't get to bed till 5:30 in the morning. Woke up at 9 to take my old man piss, and glanced down at my phone. And Dennis from Twisted Metal was like, "Hey, I'm going to the track today. You want to go?" Like, I guess. So I had like 3 hours of sleep.
Wow.
Went out to the track all day, and then came home. And I was like, "Oh, let me mess around." Yeah, I was talking to you last week about Clip Champ. I've actually got that where I did that video for Dennis. I did on Clip Champ, and I actually like it. So I'm
I
like,
hate
I was
that
sitting
thing,
there
but
playing. I was sitting there playing with it, and it was like, "Oh, what time is it? 1 a.m." Jesus. I finally passed out, and my whole Sunday was ruined. But oh well.
well, hey Tony,
Well,
I appreciate you, brother. I got to rock and roll. I appreciate hanging out with all you guys, everyone in the chat. I hope blessings for all you. And man, I'm telling you, No Name National is going to be fun. I pray I could be there, but we'll see.
You'll be
And
there.
yeah, well, let's just keep watching each other grow and have a great time. But I got to get to bed because
I'm going to jump off too.
Me too.
it's time.
See you guys. Appreciate you, brothers.
Appreciate you
Later.
all being here.
See y'all
Great thing,
later.
man.
See y'all next week.